All fancy cars, too. Logan whistled under his breath. Remember when Sam used to drive that old Corolla? I grunted, remembering it fondly as I parked. Good times. He got out and strolled next to me. Simple times. We passed a Ferrari. Jesus. No teenager should be driving a vehicle like that. You wouldn't have said that when you were a teenager. But I didn't disagree. I think I'm too tired to be pissed right now. That'll probably change once we get inside, depending on what kind of reception Maddie gives us. I hear you. We got to the door, and I could hear the music inside. It was muted, but I expected it to blast us once this door opened. Logan glanced my way. What are you thinking? What kind of trouble could I get in if we just walk in? Logan's grin was wolfish. Well, I mean, a reasonable argument could be made that we were concerned for the welfare of your daughter, who's underage. He reached out, barely tapping the door. His grin turned wicked. Look at that. We knocked, and no one answered. So you're saying there's a good chance we won't get in trouble? He held my gaze, a spark now lit. Chances are good. I mean, you showed up with your lawyer. I scoffed, but opened the door with no problem. Comes in handy, your law degree. He snorted, following me inside. I half expected to hear an alarm pierce the air, but I was wrong about that. And I was also wrong about the music. It remained muted, coming from somewhere below. Logan whistled as we walked through the kitchen. Drink, anyone? He remarked, perusing the very large supply of alcohol. He picked up a few bottles and whistled again before putting them back. It's a school night, or school morning, and Mr. Moru's parents are very much not in attendance. What would the PTA say about this? Hell, what would our board say about this? He was being sarcastic, but he had a point. I motioned to him. Step back. I raised my phone, taking a few snaps. What are you doing? I took a video, starting on the booze and circled around, turning it off right before I got to my brother. I pocketed my phone. Evidence. His eyebrows shot up. For the board? I was joking. All those guys are the same. They won't blink at their kids throwing a party or even getting arrested. I shrugged as I walked back out to the main hallway and looked around. You never know. Morrow is the next biggest shareholder after us and Nate. What other incriminating shit might we see here? I cocked an eyebrow at him. We were here to get my daughter, but before we did that, Logan's grin turned wolfish once again. He rubbed his hands together. You're ruining my heart-on to go back east. All this fun we're having, I'm never going to want to leave again. Maybe it's time you moved back. He didn't reply to that, instead pursing his lips and led the way down the hall on the first floor. Want to bet the office is down here? No bet. It's always on the first floor. We found it, and while the music raged beneath our feet, we went through Philip Moru's office. Logan was on the computer, searching around. You got in? He lifted the mouse pad. Dumbass tapes his password here. Right. I studied the screen, noting all the files on there. You got any more USBs handy? He asked. I snorted, but handed over the one from earlier. I bet there's still space on there. He took it. Search upstairs. Keep your phone handy. I'll do this and do a search for any security cameras, just in case. The Moros won't have cameras in here. You don't think? No way. And if they do, they aren't on. His kid is throwing a party with that amount of booze out there? Philip Moru won't want evidence of that shit, or anything else that might happen in this house. We haven't even gone downstairs yet. A dark look passed between us. Should we go down there first? Logan asked. I went out into the hallway. No, Maddie is fine. If we have to worry about anything, it's what she might be doing to the other kids. We won't get this chance again, and you never know when it might come in handy. I'll be fast upstairs. Fast but thorough, he called after me. I darted up the stairs and started my walkthrough. Most of what was up here were guest bedrooms. Nothing in there except the usual things. Beds, towels, televisions. I checked the primary bedroom, taking my time going through the drawers, the medicine cabinet in the bathroom, the closet. There were a couple safes, but I left them alone because both were locked. This might be the beginning of a new criminal career, and I'd advanced fast, but not enough to have the skill to get into a safe. There was nothing significant about the primary bedroom. No personal items. There wasn't a lot of clothes either. There was no makeup or jewelry on the dresser or in the bathroom. The parents didn't stay here. One of the guest bedrooms was being used, and I went through that room too. But there wasn't much to find. Clothes, toiletries spread out over the counter, another laptop on the desk, a few framed pictures. The kid's bedroom was last. The door was open, which meant he was likely downstairs with the rest at the party. At first glance, it was obvious that the kid lived here. His room was full of his things. A gaming system was in the corner, 2 chairs on the floor, snacks stashed everywhere. His school homework was tossed to the side. His closet was full of clothes. There was a good amount of drugs in a hidden drawer. The kid wasn't too smart. The fake bottom was too high up. Anyone would have lifted it to see what was underneath, if they were looking. I took more pictures and a video to make sure there was no doubt where I was. There were more pills in the bathroom. I gave his backpack a quick toss. The only thing I wanted to search thoroughly was his laptop, but I didn't move it. It would be password protected, and this kid wasn't going to keep his password under a mousepad. He was a lot more high-tech than his father, though I was a little thankful I'd been the one to find the laptop. Logan might have just stolen it. I snapped pictures of everything. Logan was coming up the stairs when I finished. "I did another search through the kitchen and pantry," he said. "There was some old lingerie in the laundry." "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Just a feeling. I went to get a quick look at the missus's closet. See if she's the type to wear the lingerie I saw down there." "They don't stay here." "What do you mean?" I lifted my chin in the direction of the primary bedroom. "Their room is like a hotel's. No way are the parents living here. The kid is. A friend maybe too." I eyed my brother. "You're thinking this is where Morrow brings a mistress?" "The kid uses it for parties. Dad uses it when he's cheating." "Kid's living here." He stopped. "What? You mean the kid's here without the parents? Like full time?" I nodded. "I think so. Yeah." His mouth went flat. "I don't like that." I didn't like it either. If Maddie didn't live with Sam and me, no, I didn't like that one bit. When we went back to the main floor, I gestured out the patio door. "Did you look out there?" Logan paused. "No?" He opened the sliding door, stuck his head out. "No one's out here, but hold on. I'll do a quick walkthrough with my phone." It didn't take him long. He stepped back inside and we moved to the basement door. Who knew what we'd come across down there? Let's get this done. Showtime.
Chapter 30. Maddie. I was still at Train's house, sitting on the couch in the corner of the room. Coming here hadn't been the smartest move. I needed to head home. I needed to stop drinking, but I was still sitting here, and I was still holding a glass I'd filled with my personal concoction. It was highly alcoholic and highly delicious. Aurelia had gone hours ago, but others replaced her. Now I wasn't sure who was here. I stopped paying attention. Phone in my hand, I was going through Max's social media like a good little stalker. Steele also sat on the couch, but there was a wide space between us. He'd been weird since finding out who my dad was. Well, and maybe since my interaction with Aurelia. He'd been giving me long looks all night. What was his deal? Aurelia's 2 friends stayed when she left. Amber tried hitting on him, but he ignored her. When we moved to the basement, she tried sitting on his lap. He'd rolled his eyes and shoved her off. "Go fuck the others," he told her. So she had. She was in the other room servicing Train, Axel, and another guy who showed up after Aurelia left. The door was wide open. Anyone and everyone could see. Things were different here, including the sexual activity. No one even blinked at Amber on her knees with Axel thrusting into her from behind, Beltrane's dick in her mouth and the other guy getting a hand job from her. They'd already switched places a couple times. Nia had disappeared into one of the back bedrooms with a guy. They'd reappeared a few minutes ago with Nia giggling as she wiped the back of her hand over her mouth. The guy was zipping up his pants. There were a few other girls here, but they were in the back, dancing and grinding against whoever else was back there. The only person I wanted to grind on wasn't here, so I'd been chilling on the couch. Steele landed next to me, and we'd been sitting like this, not saying a word for the last hour. I should really go home. But first, I asked him, "What's your deal?" He looked my way, his face impassive. "What? Why are you sitting here?" He didn't blink. "Why are you here?" "Because I'm too drunk to drive home." "Oh yeah, that's why I was still here." He raised an eyebrow. I rolled my eyes. "You're not drunk. You've only had water. I watched." He smirked. "You watched, huh? You wouldn't be sitting here not doing anything, not saying anything if I weren't here. Why are you sitting with me like this?" "Maybe I like you." He looked at me long and hard. There was no interest in his gaze. I'd considered that option, but there was no way he was interested in me like that. I shook my head. "I don't like liars. They're scum to me." "Scum?" He laughed. "Is it so hard to believe I might be into you?" "Yes." I didn't say that because I was insecure and needed a guy to say all the pretty things to me. It was the truth. Guys were either intrigued by me, scared of me, or really into me. There were guys like Beltrane who thought I was cool and treaded carefully around me. I'm sure if an opportunity happened where he could slide inside me, he'd take it, but he had no interest in anything more. Axel, on the other hand, was nervous around me. Not in the way where he liked me and was self-conscious. It was in the way of, I'm nervous about this creature that I don't know what she is, kind of nervous. He didn't know how to operate around me. And Steele, I'd asked because I couldn't figure him out. He didn't land in any of the previous groups. He wasn't insecure enough to be intrigued by me, only to find out he couldn't dominate me and get mad. Those were usually the guys intrigued by me. The guys who were really into me were worse than I was, like real criminal types. They thought they found Bonnie to their Clyde. Maybe I'd fall for one of those guys in another life, but in this life, I knew who it was for me. Max. I got him because I'd wear him down. I knew it was going to happen, and so did he. I like to think we were in the pre-negotiation stage, before we started the real negotiating. That was going to end tomorrow. I already had a plan. I said, "You're not interested in me. I know the look. You don't have it." Steele laughed. "It's not you that I find interesting. Let's just leave it at that." I frowned, not liking that answer. But I got distracted because I was having a hallucination. I began laughing because my first hallucination ever was seeing my dad and uncle coming into the basement as if this were their house. My dad's eyes found mine and locked on. He was not happy. His jaw clenched. Uncle Logan glared at me too, but his eyebrows shot up as he caught sight of the four-way happening in the other room. He said something under his breath. I continued to watch them, curious to see what else was going to happen. Maybe Max would stroll in behind them. I watched, eager to see if it would happen. "Oh!" Steele jumped to his feet. "Put that camera away! Who the fuck are you?" A few people screamed. Some guys shouted. Beltrane and Axel scrambled to put their dicks away. Amber was still in a haze. The other guy's head was back and his eyes closed, fully entranced in the hand job. A few of the others tried making a run for the basement door, but Uncle Logan blocked them. He was the one with his phone up, and while there was an evil grin on his face, his eyes did not match it. He was pissed. "Thanks for putting your dicks away, gentlemen. Wouldn't want to get that on my video. Before anyone is allowed to leave, you will be handing over your names, your parents' names, and their contact info, because we'll be calling each and every one of them." He smirked. "Yes, children, we are those type of assholes. Since we're now the adults on the premises, the responsibility falls to our shoulders." He smiled, not batting an eyelash as protests rose. Now, children, don't piss me off or I can make things go badly, very badly for you. Then again, if you don't believe me, call my bluff. Please, I get off on this type of shit." "Fucking with teenagers?" a guy sneered. Uncle Logan swung his phone to aim right at the guy, who now paled and seemed to be rethinking his comment. "No, I get off on ruining people's days, and it's a 2-for-1 situation here. I get to ruin yours and your parents. It's just up to you how bad my destruction gets." My dad came to stand in front of me, scowling darkly down. I blinked up at him a moment, still trying to decide if he was real, before I registered the looks on the others' faces. Amber was blushing and checking my dad out. The guys were pissed, but there was also fan adoration in their gazes. Oh, this was real. This wasn't a result of too much alcohol or stress or grief. I couldn't help my smile. Thank God. I was getting disappointed in my first hallucination. I would have hoped for something more fun, like a grizzly trying to eat the four-way that was happening. Can you imagine the terror and bloodshed? My dad and uncle had totally crashed this party. I sighed at the look of murder in my dad's eyes. Guess I'm still grounded. My dad opened his mouth but couldn't speak. That's how mad he was. Uncle Logan snorted, taking down information. "Niece of mine, you are so grounded, you'll be lucky if you get that tracker taken out of your hip by the time your last prom gets here." "I don't have a tracker in my hip." He lifted his head, his gaze finding mine. "Not yet," he smiled. I sank down on the couch and looked back at my dad. There could have been steam coming out of his ears. "You, me, and your mother are going to have a very, very long discussion in the morning." Well, that sealed my prison sentence. He was bringing Mom into it.
Chapter 31. Samantha. I woke up hot, sweaty, and pulsing with need. Mason was between my legs. His tongue licked me, about sending me off the bed. So good. I panted. What time is it? He lifted his head just barely before crawling up my body. Fuck early in the morning, but I need you. He positioned himself, his dick hard and ready. He used his knees to push my legs farther apart. Taking hold of his cock, he rubbed it over my folds, pushing up and back down before he leaned forward. A deep groan left him as he slid inside, holding himself upright with a hand on the bed beside me. We both moaned as he pushed all the way in. "You feel so good," he said hoarsely, his eyes closing a second. "Holy fuck, I needed you." The pleasure was immediate. He waited until I adjusted to him, which I only needed a second. As our eyes met, he began thrusting, using long and strong strokes. He didn't go fast, instead letting both of us savor the sensations, letting it build, grow. I raised my arms, one curling around him, and glanced over to see the time, 5 a.m. God, this felt good. He'd just gotten in. I wondered what he'd done last night, but also didn't want to know quite yet. He cursed under his breath, grabbed my legs, and moved farther under me to get a deeper angle. He looked down, holding my gaze as he powered into me, quickening his pace. My mouth watered. The pressure rose. I felt it pooling, but I didn't want to come this fast. Not yet. Not when I could see Mason was going to hold off and make me come more than once. He'd keep thrusting through my climax. Sometimes I loved that. Sometimes it drove me crazy. He was relentless, but I could see there was something more in him, something dark, hungry, a torment that was different from the way he'd been looking at me this last week. I smoothed a hand over his forehead, traced his eyes, his cheek, his very square jawline, up over his mouth where he opened and sucked me in. My heart sped up. He felt so good, pushing in and holding. He rotated his hips. I grunted, "Mace." I couldn't say more. I gritted my teeth, still trying to stave off my release, but he pushed back inside on another deep stroke. One hand went to my clit. He rubbed in long, circular motions. We kept moving together. I was losing track of time. My eyelids lowered. I could do this all day, feel this pleasure. It was intoxicating. Was it normal? To feel like this with him. I hungered for him as much as I had in high school. I needed him even more. There were times I was exasperated with him, but this primal desperation for him that I felt inside of me, that never went away. It only increased over the years. He cursed, arching more over me, and his hips began slamming into me. My breath shortened. Jesus. The pressure exploded. I gasped, grabbing for his wrist and squeezing as I clenched around him. My climax ripped through me, the waves spreading all over, and I just lay there a moment as my entire body felt like a volcano had gone off inside of me. When I came back down, my pulse steadying, Mason was still fucking me. I moved my hips with him, but he pinned me down, growling, "No." He watched where he was sliding in and out of me, his fingers rubbing my clit. I reached for his hand, wanting to pull him off me, but he put both my wrists together, pinning them against the bed with one hand. He stretched himself over me. One hand continued to rub my clit, and his hips powered into me, hard, brutal. His eyes turned, meeting mine. I saw the need in him. He was angry. Something had happened. It had brought out the anguish he'd buried so deep inside. It had come to the surface, and he needed an outlet. That was me. He needed to dominate me. A shudder racked through me. He was going to bring me to climax over and over again until he'd exhausted himself. Fuck. I relaxed my body, sinking into the bed. He released my wrists, delivering one word. Stay. When I closed my eyes, his hand curled around my throat. He held me there instead, his thumb resting over my artery so he could feel my pulse. I succumbed to him, surrendering. Over the next hour and a half, he brought me to 4 more toe-curling releases. Finally, I broke down, tears sliding free. "Mason, please." I reached for his wrist and pulled his hand away from my clit. "I can't take any more." I was drained from all the sensations and emotions. He'd wreaked havoc on my body. His eyes met mine, so stark, hollow. He wasn't fully here. He had hidden away inside of himself, seeking solace in the pleasure between us. I cupped his face. "Come back to me." I smoothed a thumb over his cheek again. A primal growl rumbled from him. "You are mine." He pulled out, moved back, and flipped me over. His hands went to my hips. His cock thrust inside, and he yanked me up against him, my back to his chest, as we both kneeled upright on the bed. His hand circled my throat again. The other slid down my stomach to rub me again. He panted into my ear. "Mine to please, mine to take, mine to fuck, my cunt." I tensed because, fuck him, he was destroying me. "Mason!" His hips hit me faster. "Mason!" His body jerked. His hand trembled at my throat. "Sam?" Relief washed over me. My knees shook. He'd come back to me. I spoke, my throat moving against his hand. "I can't take any more. Fucking come, baby. The kids will be up soon." He cursed and let go of my throat. He fanned light kisses over my neck and eased me to the bed. He guided me down gently and groaned. His hands gripped my hips, and I sighed as he drove into me a few more times, and finally, fucking finally, he released into me. My pussy squeezed him hard. I couldn't help myself. It was a reflex. Another low rumble came from his chest as he collapsed on me. We were both replete, except I couldn't catch my breath. What is happening? I waited until we were both once again in our bodies to look over my shoulder at him. He avoided my gaze, slipping out of me, running a hand down my side. Shit. I'm sorry, Sam. He peppered those soft kisses again to my shoulder. Jesus, did I hurt you? I rolled over to lie on my back and wiped my hair from my forehead. 5 times. You didn't hurt me, but you drained everything out of me. 5 times. I tried to glare at him, but in all honesty, I'd been waiting for this. He'd been holding so much back. He'd told me what was going on, but him feeling it was different. I didn't think this was all of it. I was just grateful for the start. I ran a hand down the side of his face and let it fall to his chest. He laid beside me and raised my hand to his mouth, pressing a kiss there. What happened last night? I asked. He tensed, stilling before he let out a soft curse. My eyebrows shot up. That's not good. He cast me a look, regretful, before he shook his head. I'll tell you after we get everyone going this morning. He swung his legs down to sit on the side of the bed. I caught his arm. You've not slept at all? He didn't answer, which was the answer. I got out of bed and rounded to his side. You stay. Sleep. I'll handle everything. He pulled me to stand between his legs. If Maddie's not drunk, she needs to go to school. It's the consequence for staying up all night, partying. The air in my lungs left me in a whoosh. Maddie might be drunk. She might still be drunk. A ball of fury formed in my stomach. Oh, child. Child of mine. My jaw hardened and I turned. I needed to shower, get myself dressed, and began plotting mom vengeance. Maddie was screwed. She was so very screwed. Still drunk. My child was still drunk. Never again, my sweet little girl. She was going to rue this day. I closed my eyes, already anticipating the look in her eyes when she saw me coming. Mason caught my hand. I gritted my teeth. Mason? But I curled my fingers around his, because how could I not? Let me go handle her. He didn't let go. I looked back to him, but readied myself so I would not melt inside. I loved our daughter, but she tended to be Daddy's little girl. Mason went easy on her when he shouldn't. The hard-ass parenting fell to me. His eyes were soft, and when he spoke, I realized they were soft for me. He stood and cupped my face with one of his hands. I was going to carry you to the bathroom, run you a bath, and while you were getting dressed, I want to get you coffee and breakfast. His hands went to my waist, his lips grazing over mine. I winced slightly because they were a little swollen. He withdrew. Shit, I'm sorry. He lifted a hand to touch my mouth. I caught it, kissing it instead. No. God, 5 climaxes, Mason. 5. You rode me until my bones melted into the mattress, but fuck. As a way to wake up, I'm not complaining. I still saw regret in his eyes. I pulled away, shaking my head. Stop it. You're the one that needs to sleep. Get to it. Don't worry about Maddie. Me, her, and her hangover. The 3 of us are going to have fun this morning. I didn't let him argue. Slipping away into the bathroom, after I'd showered, I found him back in bed. He lay on his side, his muscled arms holding the pillow beneath his head. The sheet had slipped down so I got a good view of his muscular back, the angles and cuts of his lean hips, and a tantalizing tease of the beginning of his ass. God, I loved him. I loved all of him. My man who shouldered so much of our world. But this time, I would shoulder some of the weight for him, starting with our 17-year-old daughter. I got dressed and grabbed my phone, and the first text stopped me in my tracks. Heather. Zeke Allen spent the night in the hospital because he's got a freaking knife wound to the stomach. WTF. You wanted us to keep his wife busy last night. Tell me we did not have something to do with this.
Chapter 32. Maddie. I was in a twisted version of Groundhog's Day. I kept messing up. Me. I messed up so bad last night. I know I'm supposed to leave you alone for another day, but Max, I'm drowning here. I'm hungover. I'm not really drowning. I did it to myself, but you weren't there. Where were you? Obviously, I know where you were, but still, where were you? You're my conscience. I can't handle this silence. I've already gotten into so much trouble. If you'd been talking to me, I would have stayed home and hung out with you. Mom and Dad would have been fine with me having you over, and you wouldn't have wanted to go, so I never would have gone. That makes this your fault in my head. I need you. It's not your fault. Obviously, it's mine. Why are you not answering me? Oh. Wait. I forgot to hit send. Send. Me. Oh. LOL. Max. What? Max. The. Max. Fuck. Me. I think I'm still drunk.
Chapter 33. Mason. I had to look again, but the reports weren't wrong. My father's business was doing just fine. Fuck. That meant he was fed a bunch of bullshit. He killed himself because of some bullshit fucking lie. I was inclined to believe Kai Bennett, which meant we had an enemy with no face and no name. And right now I had no idea the reason for why this all happened. I sent a text to my private investigator. Me. I need you to pivot in whatever you're finding or not finding on Kai Bennett. He came to me himself, told me he's not trying to force his way into this company. I'm inclined to believe him. Lael. What the hell? You have time for a call. Me. No. Send whatever you do or don't have. I don't want our time wasted looking one way when we should be looking somewhere else. My dad believed that Kai Bennett was coming after him. We need to find out why he believed that. Lael. That means I'll need to investigate your father. Me. Do it. Lael. Okay. I'll send one of my colleagues with the Bennett file. What I do have, I only trust that it'll get to you in person. I'll change my focus. Lael. Are you okay? I've seen Kai Bennett in person. Are you okay? Me. I'm fine. I'll be better when I know who killed my dad. Lael. Got it. On it. My phone buzzed a second later. It was the main lobby receptionist. Zeke Allen is here to see you, she said when I answered. He does not have an appointment, but he's insisting that you'll see him. Should I send him up? I wasn't even surprised. That's what I would have done in his position. Send him up. Yes, Mr. Cade. Mr. Cade. I'd been called that a few times, mostly by Maddie's friends. News reporters used my first name. Coaches called me Cade or Mason. Mr. Cade, though that was my father. I swallowed tightly at the memories. Logan. Heads up. Taylor and I talked. It feels too chaotic for me to leave, so I'm staying. She postponed our flight. Sammy's going to stay here since she's attached to David's hip. Taylor's due a ton of vacation, so she's going to take it early, extend it hopefully to when she's due, and then she can switch to maternity leave. Hoping we'll have things figured out by then on the home front. Me. What about your firm? Logan. I booted some of my cases to associates. Everything else I can do here. Just feels right staying. Me. Thanks, brother. Logan. Don't need to thank me. You've done it for me. Love you, brother. Channing. We need to have a serious talk. It's getting hard to cover your back when I'm getting questions from all over, and I don't know what to say. Why are you setting up a fight night with the Red Demons Frisco charter? Do you know anything about Zeke Allen suffering a knife wound to the gut and looking like he was tortured? Samantha asked Heather to keep Zeke's wife out with them last night. Abe is a sweet girl, but she's not someone Sam usually seeks out. Optics don't look good. What the fuck are you doing? Channing. I don't think I need to remind you that Allen is close to Nate's brother-in-law, whose bloodline is connected to my sister's husband. Are you following the dots here? That's a lot of family connections there. You need to loop me in on what's going on. Channing. I found your security guards. They were knocked out and tied up, left behind the west wall of Cade Enterprises. All were fine when we dropped them off at the hospital. Channing. Fucking call me back, Mason. There was a slight knock on the door, and I looked up as it opened. So many things depended on the man coming to see me in person. I motioned to him. Come in. He moved slowly, one arm held across his stomach. He was pale, but his shoulders were set with determination. I studied him, and the previous times I'd seen him came to mind. He'd written letters to me since he began 7th grade. Only later did I attach those letters to a name, to a face, to someone who knew other people in my life. The letters became messages on my social media. There'd been nothing crazy or worrisome in them, just contact from a fan who declared his appreciation for my endeavors. He wasn't a stalker until he started dropping by the house. He followed Samantha and me around town a few times. He'd been at the grocery store, the coffee shop, at a table all alone at Manny's. Always there, always watching. He'd approached my father. He'd approached Annalise. When he approached Maddie, I had enough. We got an order of protection against him, so he'd stay away from my immediate family. Other people in our lives knew him, but they didn't know about those visits. That was kept to ourselves. He always had an odd look in his eyes when I saw him in person, as if he wasn't really seeing me in front of him. More like a poster that had come to life. That look was gone today. He could see me. You probably should have stayed in the hospital another day, I noted. He laughed, which ended in a wince as he lowered himself into the chair across from my desk. Right. Well, Logan's avocado-related accidental self-stabbing story wasn't holding up. The longer I stayed, the more questions I got. A few of the nurses weren't buying how it happened when we were drunk, on a golf course. And why the fuck would we be trying to cut open an avocado? I had to check out. Out of sight, out of mind, that sort of thing. Logan said the story was so preposterous that it would have to be true. He laughed and immediately paled. Oh, I regret that. He coughed, readjusted himself again. So, you and your brother tortured me. I want to know why. Was it just for information? I frowned. Do you not remember? He grimaced, his face going pale. No, I do, though I wish I didn't. I know you. I gritted my teeth. He didn't fucking know me. Zeke dropped his gaze. I know you don't want me to know you. You probably think that I don't know you. I get that in the past I've crossed a line, but... His eyes lifted to mine. None of those times were malicious. You followed me and Sam around town. I happened to be in a few of the same places at the same time. Multiple times, I bit out. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? You're my idol. His eyes fell. Were my idol. My father? What's your excuse with approaching him? I wanted to introduce myself. Before his death, we were in similar social groups here. The elite business world of Fallen Crest isn't that big. Annalise? Ah, he frowned, his head folding down. You won't believe me, but I only approached her once, and it was because she looked upset. She was walking on the sidewalk. I just wanted to make sure she'd be okay. He had a goddamn excuse for every time. Last one, worst one. My daughter? He coughed, tugging at his shirt. Would you believe me if I said, no, I barked. One time. I would believe you if it happened one fucking time. Not multiple times. Not with the letters, not with the private messages. No one in your little social group knows the extent of it. They're all telling me you're safe, you're cool, we can trust you. I shot forward in my seat. No, I goddamn can't. You approached my kid, There were some guys. It looked like they were messing with her. In fucking San Diego? You approached her in another city. You weren't there by coincidence. You looked for her. You found her. You approached her. I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. But after last night, we have a problem. Because it seems like my brother cares about you. Go fucking figure on that one. He fell quiet until he mumbled, "Guessing the torture had more to do with this than the hacking, huh?" I stared at him. It was all I could do in this moment because all my grief, all my anger, all my frustration, everything that had been accumulating over the last week, all of it had a target. He was sitting in front of me, but fuck him very much. I couldn't do what I wanted to do with him because Logan cared about the guy. I shook my head, needing to let some of my anger go. A small trickle of it. I'm a celebrity, I get that. Because of what I earned playing a game I loved. A lot of people think that makes me theirs. Theirs to inspect, theirs to tear apart, theirs to objectify, hate, project all their own shit onto. It comes with the territory. And yes, stalkers happen. But you are here. You are local. You are connected inside my circle. And you are fucking weird. I didn't know you. I didn't want to know you. And after you approached my daughter, I loathed you. We tortured you because you were hacking into Kai Bennett's family's accounts. And you brought that motherfucker to my front door. I leaned forward again, my eyes hard. Why? He opened his mouth but then shrugged, leaning back in his seat. I know I didn't read you in on my situation. I can't believe the few who knew would have done that. I asked a different question. How did you know to look into Kai Bennett? He frowned, looking away. I got a text alert. You got a text alert. What does that mean? He shifted in his seat, perspiration coming to his forehead. Tugging at his shirt collar, he coughed. Oh, fuck. You can't say anything. I'm not promising you shit. You stalked my family. I know. He held up a hand. Things are starting to look different to me since you and your brother strung me up. But look, Channing sent a text to the Brinster. This fucker could somehow read text messages from Channing to his sister. The Brinster? I asked. Bryn, Channing's sister. He sighed. I call her the Brinster, since she said I couldn't call her Brintress, like the Huntress. Bryn's kick ass. It's, like, literally what she does for a living. She's more badass than her brother. I growled. He changed his tone. Right. What was I saying? Text alert. Yeah. The Chancellor texted the Brinster and asked if she heard anything about Kai Bennett operating in the area, specifically Fallen Crest. I thought it was weird. Bryn said she didn't know anything. When she offered to look into it, the Chancellor shut her down right away. That set off my alarms too. So I did some digging and... He trailed off, but after a bit he focused on me. Once I started digging, I couldn't stop. Are you aware of who they are? Yes, I said dryly. So you didn't know about their connection to me? He shook his head. No, I about pissed myself when I woke up and saw you standing there. I can't figure out the connection. Channing asked about Kai Bennett. That made me start looking into him. He visited you, told you to get me to stop? That sent you and your brother to me. But I'm not understanding how Kai Bennett is connected. He trailed off. His eyes got wide, bright. He shoved up in the chair and cursed right away. Fuck, that hurts. But... His gaze latched onto me. Did Kai Bennett have anything to do with your dad's death? That's the only... He trailed off again, seeing my face. He gulped. You're not happy. What is wrong with you? He blinked. What? You looked excited just now, like you're thrilled. You're not comprehending the magnitude of this situation. Zeke gulped again, his hands curled around the chair's armrests. He had no clue. No goddamn clue. I snapped, exploding out of my seat. With one arm, I swept everything off my desk, moving the computer to the edge. All the papers went flying. The stapler Maddie had played with, my phone, paper clips, and I didn't see any of it. All I saw was red. Zeke jumped up, backing away from me. Hey, man. You have no fucking idea what you're messing with, I thundered. They're the mafia. Zeke's eyes widened. He took another step, missed the floor, and crumpled. I didn't care to help him, not one fucking bit. I stood over him. Stop fucking hacking into Kai Bennett and his family. He came to me, dipshit. If he'd gone to you, you'd already be dead, I bellowed. Zeke winced, making no attempt to stand up again. The connection is me, dumbass. Someone told my father a lie, and that lie had to do with Kai Bennett. He came to me within a day of you hacking into his family's business. One fucking day, Alan. He told me flat out that if you'd gotten into his account or his wife's, you'd have a bullet in your forehead. Zeke began breathing hard, raking a hand over his face. He was visibly shaken, and his eyes took on an unfocused glaze. He wasn't here in this room with me anymore. I didn't know where the fuck he was, or what kind of thoughts were going through his mind. I stepped away, giving him some space. He didn't seem to notice. You have to stop hacking. He looked my way, his eyes flaring. Like fuck I'm stopping. He climbed to his feet, a storm on his face. Fuck you, Cade. Hacking is... I hack. I've done it all my life. No one's caught me. Until now. He stopped, blinking as my words hit him. Well, yeah. I'll just be smarter. I shook my head, knowing a lost cause when I heard one. You'll stop looking into Kai Bennett and his family. I'll be smarter. I'd planned to follow that up with a threat, but the way he said those words, so earnest, so determined, I swallowed it instead. He was going to do it anyway. I pointed to the door. Get the fuck out. Once he got himself there and opened it, I added, when he kills you, I've had my funeral quota. I'm not going to another. And if you violate my goddamn privacy, my family's privacy, my kids, my brother, his family, anyone I love, I'll come back for you. I won't be bringing my brother. He stared at me, long and hard. His jaw clenched. A myriad of expressions crossed his face, but none of them were good. He was pissed. How dare I take away his passion? That's what he was thinking. I didn't know him. I didn't know how good he was. Maybe I didn't, but I did know how easily it had been for Kai Bennett to get between my daughter and myself. That shook me. Once he was gone, I made a few calls. Security was told to make sure Zeke Allen was escorted off the premises and put on the banned list. Next, I called Channing Monroe. Are we going for a beer tonight? He said in greeting. I figured I'll need a few to have the conversation I'm owed. Logan and I needed to blow off steam, I told him, getting the business talk done first. I reached out to the Red Demons, thinking they could help with that. I was looking at a potential war against an adversary in a world that I knew nothing about, and I thought I might need more than one alliance. I don't believe I'll need that anymore, because Kai Bennett himself showed up. I'm not sorry that I made the call to reach out to the Red Demons. I can't. It was for my family. They have a bigger footstep in the same world that also has Kai Bennett, bigger than yours. But I am sorry that in making that decision I needed to cut you out. I hope you can understand my reasoning, but I'll understand if you can't. Incidentally, Kai Bennett is also the reason I had you check for my security guards at my place. His men disposed of them to ensure he and I could have a private conversation. And by private, I mean that he got between Maddie's vehicle and mine, and went on a walk with me and 8 of his own men patrolling with their guns. The topic of that conversation was that he had nothing to do with my father's death. I've looked into things a bit more since then, and I'm inclined to believe him. Mason, I'm not done. I was absolutely done giving Zeke Allen any leeway. Check your phone, because Zeke Allen just informed me he picked up a text you sent your sister, one where you asked her about Kai Bennett. You do what you want with that information. Channing was quiet for a long moment. What the fuck are you talking about? Channing was going to fillet Alan alive, and if he didn't, his sister would. Despite him giving her some cute nickname, people did not mess with Channing's sister. Zeke knew this. He dug his own grave. He spoke slowly as he was still processing all that I said. Shit, Mason. When you unload, you really unload. We can have that beer, but I'm figuring you got things to do now. It seems I do. I'll reach out later. The kid wasn't going to stop hacking. He'd face the consequences.
Chapter 34. Maddie. I was leaving school when I heard the loud bass blaring from Beltrane's car in the lot. As was typical, a group of people had congregated around his vehicle, or now vehicles, because he and Axel and Steele all parked together. They were in the back of the lot, and no one else parked there or ventured over unless they were invited. "Hey, Maddie!" A girl approached me, sounding out of breath as she adjusted her backpack, smiling widely. She was a little shorter than me, curvy, with fitted high-waisted jeans. They were the trendy kind that faded at the hem and were ripped over the knees. She had glossy black hair and tight curls, dark eyes, eyelashes even I could admire, so either she knew what she was doing with makeup or they were fake. She wore white sneakers and a white V-neck tee that showed off her black bra underneath, and she'd layered a black and white flannel over the top. I knew her. We had a couple classes together. She'd been trying to befriend me. Her efforts hadn't been very fruitful. "Lucia?" She preened. "You can just call me Luce. That's cool. I mean, we're already on nicknames." "Everyone calls me Maddie." She stopped laughing. "Oh, I assumed it was short for Madison." "It's not." I moved forward, a bout of impatience swirling through me. I used to have friends. In Boston, in San Diego. I didn't know what was wrong with me now. I used to want to have friends. They were fun to laugh with, gossip with, do girl things like sleepovers or manicures. I'd gotten my ears pierced with my best friend from Boston. I frowned thinking of her now, as we hadn't done very well keeping in touch when I moved to San Diego. Eventually, my Boston friends stopped making an effort. I hadn't even tried keeping up with my San Diego friends. I suppose a part of me assumed they'd be the same as my Boston friends. Why make an effort when they'd stop talking to me too? Since coming to Fallen Crest, I'd focused on Max, but he chose not to go to this school. He went to public. Stevie Brodo swept past us, her head down, hugging her bag to her chest. I watched to see which vehicle she'd get into. Lucia stopped with me. "She's new too. Do you know her?" "No." But that wasn't totally true. Stevie was connected to people who were connected to my parents. I knew my mom had a mission to befriend Stevie's uncle and his wife. My mom had asked a few times what I thought of Stevie, and she'd brought up inviting her to the house. She wanted us to be friends, that was obvious. I rolled my eyes. The person in charge of forming that friendship wasn't me. Stevie seemed to be even more antisocial than I did. She talked to no one, hung out with no one. "She only hangs out with the moody group," Lucia said, whining. I frowned at her. Guess I was wrong about Stevie. "Who?" "You know." She gestured to the car Stevie approached. The door opened and a guy stepped out. Stevie ducked into the back seat. That must be the moody group. The guy was lean, tattooed, and pierced. "Caleb Kieran and his friends?" I heard the wistfulness in Lucia's voice. Beltrane, Axel, and Steele were popular, but Caleb Kieran and his group were maybe just as much. Caleb was seriously hot. So was his best friend Josh. I didn't know his last name. There were a few others in the group too, and I'd heard they weren't privileged, like most other students here. I had no clue what that meant. They had less money than the rest, or they didn't make a big deal of how much money their families had. "Who is that?" Lucia drew in a sharp breath. I pulled my gaze away from Kieran's car, and immediately everything in my world was covered in a nice warm blanket. The cloudy, overcast sky moved apart to let the sun shine through as Max pulled up to park in front of me in his truck. Those guys had nothing on Max. No one was even in his stratosphere. Max, with his golden tan skin, dark blonde and messily rumpled hair, dark blue eyes that turned gray when he was either mad or something else, and that deliciously square jaw. He was shorter than me until last summer. That's when he shot past me, now standing at 6'4". He'd also spent the summer honing his physique in the gym. Max never cared about his looks. He always had them. But his pretty boy face had also transformed into something more ruggedly handsome. Delicious fucking lips. His round cheeks were now chiseled, and his dad let him start getting tattoos. He told me he was keeping those to a minimum. He didn't want to go overboard like his dad, whose body was almost covered in tattoos. He leaned over and pushed open his passenger door. He jerked his chin to me. "Get in." I moved forward, reaching for the door, and paused to look at him. His jeans were the real kind of faded, not like Lucia's, and all the rips in them were from being worn. They looked good on him. He was also wearing a Fallen Crest public shirt. It fit nicely over his chest and stomach, and I could see him drawing a breath waiting for me. "Are you getting in or not?" My smile only widened. He was annoyed, but I caught the flash of affection, too. He'd so totally missed me. And he was checking me out. I moved slowly, drawing this out as I climbed up and settled in, letting him get a view of my bra and stomach. He drew in some air. "Fuck's sakes, Mads." I chuckled, handing him my bag. He tossed it in the back seat as I closed the door. Lucia still stood on the sidewalk, her jaw on the floor. I flashed her a grin. "Hey, man." What? I turned at the sound of a voice. I had missed it, but as I was taking my time getting in Max's truck, Caleb Kieran had gotten out of his and walked over to stand on the other side of Max's door. I frowned, not sure how I felt about this. Max was mine. He didn't need to know people. Then again, everyone loved Max. If you knew him, you loved him. The universe deemed it a rule when Max was born. I hadn't met someone who didn't think Max hung the moon. "What's up?" Max asked. Kieran looked over to me. I glared at him. He started laughing. "Your girl's not happy." Max frowned at me, but he didn't respond. "What's going on?" "There's a party out on Bombshell this Friday." "The abandoned building?" "Yeah, wanted to see if you're in." He wagged his eyebrows up and down. "I know you're a killer in that arena. You want in?" Max's eyebrows pinched together. "Are you setting it up?" I had no idea what they were talking about. As if Max could sense my frustration, he cut me a look. We'd discuss this once we had some privacy. "Not sanctioned by the same people who organize the other fighting ring." "Why the different location?" Kieran shrugged, propping his arm on Max's door. "Who knows? But it works out for you, doesn't it? Word's out that you got banned from the last place." A fighting ring. The Red Demons. This kid was asking Max if he wanted to fight, and I was officially pissed off. Max had shit out a Hulk-sized dump because he went to the fighting ring last Friday and lost his marbles. Now Kieran was asking if he wanted to fight? As if sensing my anger, Max reached over. His hand went to my leg. My hand covered his, and I began digging my nails in. I wanted to break skin, motherfucker. He hissed, glaring at me before extracting his hand, or he tried because I wouldn't let him. I kept digging in. "Ouch, fuck, Maddie!" He pulled his hand away. Kieran frowned. "You know what?" Max flashed Kieran a hard smile. "When's the party again?" "This Friday." Kieran's smile was wide and filled with sinister promise. I didn't like him. I looked over at his car where Stevie was pressed in the back seat between another guy and a girl. I also decided she was too good for this guy. Too good to be his friend. Too good for anything else. I wasn't going to allow it. Max let out a soft sigh and shook his head. "Sounds good. Let me know the details and rules. I'll be there." "Yeah?" Kieran's eyebrows shot up. He stepped back from the truck and held up a fist. "Right on. This will be awesome." Max's mouth pressed in a firm line, but he hit Kieran's fist with one of his own. As the guy strolled back over to his car and got in, I seethed. Max turned to me. Knock, knock. Max stopped talking as someone pounded on my window. This time it was Beltrain. I rolled it down. Axel and Steele had also come over. They were looking in the direction Kieran had driven. Train lifted his chin up. "What was that about?" "Nothing." Max's tone was cool. He didn't like these guys. Well, I didn't like Kieran and his group. So there. I smiled. Max just got invited to fight again, except this time it's at a different location. And guess what? He's going to do it. This will be so much fun. I kept my face blank, looking back at Max. He rolled his eyes, reaching forward and starting his engine. "Can you be more dramatic?" "Yes." He shook his head. Steele stepped closer to the truck. "You're fighting?" His words were for Max. "I said I would." Max's eyebrows drew together. He didn't know Steele. Steele stepped back, sharing a look with Train and Axel. Max looked at me, and I shrugged. "I'm not on their telepathic mind wave. You, yes. Them, no." He closed his eyes, his jaw going rigid. "Do you have to say everything you think?" "No, and I don't. There's a lot you have no idea I think about." Example number 1. I was back to being certain I was a sociopath. Or I had sociopathic tendencies. I didn't plan enough to be a psychopath, and I functioned a little more normally than a psychopath. I wasn't acting. I just didn't have fear or emotions about a lot of people. I turned back to Train. "We done here?" "Monroe and I need to go fight, and afterward I'm going to climb on his lap. The longer you take, the less likely I'll get the happy ending I'm hoping for." The guy started laughing. "Fuck, Maddie," came Max's voice behind me. "Exactly." I gave Train a meaningful look, and still laughing, he held his hands up, taking a dramatic step away. "Not holding you back. Let's catch up later, Cade, yeah?" I rolled my window back up, and Max drove away. My phone buzzed. "Train." "Your car's still here." "Me. I'll get it later." Train. "Steele's sister is coming to hang out this weekend. He wants to know if you want to meet her. She's cool." Unknown number. "I can ask her myself. You don't have to be our spokesperson for everything." Oh. This was a group chat. Scrolling up, I confirmed it. Train was there. Me. I changed the unknown number to Steele. There were 2 other numbers. Me. Who else is in here? Unknown. Me. Axel. Me. Got you. Who's the other one? Train. It's Aurelia. I scrolled back up and removed her from the group chat. Axel. LOL. Train. Me. It's me or her. I'm not going to deal with her in a text chat too. School and the few times I hang out with you guys is more than enough. Train. We'll make a new chat with her. Axel. Got a feeling this one will be way more interesting. Me. I don't sext. Axel. Maybe not. Steele. Gross, dude. Train. Axel. Haha. Train. Steele. WTF. I was done with this conversation and wanted to get back to Max. Me. More than likely, I'll be grounded again because I'm going to sneak out for that fight. So, probably no. On the hangout with Steele's sister. Train. Haha. Okay. Hope you didn't get into too much trouble. We didn't catch up. Me. The sentencing hasn't happened. My parents were busy this morning. Train. Busy? Busy? Suggestive wink emoji. Steele. Seriously? Those are her parents. Axel. Her mom is extra hot. You don't got eyes, dude? We might be enjoying Maddie's personality, but I mean, come on. She looks like her mom. I see no problem here. Steele. Stop talking about her parents. Train. Yeah, dude, respect. Say it to her face. I snorted, grinning. Axel. Okay. I'm confused about what's going on here. Train. Steele, put your phone away. Train. No clue what's up his ass, but let's hang out. If you're too grounded to sneak out, find us for lunch. You're cool people, Cade. Axel. And easy to look at, too. Hot. Meant in a respectful but truthful way because, well, you are. Hot. And I'm a dude. And a teenager. Hottie. I snorted again. Max kept looking my way, but I ignored him. Once we got to wherever he was taking us for our talk, he'd get my attention. Me. Meant to ask today, did you guys get in trouble? Axel. You mean when your dad and uncle crashed our party and called all of our parents? Because that awesome ride was not one I want to find myself on again. Axel. Kidding. I'm fine. My dad was annoyed more than anything. None of us got in trouble. Some of the others did, some of the girls, and a few of the other guys, but the three of us were fine. Train. One of the benefits of having parentals who don't give a shit. Me. What about Steele? They didn't answer, so I put my phone away, sliding it into my pocket as Max parked. I guess we were here. Wherever here was. My phone buzzed, but I ignored it. Where are we? It was a clearing off the road. He opened his door and got out. Come on, the river's not far. We can have our fight and then go swimming. I scrambled out the door. I didn't know what I was more excited about. Fighting or skinny dipping.
Chapter 35. Mason. We were at a standstill. I didn't like it. 2 weeks passed and my irritation had been growing steadily. It was quiet. Too quiet. So quiet that Logan decided to return to Boston with Sammy. If something happened here, he'd be back. In the meantime, I went over the folder my PI got to me. Bennett was right. It was thin, extremely thin, and there was nothing in there that gave me a better feel on him. It was everything I already knew, except for how much he loathed any press talking about his family. He went to extreme lengths to keep his name out of the media. There was nothing to connect Kai Bennett with a hostile takeover. Instead, she found meetings, photos, and calls going back and forth between Philip Moreau and a handful of other Cade Enterprises shareholders. She kept sending more information on other shareholders daily. I looked into how many shares Avoy had, remembering what Maddie had mentioned his daughter was saying. Avoy had the least amount of the shares. If he was running his mouth, it was just that. He was running his mouth. I asked my PI to look into him as well. But with the rest, the math made sense. If someone was in any place to push for a majority, it would be Moreau. If each of those shareholders sold to Moreau, he'd be close. Except he didn't know that Nate also had a stake in the company. When one of the previous shareholders wanted out, we'd gotten there first. It had been a calculated move early on in case of this exact scenario. A decision was made to look closer into Moreau, see if he was going to make a move, and when that might happen, and keep trying to figure out who told my father that Kai Bennett was coming after him. Until then, life went on. It just felt like it was moving at a fucking snail's pace. I handled Cade Enterprises. Sam returned to consulting and mentored her clients. Maddie was still grounded. Sam had rained down with Thor's hammer. And Maddie seemed to be making an effort to return to being the normal teenager we'd known before losing my father. Either that, or she was getting smarter about sneaking out. Her blasé attitude seemed to be thawing. She'd asked to go to a friend's house to do homework a few times. She'd been allowed to hang out there last weekend as well. If it had to do with school, or if Max was with her, we let her go. I knew Sam was curious about her friends, but Maddie flat out told Sam it was too early for the friend inquisition. She said she wasn't sure if she even liked the girl. Apparently there was a sister who visited on the weekends. I wasn't sure if I got all the correct information, but she did bring over a girl named Lucia and introduced her to Sam. These flashes of the old Maddie warmed her old pop's heart. And when she asked if we'd come to the football game this weekend, that was an easy yes. I loved my kids. I'd moved heaven and hell for them. A high school football game? Not a problem. "Maddie's at her friend's again," Sam announced, coming down the stairs. "She's going to meet us at the game." She kept talking, but sorry, wife, I was gone. With a light sweater that fell past her waist a little, she wore leggings and sneakers. She looked fucking edible. She went over to pick up her purse, still talking, and I knew what she was going to do. She didn't enjoy carrying her purse around, and our kids were old enough that she didn't need it as much, so she often downsized. Her wallet, phone, and lipstick were pulled out. She handed the wallet to me, because my jean pockets were bigger. Her lipstick went into her front pocket, and she'd keep her phone on her as well, though she'd pull it out within a few weeks to check for texts from the kids. The purse went back on the counter. She finally looked at me, her eyes widening on my shirt before she met my gaze. They widened even more, because there was no doubt she was able to read how much I wanted to fuck her. Right now, right here, up against the wall, and I'd do it fucking ruthlessly. She shivered, her eyes darkening. "We don't have time." I grunted. "I'm thinking we do." She groaned. "Mason." Fuck the game. I stalked toward her. "We got time. Trust me." Moving in behind her, I fitted myself to her back and smoothed a hand down her front, sliding slowly, enjoying how her body was already trembling, already getting ready for me. Going to her clit, I rubbed her. Her chest lifted up in a ragged breath, and she rested her head against my shoulder. I pressed a hand to her chin so I could have her mouth. As soon as I did, I slid my hand further. Her whole body surged up in my arms. God, I love that. She was so fucking responsive. My finger slid inside, another joined. As I worked her over, my fingers went deep and began rubbing. I kept kissing her. Fuck. I groaned, needing more, just more. I made quick work here because I hadn't lied. I wanted to get my dick wet. Soon Sam gripped my arm, her nails sinking in. I fucking loved when she did that. If she broke skin, I loved the pain. My woman did that. God, yes. Just thinking about that, my dick ached, pushing against my jeans. "Mason," Sam gasped, tearing her mouth away. I growled. I wanted to taste her when I got her off. My hand left her clit. I was going to catch her face and turn it back to me, but she caught my hand and shoved it back to her clit. Okay, then. I went back to rubbing, a third finger thrusting in, and she almost levitated in my arms. Her knees came up and I caught her, lifting her and carrying her to the nearest wall. I pushed her up against it, my fingers still sliding inside of her. She cried out as her release flooded her. Her hands flattened against the wall, holding her weight. She was panting, her head turned sideways to me. Fuck. I liked that look on her face. Dazed, blitzed. She gave me a sloppy grin, which made my dick throb even harder. She moaned as her climax continued to roll through her. "Love you," she said, breathless. I was stupid gone over this woman. I leaned in and nipped at her bottom lip, my lips grazing hers as I said back, "So fucking much." She moaned all over again, her eyes darkening. When her legs were able to hold her again, I rolled her leggings down, shoving them and her thong out of the way. Unzipping myself, I pulled my dick out and rubbed it against her ass. "Mason," she warned, her eyes dark and heavy as she watched me. I smirked. "Don't worry, but fuck, Sam. I miss your ass." Her eyes closed, and I had to kiss her again. I tipped her hips back and ran my cock through her folds. Fuck. I just meant to rub against her entrance, but her slickness sucked me in. God damn. I love this woman. I loved everything about her. My woman. I shoved all the way in, both of us groaning. She was already primed for me, and I went fast and hard. I drove into her with powerful strokes, and it wasn't long until she cried out again. Another release was building. I loved being able to bring her back up and up and up again. I pounded in, gritting my teeth because she felt so good. She always did, but I held off, panting. Seeing her hands turn into fists and the way she clenched her jaw, I cursed. Come. She was fighting it. I leaned in and whispered, I want to feel you quake around my dick, baby. I need your pussy to squeeze me hard and hold me in the cement fucking grip you got in your cunt, because I love it when you punish me. Do it. Come for me again. Her body was rigid and shaking. I slid my hand over her hip, pausing over her stomach before sliding down. Once I made contact with her nub, she cursed and her walls clamped down on my dick. It was heaven on this earth. I swore once and released into her. Ah! She screamed. Her head slammed back to my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around her waist and held her in place. We were both shaking, the waves still rocking through us. I recovered a little faster and panted, just holding her until her body stopped jerking. I moved my hand over hers, rubbing my butterfly tattoo over hers. Fucking fuck, Mason, fuck. She laughed softly. I was pumped, my body primed. I could take on the world right now. When I set her back down, easing her down, her knees buckled. I swooped in to catch her, but she shoved me off. I got this. I laughed, but I didn't step back. I stayed right there, my chest pressed against her back. Don't get pissed that I'm thorough. She rolled her eyes, trying to pull up her leggings, but her body was still trembling. She had to let go of the leggings to grab the counter beside her. I tissed her and pulled her to rest against my chest. Pulling my shirt off, I used it to clean both of us up. Tossing it to the floor, I made a mental note to grab it when we got back, or one of the dogs would tear into it. I helped to dress her, pulling up her panties and leggings. I smoothed a hand over them, feeling her lipstick in one of the pockets and running around to stroke her ass. I lingered there. I really loved her ass. She'd put on a little weight, so she had more for me to hold on to back there. My bulge was back, and I rubbed it against her. God, I love when this moves. She made a mewling sound before she shoved me back again, but she was grinning. You're so... I couldn't take my eyes off her ass. Leggings were such sweet torment. I knew she could see the hunger still in me. It was always going to be there. I'd never be able to appease it. Not fully. I didn't know if this was normal, but I never wanted to find out. As long as Sam loved me, I would die before losing her. A surge of protective and possessive need swept through me, and I pulled her into my arms, kissing her forehead. The world could fall down around us, and I wouldn't notice if I had her in my arms and my kids close. Afterward, there'd be paralyzing fear, because I'd need to make sure Maddie hadn't been the cause of it. And Nolan and Nash would probably know it was going to happen, so they'd already be by us. My family. I grinned. We were a force of nature. All of us. Together, separately. Fuck anyone who tried to hurt us again. What are you thinking? Sam tipped her head back, her eyebrows up. I pressed one last kiss to her forehead. Nothing. Just thinking about us and our kids. Her eyes widened. Oh, God. We're going to be late. I need to call Nolan and Nash. We were supposed to pick them up on the way. I stepped back, letting her panic and run to the bathroom to make sure she was presentable. Checking my phone, I found a text that made me smile. Nash. Some of my teammates are getting pizza before the game. Nolan's with me. We'll meet you at the game. Don't worry. We got cash to get in. Love you, Dad. Nolan. Love you, Dad. My family was pretty fucking great, and I needed to grab a new shirt.
Chapter 36. Samantha. It had been a long time since I'd attended an event at Fallen Crest Academy, my old school. We came in for a meeting with the administration when we enrolled Maddie and had a quick tour. They had built a brand new school with an Olympic-sized pool and state-of-the-art facilities, a new track, a new football field, tennis courts, a soccer field. The school resembled a small university now, and they charged for it. The place was impressive, but I missed the old school. Somewhat. When we paid and stepped inside the football stadium, the looks and whispers began almost immediately. People pulled their phones out to take pictures. This was always what it was like going to anything football-related with Mason. He stepped close to me, his chest brushing the back of my shoulder. "I'll grab stuff at the concessions if you want to make sure our children are alive, and also not killing anyone else's children." I shot him a glare. He only smiled, moving off. He looked too fucking good in the Henley he grabbed on the way out of the door. Then again, Mason always looked good. He only seemed to get better looking as he aged. It wasn't fair. His broad chest, chiseled jawline, slim hips, those big muscled shoulders, and those green eyes. He was all mine. What had he said? Right. I needed to make sure our children hadn't killed anyone. Maddie had let us know during our discussion about why she violated her grounding 3 times that she believed she was a sociopath. At first, she'd been wavering between psychopath or sociopath, but she'd watched a video on YouTube and drawn her conclusion. She was a sociopath. She promised me one night that she'd use her abilities for good, like Dexter, without the sibling stuff. I'd not watched Dexter, so I didn't know what she meant, and I made a note never to watch it, though I was sure it was a lovely sitcom. "Sam?" A woman was coming over. She looked familiar. Brown hair past her shoulders. She was wearing a Fallen Crest Academy sweatshirt with their new colors, white and gold. I remember Melinda telling me they'd voted to change their colors. Fallen Crest Public did theirs, and a month later, FCA was doing the same thing. Lydia, that was her name. She used to be a good friend, until I learned she never had really been a good friend. Her and Jessica. When I dated Jeff, shit, the memories. I struggled not to show my surprise. She looked good, a little heavier, but we were all older. Age happened. It was biology. The extra weight looked good on her. She was almost glowing. A button was pinned to her sweatshirt. It was an FCA football player, kneeling and smiling widely. "Hi, Lydia." "Wow, hello. How are you?" "I'm good. Wonderful, actually." She saw I was looking at her pin and beamed, gesturing to it. "My son's on the team, number 12, Patrick Heimler." "Mom!" Hearing Nolan's voice, I turned to find her darting my way. Her eyes were big, a little dilated, but she got like that when she was having fun. Her cheeks were red, and as she hit my side, her hand caught mine. It was clammy. Hi. She tipped her head back, an adorable impish smile on her face. "Hey, honey." I hugged her to me before checking her temperature, just to be sure. She felt fine. I ran my hand through her hair, trying to calm it down. It was all frizzy, though Nolan never seemed to care. "Where's your brother and sister?" She rested the side of her face against my arm, tucking into my side. "I don't know. They're here somewhere." She looked back up, rising to her tiptoes. "You don't need to worry about them," she whispered. "Worry about Dad tonight." I frowned. She was like this sometimes. My little girl who saw things we didn't, and knew things no one was supposed to. She rested against me again. I threaded my fingers through her hair. "This is one of yours?" Lydia was smiling at her. Nolan narrowed her eyes, tilted her head to the side, and her face went blank. She shuffled around, giving Lydia her back. "Mom, I need to show you something." She pushed me in the direction she'd just come from, where the concessions were, and judging by the wave of gold and white, where the FCA people sat. I held up a hand to Lydia. "It was nice seeing you again." "You too." She bobbed her head up and down, a hand in the air. "Let's catch up another time. I'd love to hear how you're doing." "Mom!" Nolan whined, taking my hand and switching sides to pull me along. "Let's go. Hurry." I looked between her and Lydia. "Sure, yeah." "Homecoming!" Lydia shouted, just as we were swallowed by a group of people. As soon as we were out of sight, Nolan stopped dragging me. "Oh, thank God!" "What?" She was peering behind me, a fierce frown on her face. I looked too, not seeing anything in particular. "Honey?" I stepped close to her, smoothing my hands down the sides of her face. "What was it that you needed to show me?" "Oh, nothing." She dropped my hand and wrapped her arms around my waist. "I just didn't want you around that woman. She's not good people." "What? Lydia?" Nolan shrugged. "I don't know her name. Just know she's not good people. She's one of those people who say one thing but mean something else, and the something else is always not good for you. Steer clear of her and people like her." Her body tightened, and she tipped her head back again. "Don't worry, Mom. She keeps her not nice side hidden, but I'll teach you how to see that. You can still learn." She ripped herself away from me, running off. "Dad!" I shook my head and checked to make sure Nolan was at her dad's side. He was heading my way with 2 beers and some food. Nolan was jumping around him, poking at him. When he gave her a nod, she reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of candy. I scowled. He met my gaze and smirked. Smart ass. But I couldn't stop from grinning. He was not the disciplinarian parent. Every one of the kids knew to go to him if they wanted something. He was the softy. Another arm moved around my waist, and I jolted before recognizing my son. He hugged me the way his twin had been moments before, scooting under my arm, watching Mason and Nolan heading our way. "Words out, I see," he mumbled. I looked down. How did my 8th grade son sound so world-weary and tired? I hugged him to me. "You okay, sweetie?" He watched as a few kids ran up to Mason, asking for autographs. Mason indulged. He generally tried to be accommodating until we needed to find our seats for the game. He was good at drawing a boundary. He'd learned how to handle his fans long ago. The kids sometimes got tired of it, but Mason was a good dad. Still, I'd not heard this from Nash before. I tipped his head up to look at me. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "Nothing." "Nash," I warned. He blinked, and his gaze cleared. He smiled up at me, looking genuine. "I'm good, Mom. Will you tell me later?" He searched my gaze, probably seeing that I wasn't going to let this go. He sighed and nodded. "Yeah." I held up my pinky. "Promise?" He snorted but grinned. He wrapped his pinky with mine and we shook. "Promise." He stepped aside, looking back at Mason and Nolan. One of his hands went to his hip. "It's not a big deal, Mom, just... There's a lot of kids who are talking about him." "What are they saying?" He shook his head, and his usual excitement gleamed back at me. He loved football, loved playing it. I tugged on his Fallen Crest Academy football shirt. "How was your practice?" He'd made the junior varsity, which was early for someone in his grade. They hadn't had a game today. "It was good," he yawned, looking around. "Oh," his eyes rounded. "My coach wants to talk to you and Dad after the game tonight." My eyebrows furrowed. "What did you do?" A ghost of a smile flashed over his face. "Mom," I grinned back. He was like me in some ways, but if you pissed him off, he turned Mason in 0.2 seconds. People thought he was easygoing, and mostly he was. He and Nolan were good kids, but I knew my son had a vicious streak. I'd witnessed it. The other kids didn't seem wary of him so far, but it would happen. That's how it had been before. The other boys learned not to mess with Nash. It started happening as early as 2nd grade. I'd been tense as he grew up, worried about whether I should say something or step in, because I didn't want him to hurt another kid, but no parent ever came to me about it. Then one night, Nolan had whispered in my ear that I didn't need to worry about it. "He only does something if someone is trying to mess with me or him," she'd said. "And he's smart, Mom. He's better at handling bullies than Maddie is." She had rolled her eyes. "We both are." I'd been surprised, a little relieved, and then worried, because how many bullies did they deal with? Her comment about Maddie also concerned me, until I'd discovered what she was talking about when I was called to Maddie's school. A group of girls had been trying to bully my daughter. Maddie turned the tide and ended up bullying them, or so they claimed. When the girls wouldn't say what exactly Maddie had done to them, the meeting was dismissed, but I laid down the law when I got home. Maddie spilled the details. A girl tried to cyberbully her, so Maddie had befriended a hacker who got into the girl's phone and shared all of her private messages publicly. I'd blanched when I heard that. Another girl tossed something in Maddie's locker, and it destroyed some of her books. Maddie got even by going to that girl's house, pretending she was a friend, and hooking up a hose in the nearest bathroom. She soaked the girl's entire room. To this day, I had no idea why that girl's parents never said anything. We should have been on the hook to pay for the damage, but Maddie laughed when I shared that concern. "She wouldn't dare open that window," she'd said. "Once the parents are involved, she knows I can get more dirt I'll spill to her parents. She'd be so grounded, she'd never see her friends until she was 50. These kids nowadays, Mom, they aren't all saints, not like they were when you grew up." "Maddie, I'm not that old," I'd told her. She'd rolled her eyes. "Yeah, okay, but you're so old you can read a map that's on paper." I stopped bringing up our ages after that conversation. Nash shrugged at me now. "It's nothing. I think they want me to start dressing for the varsity games." At that moment, some of his friends ran past. Nash yelled to them, giving me a rushed kiss on the cheek. "Love you, Mom. I'm going to sit with the guys. See you after." He tore after them, and I was left with a strange wave of nostalgia. He was so tiny, or he should have been. My little boy. Now he was going to start dressing with the varsity team? I had a feeling he wasn't going to be dressing and standing on the sidelines. They wouldn't need to talk to us about that. They were going to start playing him. My baby. They grew up fast. Too fast.
Chapter 37. Mason. "Mason!" After the game, I waited on the side of the field, near an exit that was off the path of everyone else. I was staying out of the way because a crowd started to form around me whenever I left my seat. It was only because it was my first time at a varsity game. It had died down over time, but tonight I caught the looks on my kids' faces. They didn't want pro-athlete dad. They wanted their dad tonight. Sam needed to stick around and talk to David and Melinda. Nolan kept insisting her and Nash needed to go with the grandparents for the night and weekend, so I made myself scarce. We were flexible. We generally let them. The only time we wouldn't was if they got in trouble, but that rarely happened with the twins. Sam's stepbrother was heading my way as the teams filtered past. Mark had his hands stuffed in the pockets of his jeans, his shoulders hunched forward. I moved farther to the side, ducking my head as a few of the visiting team's players seemed to notice me. A couple recognized me, cursed, and shot forward into their locker room. I wasn't close to Mark. It just never happened over the years, and I wasn't sure why. He'd stuck around in the area, getting his real estate license a while back. Turns out he was good at selling houses. He'd helped us with ours. He also owned and managed a few apartments in Fallen Crest and another town south of here. He and Cass ended their relationship, and it looked more and more like it was going to be official this time. Evidently, he'd been drowning himself in alcohol, and he'd been taking home a string of one-night stands. "You're sober?" He stopped abruptly a few yards away. "What'd you say?" "You heard me. I keep getting reports every night you stumble home." I shook my head. "Sam's worried about you." "Oh." The fight left him as he rubbed his forehead, wincing. "I didn't think about that. I'll be fine. Just the usual post-breakup thing. And yes, I'm sober." The crunch of footsteps came from behind us. Mark shifted to the side. revealing a giant fucking NFL offensive lineman that I'd always thanked my stars that I personally didn't go head-to-head against Brett Perdue. I ran far and wide for the most part, and he liked to try to make my quarterback eat grass. "Surprised to see you here tonight," I spoke first, holding out my hand. He gave Mark a nod and met my hand with his as he joined us. He gestured to the guest bleachers. "Stevie asked Billy to come, so we sat over there." That's right. His niece attended the same school as Maddie. Billy staying incognito? She must have been. Brett and I both had celebrity status, but if he showed up with his wife, there was no contest. She got all the attention. People were obsessed with serial killers, and Billy's story was still a hot topic. Brett winced, the movement twisting his giant neck. "Like I said, she wanted to be here for Stevie. All this attention will go away." I understood what he was saying. Some of the attention his wife received wasn't positive, which wasn't anything she deserved. She seemed shy, skittish. Brett was crazy about her. Mark snorted. "People are—" He trailed off as the Fallen Crest Academy team left the field, moving past us. The coaches were heading our way as well. Sam had mentioned that Nash's coach wanted to talk to me. But when the varsity head coach saw me, he came right for me. "Cade!" He held his hand out, looking harried, a little distracted. The team had lost by a field goal, and they shouldn't have. They were better than the other team, but it had come down to a few plays that went the other team's way. David used to coach this team, back when we were teens. When he retired, from what I knew, the head coach position went to this guy. I shook his hand. "Coach Ravenry, tough game tonight." He just grunted in response. He shook Brett's hand and Mark's. "Mark, always good to see you. Patricia wouldn't be happy with me if I didn't pass along that she's got a couple friends she'd like to introduce to you, when you're ready." Mark's head jerked back. Yeah, sorry, Coach. Well, we'll see. It's new. We were together a long time." Coach Ravenry nodded. "There's one or two teachers here a guy would be lucky to get a shot with. When you're ready, let me know. My wife would love to host a get-together at the house. She's used to cooking to feed an entire football team, so we'd have plenty of food. She likes wine and board games. Her latest obsession is playing sequence. You say the word, she's looking for an excuse to throw a party." He turned to Brett and me. "You'll both be invited, with your significant others as well." Brett nodded. "Thanks, Coach. I'll keep it in mind. You do that." His focus turned to me. "Coach Billersman is wanting to talk with you, but since you're here, I thought I'd tackle this head-on right now. You gotta worry if we pull your boy to dress for varsity?" I raised my eyebrows. Asking a JV player to dress on the side isn't all that unusual. What are you really planning for him? He gave me a long consideration, his eyes narrowing before he spoke. "Not going to bullshit around it. Your boy's good, real good. We've been eyeing him since he started, but he's in 8th grade. If I start playing your boy on varsity, other parents are going to have a say." I nodded. Nash would be taking playing time a senior wanted, or a junior, or sophomore, or even a freshman. I got it. Politics of high school football unfolded off the field more than on it, and often involved parents, not the kids. More players were leaving the field. Most continued past us, but a few slowed to a stop. I don't have a personal thought. He'd love to play. We're proud of him. If you're worried about someone's negative opinion, I don't care about that. But it's my boy. His mom and I will have a conversation with him. See if he's got a particular opinion one way or another. Coach raised his chin, giving me another long look. "I won't hold back. I wouldn't be starting him, but he'd see a lot of playing time. He's got speed that will be an asset to our team. There's no way around that." I looked back at a group of players lingering. There were some of the guys who'd been in Maru's basement when we crashed their party. 2 of them held their helmets, but one, Manning, kept his on. Steele Manning. He'd been sitting on the couch with Maddie. I also noticed him looking at us a few times during the game. He might have been looking at someone else in the bleachers around us, but I had the feeling we were the focus of his attention. Coach Ravenry noticed them too and dipped his chin to me. "Let me know. We can have another conversation about it if you'd like. Boys," he motioned to them with his clipboard, "get in the locker room. Let's go. We're not out here having a gossip session." Another man joined the players, clapping a hand on Beltrain Moru's shoulder. Well, shit. It was Philip Moru, Beltrain's father. He ignored what their coach just said, grabbing the front of Manning's helmet and jerking him around. Philip Moru was a few years on the other side of 50, but the older he aged, the younger he cheated. He was loud, pompous, and had an ego that was going to be a problem. He'd come to Dad's funeral, and I'd met him again at a few of our follow-up meetings. The board members needed to be reassured I could step into my dad's place and the company would be fine. The company was fine, except for whoever had lied to my dad in Morrow's recent movements. Because as I was staring at him now, the hunch he was going to make a play for the company was coming back to me. "Hey, boys!" He jerked the steel kid forward, shaking him before letting him go. He laughed loudly, pounding on Axel Johansson's shoulder pads, then another kid's before focusing on his son. "How are you feeling about that loss, huh?" He shoved him back. As Beltrain stumbled, his dad advanced. He shoved him again, taunting. "Think you should be proud of that game? You lost. There ain't nothing for you to be proud about." His voice took on a menacing tone as he shoved his kid a third time. This time Beltrain fell. He stayed down. The kid and his friends did nothing. They were taking it. Brett glanced my way. I was aware of Mark watching me too. The coach wasn't doing anything. "Get up. We aren't losers in this family. And you." He rounded on Manning, grabbing his helmet's cage. "You're staying at my place. Your sister is there on the weekends. You want to keep staying? You're going to start earning your keep. You hear me? Starting with tonight. You lost tonight. That means no party. You and the others are going to meet me behind the shed. You can learn how my old man conditioned me never to lose a game. I'm going to whip you boys into shape." He jerked the kid again, and I was done. I moved in a flash. He began to shake that steel kid again. I warned. "You don't let go of that kid right now. I'm going to remove your hand for you." He paused. The others went rigid, and a tense silence fell over the group. "Excuse me?" He looked my way, letting go of the helmet. "Boys," their coach said gruffly, "get in the locker room." Philip looked the coach's way. "They aren't moving. I'm not done with them." "You're done for the night, Phil," Coach Ravenry replied. "You've been drinking. We don't want a repeat of our last loss. Word has a way of getting around." Philip Morrow took an intimidating step forward. "You threatening me, comrade?" First name basis here. I was noting that. Sometimes I detested small towns. Being a big fish in a small pond gave some guys an ego they wouldn't have if they were a small fish in a big pond. When Ravenry gave me a look, I knew this was one of those parents who'd have an opinion about Nash playing varsity. The boys were still standing around. I motioned to them. "Go inside. Listen to your coach." They took off. Morrow's kid only looked back once. Ravenry stayed. "You too, Coach," I told him. "Morrow and I have some other business to discuss." With a nod he left, but he moved at a normal pace. He didn't hurry, which made me wonder how the past interactions tended to go down between him and Morrow. Morrow made a move to follow him. I held up a hand and he hit it, bouncing back. "Not you." I turned back to see that Brett and Mark moved in, circling him. He looked around, scoffing. "What do you think you're going to do to me? You're new here, boy. You've been off, playing under the big lights, but you don't know how things are handled here. I know you're not going to lay a hand on any of those kids again, not how you just did." He scoffed again, a wildness in his eyes that he was having a hard time hiding. "And here I thought we were going to be friendly. I welcomed you to town, came to your father's funeral, introduced you to the other board members. How do you repay me for my kindness?" His eyes went mean. "You think you can get between me and my kid?" "When it's to hurt, not help, Fuck yeah, I am. I move toward him. Not a hardship on my end. Every time I see you, I tend to want to punch you. You going to give me that excuse now? That mean glint grew before it shifted to calculating. He smirked, shifting back on his feet. You know, I've heard a rumor that Kate Enterprises is struggling. Fine, we could go that direction. You heard wrong. Our stock plummeted the day after your daddy killed... He choked and stopped speaking. His voice strangled because I had a grip on his shoulder. A painful grip. And I walked him into the side of the equipment shed. I hadn't meant to accelerate things to this point so quickly, but he was about to talk about my dad. I glanced at Brett. I think he needs help standing. He grunted, staring down at Morrow. He was stumbling all over the place, intoxicated at a public event. Good thing he has us to help him out. I deadpanned, tightening my grip on him. That's us, regular saints here. With the grip I had on him, he couldn't use one entire side of his body. As he was still registering that he couldn't lift his arm or move his leg, I caught the shadows of Brett and Mark blocking us from view. He needs to stand a little, Mace, Mark pointed out. I eased up my grip, just a bit. Our stock bounced back the next day, you dumb fuck. You're going to shut your mouth about the company. Morrow glared at me, but he remained still. He looked at me as if I'd offended him. I knew his kind. They'd been at the top of the hierarchy all their lives. Here I come, a name he knows, but I'm new money. I'm an athlete. I've got fame and power, but in his mind, I can't match him, can't equal him. No, I'm just a football player. You think you're top dog, huh? No one messes with you. Poker with the district attorney, that sort of thing. I think I got friends in places that you have no idea about. He lifted his chin up. My grin, if that's what it could be called, was cold. His eyebrows pulled together. You think I'm not aware of the calls and meetings you've been having with the other shareholders? His sneer faltered, slightly. You think I don't know the shit you have on those members? That I don't have that information as well? The photos, the blackmail material? His sneer faded entirely. Or that I don't know about the secret meeting you're going to call early Monday morning with the agenda of finalizing those shares and making a move to force me and my brother from the company? His smarmy tanned skin went pale underneath, but then it started to get red. That color spread. I lifted a thumb, seeing a white print there. You don't know shit. And even if you did, it's too late. You're so wrong that you look stupid. This guy was coming for my family. He was going to regret that. He stopped struggling, but he still seethed. You don't know. He couldn't get out anymore. I tightened my hold and he dropped down a couple inches. He was folding under my grip. Does Johansson know you're fucking his wife? Axel's dad was also a shareholder. He went still. You're bluffing. I could tell him I know what sort of lingerie she wears. That I bet she hasn't worn it for him in a while. Of course, maybe she's got more than one set. But I'm betting he'll go straight home to look through her drawers himself. He'd be so angry. He won't stop to consider that he's cheating too. Or that he probably cheated first. He'll just care that his wife is fucking you. And moments earlier, you had the balls to blackmail him. You're lying. This is all a massive bluff. I got pictures. I smirked. None of the sales have gone through. You think he'll still sell after I show him those pictures? He scowled at me. I don't think you know what you're doing. This is the big leagues. We don't play around with empty threats. We deal with lawyers and... I stepped back, a part of me wishing I could put bruises all over this guy. Yeah. You give the cops a good annual donation. You golf with a local judge who's interested in running for public office, and you've promised him a nice sum of money for his campaign. Christ, you're annoying. You think I don't know all of that? He fell quiet, finally. I glanced around. We'd drawn a fair amount of attention, but Brett and Mark hadn't moved. Sam had come over, but she stood to the side, her back to us. She was keeping watch on who might be recording us or paying attention to us that shouldn't be. I was going to wait until Monday to crash your party. I was going to release all the shit I know, and I was going to keep it at the office. But then you swagger up to me, acting like we're bros at my dad's funeral. You come over here, putting hands on kids. I looked at him a moment. Here's what we can do. You withdraw everything, and you're going to sell your shares. I want you out of the company. You do that, and I won't destroy you. There's my offer. And in the meantime, you're not going to shove your kid around, or any kid. You're not going to grab a player by his helmet and use that to jerk him around. Not unless you're okay with someone like Bradu doing it back to you. Brett lifted his chin up, interjecting. I'd love to do that. I kept on. I don't think you'd want the shareholders to hear about a board member's ethical violation. We do have that pesky morals clause in every contract. He glared at me, pressed against the shed and rubbing his shoulder. He was having a hard time even standing, but I didn't see the fear that should have been there. I sighed. None of this penetrated him. He was going to go home, drink some more, rage, and probably plan to hurt someone. I was looking at the face of a guy that would hire muscled men to find me in a dark parking lot. Shit. Had it been me that brought us to this point? I had put hands on him. Then again, when he shoved his kid and jerked Manning around by his helmet, I saw red. If he was doing that in front of witnesses, what was he doing behind closed doors? Those were the kids that what did he say? He wanted them to meet him behind the shed. What did that mean? But I had another thought. Kai Bennett says hello, I told him, watching intently. He frowned. Who? There'd been no flash of recognition. Nothing. No fear. No reaction at all. He didn't know him. That meant he wasn't the one who killed my dad. He just jumped on an opening he saw to take advantage. Still, for that alone, I was going to destroy him.
Chapter 38. Maddie. Maddie. Max, you need to come over here. Max.
What? Why? Are you okay?
Maddie. Shit is going down. Sorry, but no way I'm sorry, because something is happening. Max.
Fuck, Mads.
I'm with the guys. It'll take me a bit to get out of here. I thought we were meeting up later. Maddie. Can't. This is happening now. I have no idea what went down at the game, but something went down. My mom told me to stay by a different gate and wait for them. Max.
Let me guess, you didn't.
Maddie. No way. I could see something was happening by the player's entrance. By the time I got over there, Train's dad was glaring at my dad. My dad was glaring at Train's dad. Max.
Something happened between your dad and Moreau's dad?
Maddie. See, right there. Why don't you use his nickname? He told you to use it. Train. It's not hard to say. Max.
Ha ha. Tell me what else happened. I'm almost out of here.
Maddie. You're at the fighting shed? Max.
No, house party in Rousseau. Fighting shed got axed tonight. Don't know why.
Maddie.
I forget you know people there.
Max.
Maddie, keep telling me what's going on.
Maddie. I will if you promise to start using Train's nickname. I thought you were okay with them.
Max. I'm never going to be okay with 3 guys you hang out with at school when I'm not there. And don't think they wouldn't fuck you if you gave them a nod. But yeah, for guys, they're not that bad.
Maddie.
That's so confusing. Max. Don't worry about it, my little sociopath.
Maddie.
You certainly know how to talk to me.
Max.
FFS. Finish the other stuff. Also, where am I going to get you?
Maddie.
I'm at the house. We got back after the game and it was weird. Really weird. My dad... I've heard stories about him.
I know he and Mom did things back in the day with Uncle Logan.
Like crazy things. But they've all just been stories. They weren't real because my dad is my dad. He's a softie. Not tonight. Max, what happened? You're driving me nuts. Your dad didn't hurt you, did he? Maddie, oh my God, no. Gross. Disgusting. Who are you? Do you not even know me? Max. Maddie, you're scaring me. I have seen that side of your dad. I see that side of my own dad all the time. They did crazy and illegal shit back in the day. I fully believe it. I don't know why you don't. Maddie. Well, excuse me, Mr. My Dad is a bounty hunter and guns down criminals every day. He wears a gun. Yeah, you've seen more, but my dad wears tights and a helmet for a living. Or used to. Max. Thinking a football uniform is not exactly the same thing as tights, and my dad doesn't gun down criminals. They use tasers. Maddie. He still wears a gun. Every day, and close enough, like any daughter wants to see that. Whoever's thinking up the football uniform doesn't consider the daughter's POV. Max. Thinking they are just not the daughters of the players? Get back to the story. What happened when you got home? I'm in the truck, heading to Fallen Crest. Maddie. Thank God. They're almost out of here. Max. Who is? Maddie. Anyway, so we got back and my dad started asking me all these questions about train, axe, and steel, and he was not looking happy. Max. What was he asking about? Maddie. What do I know about them? Have I been hanging out with them since my dad crashed their party? Has Train mentioned anything about his dad? If I was at the house, was I ever there when his dad was around?
But it's not really what he was saying. It was how he was saying it.
Max. How was he saying it? I stared at the last text, but I couldn't answer. I couldn't explain. It was a feeling and a look in his eyes. The way my dad was my normal doting dad, but there was an undercurrent, like an aftertaste. Remembering it, I shivered, my stomach clenching. My phone rang. Future husband calling. I snickered. It went back to Max's normal name in the missed calls and when I texted him, so if he ever looked at my phone, he wouldn't get mad. The first time I changed his name in my phone, he'd gotten all huffy and lectured me for an hour about how we're too young for such a serious relationship. I just planned our honeymoon as he kept babbling. Hey, I said when I answered the phone. Why didn't you answer me? How was he saying it? Max asked. I shrugged, laying down on my bed. I don't know how to explain it, just a feeling. Like, I believed it, all the stories I've heard. My dad's capable of hurting someone, like, for real. I never thought he could. He rescues and releases flies in the house, even when Nolan isn't here. Mom, though, she's another thing. My mom could stare someone down until they started slapping the shit out of themselves. She's got powers. She's tough. Max sighed, but I heard amusement in his voice. Your mom is badass. It's why she's friends with my mom. I groaned. I forgot you used to have a crush on my mom. That's so weird. I did not. That's disgusting. You thought I had a crush on your mom? I sat up, frowning. You don't? I've never. That's your mom, Mads. You and me. I've always thought we might, no fucking way would I ever have perved on your mom. I mean, she's beautiful. I have eyes, but, I smirked, laying back down. I know. Your dad's a total hottie. He made a choking sound. I don't want to retouch this conversation, ever. I snickered. You said retouch. Maddie. Okay. I got serious and I shrugged, even though he couldn't see. It's just a feeling. Something happened after the game. My dad was asking me all these questions. It was weird. I don't have a good feeling about it.
They didn't ask anything about Brina? Brina was Steele's sister, and she was cool.
I didn't think a lot of people knew about her. She only visited on the weekends and went to school somewhere else. Steele said she was embarrassed and it was a whole thing with their family. Train and Axel hinted that I shouldn't ask a lot of questions about her, so whatever. I didn't. No, my parents didn't know how much I hung out with those guys. My mom liked to know my friends. I got the reason, but they wouldn't understand these guys. Lucia was my friend Beard, though she wasn't that bad. My mom believed Lucia was my friend and that Lucia's friends were the rest of my friends, so I'd look more normal. The guys were graduating this year. I'd need to figure something out for next year. Maybe I could transfer to Fallen Crest Public and make Max my official boyfriend. That had promise. Okay, I'm not far from the edge of town. How am I approaching? I got up and checked outside. They hadn't left yet, but I knew they would. They'd said goodnight. They'd said they loved me. They'd done all the normal routine signifying that they were going to bed for the rest of the night, but I knew they were lying. Maybe Nolan wasn't the only one with some intuition. Wait a minute. Could I have that and also be a sociopath? Another question for Google. Maybe I could meet some sociopaths in real life, interview them to see if they lacked intuition, or maybe it was heightened. That was also an idea. Just then a set of headlights pulled up to the gate. "That's not you, is it?" I asked. "What? At our gate?" "No. Who is it?" I stopped answering, watching as the lights turned off. The gate opened and the truck rolled forward into our courtyard. It pulled up to our front door, and I watched as my dad went out and got inside. He was dressed all in black. When he opened the door, no inside light turned on. It'd already been dismantled. That was creepy. "Maddie," Max demanded. "Just pull up outside the gate. I'll come out to you." "Got it. I'll be there in 5. I forgot they're doing construction on 8th. Just hurry and cut your headlights when you get close." I ended the call. I shifted my attention to getting ready. If my dad was going somewhere all in black, I'd be remiss if I didn't follow the dress code as well. I didn't want to go out the front door and risk setting off the motion detector, which sent alerts to my mom's phone. So I slipped out through the garage and keyed in the code to lock everything back up. I was coming around the side when another vehicle pulled up to the gate, its headlights shining. I growled, cursing. I told Max I'd come to him, but the gate opened and the SUV pulled forward. It wasn't Max. What the? It was Heather, or Aunt Heather, but after I crawled into Max's lap one time, I changed her name back to Heather. Felt weird the other way. She swung her car into the same place Max's dad's just been. My mom darted out, also wearing all black. What is going on? Ugh, no. I knew what they were going to do. They were doing what I was doing. My mom and Heather were going to follow the dads. They were going to spy just like me. I was annoyed. They got there first. That meant we'd have to be extra cautious because now we were the third vehicle in this trailing lineup.
I mean, they could have been going out for drinks or doing a girls' night, but no.
No way. My mom would have told me she was going out. She didn't hide that stuff, and, I mean, they had their fair share of girls' nights when the whole group was here for the funeral. They were kind of over it now. They were going to follow my dad and Max's dad. I would bet money that's what they were doing. As soon as my mom was in the vehicle, Heather cut the lights, like the guys had done. I was so right. I was almost sweating from the stress. When was Max going to pull up? If he got here before they left, there'd be questions. Then no one would be following anyone. My knees almost buckled from relief when they pulled away from the house. I darted through the gate, and seriously, 30 seconds later Max pulled up, headlights off. I got all swirly and lightheaded at that. He listened to me. Hurrying to the passenger side, I jumped in and hissed, "Go, follow them!" He looked ahead, frowning until taillights turned on down the hill. He eased forward. Who are we following? My head was spinning, and I was horny. Like, really horny. I wanted to jump Max and fit his gear stick between my legs. Everyone.
Chapter 39. Mason. "You have a plan?" Channing asked as we left my house. "Right now you're driving so I don't do something stupid, like follow him to his house and beat the shit out of him?" I glanced his way. "Did you put the tracker on them?" Channing raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed as he drove, but I knew he wasn't. After my confrontation with Philip Morrow, I left the school knowing I'd find whatever this shed was that he'd mentioned to those kids. Channing hit the turn signal, pulling up to a new neighborhood, and he paused outside the first gate. He put in the code Brodeur had given us, and we pulled through, going on up to his house. Brett had fallen in step with me when we left. "I know you're going to do something," he'd said. "I'm in." "Your intel said Morrow tends to be the driver," Channing told me, "so I put it under his very sweet vehicle." There's like 20 vehicles at that house. Shortly after we stopped, Brett came out, also wearing all black. The door opened and Brett started to get in, but stopped. There wasn't enough room. Channing hid a grin. "In the back, buddy." Brett fixed him with a look, but grunted before closing the door and jumping into the back. Channing whistled. "You two, both fucking athletic freaks." Brett knocked on the window with his knuckles. Channing reached back to slide it open as he pulled out of the driveway. "How is it back there? All comfy?" Brett glowered. "Don't tempt me to stomp you into the ground, Monroe." Channing laughed. He swung the wheel around, and once the gate lifted, we were out of that neighborhood. "Not my fault you're a giant motherfucker." Brett shook his head. "Also," Channing said to me, "I saw all the vehicles, and I put trackers on all of them." He handed over his phone with his tracking app open. "We're going to follow the dot that moves." "Thanks, genius." Brett started laughing. The sound was shocking, but infectious at the same time. I hid a grin while Channing quipped, "You have a sense of humor, Brodeur? Learn new shit every day, huh?" The laughing stopped. "Be a smart idea for you not to forget the newest member of my family," Brett countered. Then he smiled, widely. Channing swore under his breath. I started laughing. That was funny. One of the dots was on the move, and I relayed the directions to Channing. As we were leaving town, my phone started ringing. Pulling it out, I cursed. My brother. This time of night he was calling for a reason, but I couldn't talk. I slid my thumb over the screen, accepting the call, and put him on speaker. "It's not a good time right now? Everything okay with you?" He was quiet for a beat. "What?" I sighed. "You're on speaker. Channing and Brett are here. We're following those kids that had the party we crashed." "What?" Channing shook his head as Brett started chuckling in the back. "Why are you calling?" I asked. "It's late. Really late where you are." "Are you seriously going to not fill me in on whatever the fuck you're doing?" "Logan," I grated. "Why are you calling?" "But you first." "Fine," he grumbled. "I'm calling to let you know I got the call. You're right. Morrow is making a move, but he's not waiting for Monday morning. He's making it tonight." "Tonight?" I snarled into the phone. "Meeting is set for 5 a.m. your time. I booked a flight." A feminine voice spoke in the background. Logan paused to reply to her, then returned to the phone. "Taylor's taking me to the airport now. It'll be tight. You'll need to stall at the meeting. Now fill me in on your end." This fucking guy. After I told Logan about our showdown at the football game, he cursed. "You're following him now. We're following his kid. You think he's still going to do whatever he does to these kids tonight?" I remember the burning rage in Morrow's eyes before we parted ways. "I think he's going to need a target for his anger. There's no way I'm going to let this go. If he's hurting these kids, I might kill him." I felt the attention from the other guys. Channing glanced over, but this wasn't surprising to him. Brett, though, I was letting him see the real me. Looking in the rearview mirror, I met his gaze and saw the surprise. But there was also a deeper and darker emotion there. Understanding. And if I was reading him correctly, he was right there with me. "No one let my brother kill this piece of shit," Logan snarled into the phone. "At least not until I get there. I can set him up better than you would. Or at the least, connect him with someone who does this type of bad shit on a regular basis, you know? Could we direct your new friend whose name rhymes with By and whose last name rhymes with Senate after him?" Brett motioned to the phone. They're slowing down. We were coming up to a gravel road in the country. Channing turned, hitting his lights. I held my phone closer. We gotta go. Get your ass here. Will do. I mean that on the murdering front. Don't. Okay. Other than that, be safe and smart. Love you. Love you. I ended the call. They stopped, Channing said quietly. We were rolling up to a giant warehouse, but there were no vehicles parked out front. Okay, phone's on silent, Channing ordered. Not vibrate. Silent. Keep them in your pockets just in case. Mason. What? He motioned to my feet. There's a bag of ski masks. Pull them out, put them on. Do you both want a gun? He thought we'd need them. I shared a look with Brudu, but shook my head. I can't. I don't trust myself. If I go after Morrow, it'll be with my fists. That way you'll have time to pull me off if needed. I felt their gazes again, but I couldn't focus on that. When Maddie told me more about these 3 boys, I kept track of what she was saying and what she wasn't saying. I picked up things my little girl wasn't noticing, like that I'd been right in my first assessment. This kid lived in a giant fucking house by himself. There was no other place they hung out. It was that house and only that house, and the father was never there. It was worse than I thought. I assumed there was contact between the kid and his dad, but there was nothing. There was no check-in, no visits, no phone calls from the mom or the dad. The way she was talking, the only time Beltrain saw his dad was when he messed up. That was the wording she used, which meant that was the wording he used, which meant this kid was only punished when he saw his dad. The kid was neglected, and there was abuse. She talked about his cousin, the Manning kid, and his sister. She didn't know where the sister went to school and had been told not to ask, which made me think a whole host of bad things. Axel's parents were a little more involved with his life. They were shareholders, but I didn't have any other context to get a read on that couple. They were quiet in the meetings. Moru sat next to the wife, and I had no idea if the father had a clue about their affair. Everything I told Philip Moru was verified information from my private investigator, but if I didn't get to them before the meeting, Moru could pull it off. No doubt he rescheduled the meeting because of my threat. Logan and my PI had combed through the video we took of inside that house. The computer files were what Lael had been the most interested in, but she said it wasn't likely he would keep anything super damning on that computer. The worst we had on him were the drugs at the party. Logan hadn't wanted to catch the sexual acts on his phone, so he pointed it at their feet. That was useless. The PI suggested a route we could take, considering the ages of the kids in that basement, but that would fuck up their lives. I wasn't going to do that. According to Maddie, Beltrain wasn't that bad of a guy. His friends either. I was not a father like mine had been. If I knew a kid was being neglected or hurt, I was wading in. I didn't give a fuck about the blowback. I'd take it all. Sorry, Dad. You made things okay in the end, but I learned what not to be from you. Channing rolled the truck to a stop farther down by a field. It'd be missed at first glance. You guys ready? He asked. Brett and I both nodded. Ski masks on. Let's do this. Chapter 40. Mason. We found 2 vehicles parked in the back, but no one was outside. Heading for the back door, Channing plastered himself against the wall. I was behind him, followed by Brett. As we waited, Channing turned and gave us a bunch of hand signals. Awesome. Neither of us spoke that language. He waited for us to either respond, but we stayed put. I raised my eyebrows. Brett leaned out behind me and shook his head slowly, holding up a hand. We were clueless. Not his normal bounty hunter crew. He groaned softly, giving us an exasperated look. I frowned and edged around him, because if he was going to act like that, I had no problem going in and kicking ass without him. Brett followed, but Channing grabbed my arm just before I touched the door. He pulled me back, shaking his head. We could hear voices from inside, and Channing didn't like this door for some reason. He edged backward. Once we were far enough away, I asked, "Why don't we all try a different door?" He shook his head. "No, we might need backup." I fixed him with a look. "I'm willing to risk it." Channing was still frowning. "I don't know. This whole place feels wrong. I've heard chatter that there's a new fighting ring, besides the one the Red Demons run. If that's this place, and if Moru's behind it, he's got backing from someone else." "We're not your usual crew," I told Channing. "You can't treat us like Moose or Congo." Brett smacked his fist into his palm. Channing and I looked at him. "What?" He lowered his hands. "Okay, let's spread out," Channing said. "Find an entry point and move in. Keep hidden. Mason, this is your show. We'll wait for you to move first." I had no problem with that. "Got it." Channing grunted. "Move out." If Logan were here, he would have done his own version of hand signals right now just to play around. "He's coming," I reminded myself. Channing went back to the original door while Brett and I separated. He went to the east side of the building. I headed for the front. We ended up meeting in the middle. He scoffed at me, whispering, "Good plan." "Shut up." I waited for him to get to my side and reached forward, testing the doorknob. It opened with a click. I held the door and slowly opened it, inch by inch, until I could get a better look inside. Philip Moru was yelling. I edged the door open enough that I could slip inside, into what seemed like a coat room of some sort. A small room with another doorway without a door. "You're nothing but a failure," Moru shouted. There were sounds of running and panting, some cursing from the next room. "You think you tried your best tonight? You did nothing. You are nothing," he continued. His voice was hoarse. "You're going to keep going until I tell you to stop. You hear me, you piece of shit?" Brett stopped. His eyes went dead, and every part of him was rigid. I moved ahead to look around the corner. It was another fighting ring. A cage had been set up in the middle with metal walls that went high in the air. Old sweat, dirt, and the smell of blood lingered in the air. 2 boys were in the cage, shirtless, their hands and feet taped. They only wore shorts. Their chests heaved, and sweat and blood trickled down their faces. Axel and Steele. The younger Moru was running back and forth on the side of the cage. He tagged down and sprinted back. Fuck. This place was hot, and Philip was making his kid do shuttle runs. I pulled my phone out, half of me going numb, the other half becoming bloodthirsty. I angled it in front of me and hit record. "You're going to keep fucking running until I tell you to stop," he screamed. Then he turned toward the others. "Keep fucking hitting each other. You think you're getting off easy? You hit until you're red and raw." Axel glared at him, his hands jerking up before he stopped himself. "What?" Philip stomped over to him. "What, Axe? You think you're going to fucking tattle to your daddy? You think he gives a fuck about you? You want to stay friends with my son? Come to my house, eat my food, drink my liquor? You don't think I'm aware that you basically live at my house, and I'm just going to be okay with it? You fucking hit that kid, or you're losing all privileges. And you," he spat as he focused on Steele, "you want to keep living at my place, using my address, letting my family name cover for your lies and your sister's? Then you get fucking swinging too. The one who knocks the other one out won't have to do shuttle runs with this piece of loser shit my sperm brought into the world. As of now, your efforts are pathetic. You're nothing. Why the fuck are you even here? You fucking little boys can't do a goddamn thing for yourselves. Parasites, every goddamn one of you. Burdens. You're at my house because your parents don't give a fuck where you are. If they did, you wouldn't be here. Well, you're going to earn your keep tonight. Keep fucking running. You hear me?" An ugly laugh burst from his chest. His face twisted in a smile that wasn't a smile. It was soulless. "You're going to keep going until I tell you to stop. At this rate, we'll be here all fucking night." Another sick-sounding laugh chortled from him. The boys started swinging at each other again. His kid kept running, head down, sweat dripping. If they kept at this for even another hour, they were going to pass out. All three of them played nearly the entire football game earlier. Brett started rumbling next to me. Right there with you, buddy. No! Moru was screaming again. His feet scraped over the dirt that was packed on the floor. That's not how you swing! He cut himself off, swearing viciously. Get out! Get the fuck out! I'll show you how to fucking hit! Oh, hell no. I'd heard enough. He got in the cage, and instead of taping his hands like he'd had the boys do, he put on boxing gloves. Boxing gloves. Axel remained in the cage and Steele climbed out, but he stood by the steps, not going far. He saw us first, and he gulped, paling, but he didn't move. Beltran collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving as he seemed unable to get enough air. Brett went to his side when the kid started wheezing. I remained locked on where Philip was snarling at Axel, and I hated to do this. But I raised my phone. The camera was on, still recording. Steele jerked himself out of frame. This is how you do it, Philip roared. Bend your knees. Come on, bend your fucking knees. He swung. Axel dodged, and in that moment, he saw what was happening. I felt bad, and I raised an eyebrow at him. Was he okay with this? The kid was smart. He gave me a slight nod and bounced to the side, making Philip Moru move so his back was to me. Thank you, buddy. I moved closer, getting everything. He swung. This time Axel couldn't dodge fast enough. I felt the anger rising. That darkness in me, the one that helped me survive Fallen Crest, came to the surface and I was livid. Still, I forced myself to wait. I needed a little more. He'd get heat for the verbal abuse, but he could say things got out of control, that he was only trying to help get them into better condition. He could say that he went in the cage to help him out, show him better form. It was just a little sparring, some boxing, right? So yeah, because I wasn't going to let him get away with this. We either use this recording and go the legit route to punish Moru, or I'd be dishing out my own personal punishment. If we went that way, that'd be a risk for myself and my family. Remembering Logan's words, I held back because I needed enough to bury him. Just a little more. Philip roared, and he began raining blow after blow, pushing Axel into the corner. His shout was savage. I'll show you how to take a hit, you little fuck! All you little fucks! I'm going to ream your assholes open! You're going to... Axel's knees gave out, and he slumped to the ground. Fuck. Philip was going to stop. No, he wasn't. He knelt down, spreading his knees to give himself a better base, and raised his hand again. No, I snarled. I was there in a flash. Using the side, I gripped it and launched myself over the ropes, right into the cage. He froze at the sound, but it was too fucking late. I took him down. As soon as he was clear, Axel scrambled away. He tried fighting me, rolling, but I just smiled. Grabbing hold of his arms, I yanked them backward and twisted them. Something snapped as I twisted his body and threw him into the far side of the cage. He stayed. The wind was knocked out of him. My phone hit the ground. I glanced at Axel behind me as Channing ran in. He threw himself into the cage and, giving me a cursory look, went straight to Axel. He scooped him up, carrying him out of the cage. You okay? He shouted at Steele. Steele gaped at me, his eyes just blinking. Wide. His jaw slacked. Kid! Channing snapped his fingers in front of his face. It did nothing. His name is Steele, I said. Channing twisted around. Steele? Wake up, kid! He had to get in his face before he registered him. As he did, Steele jumped backward, cursing. What the hell is going on here? Philip growled, wincing as he used the chain link of the cage to pull himself up. Some blood trickled down his face. He reached up, touching his forehead. Pulling his hand away, there was a blank look in his eyes, as if he didn't understand what he was seeing. He was gone. I saw it now. The anger was too much. The guy wasn't in the room. He'd let his monster out too. Difference was that his monster hurt kids. Mine hurt monsters like him. Punishment. Well-intentioned discipline. Training. I had no doubt he would use those words to excuse his behavior. All would be a lie. "Mace!" Channing barked. I whipped around, seeing Axel bent over and vomiting. Steele looked back at me, too stunned to do anything more. Channing jerked his hand toward Morrow. "KO that piece of shit! You were going to show that kid how to take a punch." I taunted, my voice cold. "Let me help you out with that." I didn't give any more warning before bringing my fist down. I got him clear across the cheekbone, through his nose, and his body swung all the way around before falling to the cage floor. Thud. He was out. I stared at him, wishing he'd open his eyes again. Round 2. I was game, but nope. He was unconscious, turning. I bent down and swept up my phone, seeing the recording stopped at some point. I looked down at it and decided to send it to Logan. It'd be an early gift for when he arrived in L.A. He'd have all sorts of ideas what to do with it when... A thunk sounded. My head whipped up. Something fell from the rafters in the ceiling. A whooshing sound. It took a second for it to register, but it was a blanket. Blankets, plural. Someone was... Was I actually seeing this? Someone was using them to slide to the ground? I looked up. Where had they come from? There were some rafters above, but this person came from the ceiling. What the... They landed with an oomph and a grunt. She fell to her knees, but quickly got up, throwing her arms in the air. "I'm good. I'm here." A second person slid down after her, and this one ended on her feet. She was also wearing cowboy boots. The first person grabbed her, steadying her. The first person was my wife. "That was so good," she gushed, clutching onto the second arrival. My wife was here. My wife. I was going to explode. She brushed off her leggings and blew out of breath, pushing some of her hair off her forehead. She'd been grinning, almost stupidly grinning, until she saw the look on my face. She coughed and stepped back, her mouth pursed. Heather?" Channing growled, wrapping his wife in his arms. She was the second person to have made a dramatic entrance from the ceiling. From the ceiling. I glared at Sam. How the fuck had they gotten up there? Was there anyone else up there? Sam glanced at Steele before doing a double take and giving him a longer frown. Then we heard a shout from outside. Something snapped, and the warehouse's main door that was used for trucks shot up. 2 people stood in the middle of the opening. I recognized these 2 as well. So did Sam as she froze. Maddie stepped forward, her arms crossed over her chest, her chin raised. She looked too fucking cool for school. Max was with her. He was a lot more wary and a lot more checked into reality as he saw his mom, who was now motionless in his dad's arms. He winced, closing his eyes and pressing a hand to his forehead. My daughter, on the other hand, smirked. Her eyes were alive. Her body was practically vibrating. "I don't know what we're doing, but this is the most exciting night of my life. If we're becoming a real-life family of vigilantes, I am in."
Chapter 41. Maddie. I was so horny. Like, truly horny. I felt like I was an Omega in one of those Omegaverse books, and I was in heat. This wasn't healthy. It couldn't be. I felt ready to come, which sounded weird and disgusting because my parents were here, and so were Max's, but it wasn't about that. Or them. It was because this was the action I'd been missing all my life. I loved Fallen Crest. I'd never felt so alive. It was like I was drunk, but I'd never been this blissed out from alcohol. It was like I was on speed, or how I imagined that would be. The only drug, besides allergy medication and antibiotics, I'd done was a bit of marijuana, and I hadn't liked it.
It made me chatty, and I tended to tell people about some of the twisted shit in my head. I usually wasn't invited back for another smoke. But this, with my dad sneaking out, then my mom, then Max and me, we'd heard some yelling, and the violence in the air was palpable. And the smells in here. Blood. Violence. Adrenaline. Violence. It bore a repeat. Purpose. Violence. My heart pumped so fast, I was tripping out. Logan, Melinda Cade. My dad lunged out of the cage and stalked toward me. Oh, that wasn't good. My full name from my dad. I swallowed my excitement. I needed to tone this down. I blinked a few times trying to get some fear into my eyes, but fuck. I couldn't. This night was already amazing. I was so on for this shit. Mason. My mom ran over, touching my arm before Dad could get to me. I frowned her way. Dad wouldn't do anything. He was all show. He'd stomp over to me, glare like he was going to yell at me, which he might actually do, but Dad was a softie. Mom was trying to block him, but I sidestepped her. Dad, I breathed. Shit. I couldn't hide my high. I'd found my calling. I was going to be a professional vigilante. I breezed over to him, walking on air. Is this what it was like when you grew up here? I took hold of his arm. He turned to stone under my hand. Maddie, my mom warned. I waved a hand to dismiss her concern. I was going to fly away, giddy. This is amazing. What are you doing? I looked around him to see who was in the cage. They were lying on the ground, not moving an inch. My dad had totally knocked that guy out. So fucking cool. Maddie, my dad murmured. I danced around him, knowing he'd be fine in a second. I was the switch. He could never stay mad when I was around, especially not when I'd reverted back to my ballerina days. Pirouette here, arch my back, extend my arm, and then I switched into another pirouette. I couldn't stop moving. He sighed. His hand closed around my arm. Mason! My mom drew in a sharp breath. What do you think I'm going to do? He asked. She's my daughter. No, I know. It's not that. She moved closer. She's on something? He snorted, pulling me to his front so I was forced to stop dancing.
I'd been in the middle of a forte and gave him an annoyed frown.
Rude much? That was the best form of my life. See, Dad said to Mom. Mom huffed, rolling her eyes. Mads, you quit ballet in 3rd grade. You said the other dancers were too delicate for your vibe. I would never say that. I loved ballet. She said dryly. You threatened to burn your leotard. I frowned. I did? And the leotards of every single girl in your class. Ah, yeah, that sounds like me. I grinned. I was funny back then, huh?
My dad put a hand on Mom's back.
That's a conversation for later. I didn't think he was referring to my ballet days. His gaze returned to the cage. The body was still laying there. My mom snapped to attention, scanning the room. She looked closely at Axel and Steele, then swallowed when she looked past them to where the big dude was holding Train. That was Stevie's uncle. Train was not looking good. My mom clapped her hands, taking charge. Okay, I'm not sure what we missed before we got in, but we are leaving. Now. I recognized that tone, and that look in her eyes. General Mom was back.
Chapter 42. Samantha. This was an all-hands-on-deck situation. Maddie was safe. She was physically fine. That had been my first concern. But she and Max were both fine. They'd showed up late to whatever had been happening in that warehouse, thank God. I'd seen enough to have my stomach curdling and my mama instincts coming out strong. These boys needed to feel safe. And whatever they'd gone through, it was not going to happen again, not on my watch. So until I could make sure they were safe, we were taking in 3 teenage boys. Thank goodness that Nash and Nolan had gone to David and Melinda's for the weekend. But if these boys stayed longer, I'd have to talk through it with the twins. Make sure they understood. For now, though, I had these boys in my house. Before we left, Mason took me aside and told me what had been happening before we got there. My blood boiled. He stayed behind after that, and I pointedly did not ask what he was going to do. I would ask when he got home, but for now, he'd handle what he needed to handle, and I'd handle the kids. The first order of business was the hospital. Beltrain was getting checked out while we were in the waiting lounge. Channing was outside on his phone, and Heather and I were in our investigator roles. I was going to get all the information about all of these boys, and I was going to do it so thoroughly I'd be convinced I could become an FBI profiler by the time I was done. First boy up, Axel Johansson. His parents were Briar and Emily Johansson. Briar was another prominent businessman in the area and a shareholder with Cade Enterprises. I made a note to ask Mason about him. Based on this guy's social media, he was smarmy. His hands were too low when he posed with women who were not his wife. When I told Axel that I was going to contact her, he sneered, "Don't bother, I'm 18, turned adult last month, but I'm already more adult than she is." My heart broke at the bitterness in his tone and the dead look in his eyes. I wanted to take that from him, but I couldn't. I couldn't take all that away in one night. "What about your dad?" He shook his head, his eyes going bleak. "I don't want him to know." "Please?" Fear flashed in his eyes. You don't get it. My parents don't care. You've got no idea what that's like." All he had were his friends. A crack tore through my middle. I said quietly, "I do, actually." His eyebrows pinched together, and whatever he read in me, some of the bitterness faded. He blinked a few times before looking away. "Yeah, okay, whatever. Just, I'm 18. I'm asking you not to contact them. Trust me. I've been living at Bell's for a reason. Philip's an abusive fuckface, but it's still better than dealing with my parents." "Okay, noted." We'd be looking into his parents. I turned to the last one, Steele Manning. He'd been skittish around me, but Maddie had snorted, calling him out. "Dude, stop gawking at my mom. You're totally fanboying." He'd gotten red in the face and jerked his eyes away. He paled now as he saw me heading his way. He shoved out of his chair, indicating behind me. "They're done." He was right. Brett had returned with Beltrain. A nurse had come with him, and she looked around the room. "I need to talk to Samantha Cade," she said. I started her way. Beltrain stood with her, an arm wrapped tight around his middle. He held a bag in his other hand. "He requested for your name to be put on his medical file," the nurse told me. "He also removed his parents' names." He raised his chin. "I'm 18. I can do that shit." Her eyes flared. "Either way, he's insistent this was all just an extra physical training session after their football game. For the most part, he's severely dehydrated. He needs rest. A lot of rest. We hooked him up to an IV to start replenishing some of his nutrients, but going forward, I'd recommend a service where they bring an IV to your home." She paused, studying the other boys. Her eyes narrowed on Maddie, who beamed at her, then returned to me. She gestured to Axel. "That one looks like he could see a doctor." Axel shook his head, faking a yawn while somehow smirking at the same time. "I'm all good. Nothing a few bags of frozen peas can't fix." His eyes moved to me. He had a mask in place. How many times had he shown that to an adult? How many times had no one looked past it? I saw through it, and his eyes narrowed, staying on me. The nurse sighed. "He has a right to refuse medical care, but it would be a good idea to get him checked out." As she spoke, the hospital's doors slid open, and Channing walked in. The nurse's eyes widened, and comprehension clicked. "It's like you know who my husband is," Heather said dryly. The nurse's mouth lifted in a slight grin. "Maybe, or I might know the wife of one of his employees." The two shared a look before the nurse got back to business. "Beltrain instructed me that if I needed to talk to an adult besides him, you were that person." Axel held up a hand. "I'd like to make that change too." She let out a soft sigh. "Why am I not surprised?" She eyed Steele. "And you?" He straightened up but shook his head. "I'm good." "Well, okay then," the nurse said. "Then they're all yours." Beltrain swaggered past us, going over to Axel and Steele. Max and Maddie also sat in that part of the waiting area. Brett was by me. He glanced down at his phone, a heavy frown on his face. "What's your plan?" I thought he was speaking to the phone for a minute, until his eyes lifted to me. "I'm taking him home," I said immediately, without question. His eyebrows rose. "All of them?" I nodded. "Except Max, but yes, those 3. I don't trust the adults in their lives. At this point, they'll have to go through me to get to their kids." "Has Mason checked in with you?" I shook my head. "He knew we were heading here first. I'll give him a call when we go to the house." His gaze moved to Maddie. "Are you worried about them being there with her?" "Are you—" I cocked my head to the side, sharpening my focus on him. "Are you offering to take them into your place?" Surprise flashed over his face before he shook his head. No, The media is still crazy about Billy. It wouldn't be a relaxed environment. Billy would love it, though. Each kid would have his own pet chicken within a week. And if they did anything to harm them..." He trailed off. I suppressed a smile. "I'm not worried about Maddie," I assured him. In between smiling around the entire room, Maddie kept checking in on Max. He hadn't moved from the 5 seconds before she looked at him, but she was still making sure. "She's, pretty focused on someone already." "So you're not worried about them being there with your girl?" "Let's put it this way. My daughter..." Yes, with most daughters, I would worry. But Maddie? It was the opposite. If the boys did anything to Maddie, I would have to protect them from her. "She'll be fine," I told him. "If you're sure." He motioned to the door, looking at his phone. "I'm going to head out. Billy's here to pick me up. Let your man know that if he needs anything, just reach out. I'd like to think if I needed help with Stevie, he'd be there for me." He would, Brett. We both would. I gave his arm a squeeze before he said his goodbyes and headed out. Heather came over. "Channing has a guy who's going to look into these kids' situations, but he said Mason probably already has a handle on it. There's some business stuff going on, too. Something that has to do with Cade Enterprises. Have you heard from him?" I checked my phone, shaking my head. "He's not called, but he will. We're both supposed to check in when we're on the move. I'll call him when we leave here." She nodded and turned to look at the kids. She understood. She really did. I moved closer so my arm brushed hers. My best friend. I'd missed her. And I was grateful she was with me in this. Some people would look at these boys and see their wealth and entitlement. I got that. I saw it, too. It was easy to see they were the popular boys, probably the bad boys, but I also saw the absence of their parents and the absence of love. I wanted to gut Philip Moreau. Feeling choked up, I whispered, "Thank you for being here." Heather looked my way. I held her gaze, letting her see the storm inside of me, the magnitude of it. She pulled me in for a hug. "Back at you, Sam," she murmured.
Chapter 43. Mason. I had 2 hours to deal with this prick, but I'd lost the bloodlust when Maddie showed up. Well, Sam and Maddie. Things had started to shift when Sam slid in like the Rapunzel of bedsheets, but I'd really had to stomp this shit down when my daughter made her entrance. Everyone left, so it was just me and this abusive waste of space now. I squatted near him, considering what to do. I wanted to kill him, but in this latest chapter of my life, it turns out that I was the good guy. Murder was my hard line. Logan was in the air. If I was going to blackmail this guy, I wanted to wait for my brother to be at my side. After a moment, he began coming around, coughing and moaning. Then he seized, twisting in the air, and a scream ripped from him. I rolled my eyes and stood, grabbing his shoulder. "Stop whining." I left the cage, dragging him behind me. He bounced on the steps, and I let go when he hit the bottom, so he landed with a good hard thump. He looked around, then at me, blinking. "Relax. I didn't go to town on your ass like you did on that kid." He groaned, rolling over. He coughed up some blood. Nope. He looked at his fingers. It was just saliva. Grabbing his ankle, I continued dragging him out the door. "Wait, what?" He twisted around. "Is anyone here? Help! Help!" I walked to the middle of the parking area and dropped his ankle. He continued to look around, panicked. Help! He coughed again. More saliva. Help! Help me! He's going to kill me! I squatted again. What a shit show. You're so fucking dramatic. He just kept looking around. No one's here. I shook my head. Or at least no one who'll help you. No one's coming, Moru. You're all fucking alone. Are you hearing me? Alone. Wariness tightened over his face. He lifted himself to sit cross-legged, still coughing. What do you want, Cade? I sighed. That's what I keep asking myself. I studied him. Maybe. I tried to bluff. We called you the night my brother and I crashed your kid's party. Remember that? We called all of those kids' parents, and we waited until each one showed up to pick up their child. Except you. You never showed. Since it was your house, your kid, there wasn't much more we could do. But then we tried your wife. The number your kid gave us was out of order, and the number Logan found in the kitchen didn't work either. But my point is, we were in your house. I tilted my head to the side. We were in your house. I waited. I wanted to see what his reaction would be to that information. His eyes narrowed. Finally, some reaction. He was thinking. His mouth opened. What? He shook his head and blanched. Yeah, I hit you hard. I wouldn't make sudden movements with your head like that. If you're concussed, you don't want to make it worse. What? He coughed again and moved slowly, lifting his feet so his knees were bent. He braced himself, hands curling around the front of his legs. Smirking, I stood up, just to make him hurt more. He cursed under his breath, paling. What are you inferring? What about that party? That we were in your house. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, so? Fuck. He really didn't get it. Or there was nothing there he cared that we might have found. Still, I had to play my card. I wanted to see if there was something there. I lifted an eyebrow. Do you think when we got to your house, we immediately went to where the kids were? They would have been in the basement. Bill knows to only have his parties there. Everything else is off limits. He went rigid, his voice trailing off. We were in your house, Philip. Me and my brother. I lowered myself to his eye level. I was nice like that. You think this is the first time we've had enemies like you? Granted, high school enemies were a little different. It was simpler back then. Whoever beat the others up the worst was usually the winner. Then there was the guy who wanted to rape my girlfriend, so I set that fucker up, got him sent to prison. We've had other enemies. Took down a secret society and put it all on one guy. That worked out. Turned out he was a serial rapist. But here's the thing. My woman wanted me to change. We couldn't keep going the path we were going. That's what I did. I changed. Got a career. Grew up. Became an adult. I was a different person. I am a different person. But here I am, back in Fallen Crest. Back where I'm doing everything I can not to keep beating the shit out of you, even though that's the only thing I want to do. The bloodlust was stirring. I want to make you bleed, and I want you gone. You're a cancer. You're the kind that won't go away. You'll keep eating away until you've rotted everything that's good. That's what you're going to do to your kid. You're going to infect him until he's just like you. Shit. The way he was glaring at me. If he'd had a gun on him, he would have already shot me. Point blank and right between the eyes. My amusement died, just like my fucking dad. What do you want, Cade? He gritted his teeth, blanching as he tried to move. I told you. I held him back in place, and he winced under my hold. I want you to go away. Can't use my old ways. I have a feeling if you got set up or charged with something, it wouldn't stick. You've got money, you've got lawyers. Still, though, I eyed him. Now was the time to play my bluff. We were in your house, Moru. We had access to every room. Open access. What do you think we did before we went downstairs? The alarmed look was back. I wanted to see it grow. Are you putting the pieces together? We got into your files. His eyes were panicked, and then bullseye. He lost all color in his face. There was something on the computer. What do you want? He sputtered, trying to regroup. I have money hidden. I have information on the other shareholders. I was using it to blackmail them, but I'll give it to you instead. You can do what you want with it. I'll give it all to you. Just... He was scared. Fuck. What was in those files? The roar of engines came from behind me. I looked, but the sound hit me before the headlights peeked over the hill. Motorcycles. They were coming down the road 2 by 2, 12 total. Oh, shit! Philip suddenly jerked forward. Hide me, quick! You can have my shares. I promise. The motorcycle slowed, turning down the road toward us. Please, they're going to kill me. Well, fuck. They got closer and I could see who exactly was headed our way. The Red Demons. They ran the other fighting ring. Was this their turf? Mason, please! I shook him off like he was a flea and stepped away. I didn't know what was about to happen, but I reached into my pocket. Unlocking my phone, I turned the volume up and made quick work so when I hit the call button, it should be going to Logan. This would be a second gift when he landed. Their headlights had both of us in the spotlight. They would be watching everything now, so I kept my hand in my pocket. Their charter's president got off his bike first. Mason? I lifted my chin. Ghost, right? His face was grim. Eyes were empty. Mouth was in a hard line. Taking off his gloves, he motioned to me. Let's take a walk. I got a weird sense of déjà vu from another time a guy wanted to go on a walk with me. I kept that to myself. We walked past the circle of Harleys toward Max's truck, the vehicle left behind so I could drive myself home. Got a call 30 minutes ago. Shane spoke casually, like it was a good day to go to the beach. He kept strolling along, and I heard a thud behind us. I glanced back, seeing one of the bikers had kicked Moru. They circled him. Focus here, Mason, Ghost said. We're on first-name basis. Should I call you Shane? More thuds were heard from behind us. My pulse spiked. If they killed him, I was a witness. He clipped out. Don't you want to know who called me? Or what the call was about? I tried to concentrate, but they were really laying into Maru, and I really didn't want them to kill him when I was here. Not particularly. I'm thinking the less I know of your business, the better. Also figure the only person who's got a right to ask those questions is your wife. Ghost stopped in his tracks. I tensed, waiting. Then he laughed. His whole face transformed. Jesus. Now he looked like a Shane, like a regular kind of guy. Just one who was capable of ordering murder. That's funny, but no, my wife wouldn't ask that question, unless it has something to do with someone she knows. All bets are off, because she's fucking merciless sometimes. Who called me was a friend of yours. I frowned. What? All lightness melted from his tone. He stared at me, hard. How do you know Kai Bennett? I did a double take. I'd heard him wrong. Who? Then we had a conversation. Chapter 44. Mason. When I pulled into the courtyard, light shone through every window in my house. Everyone was awake. Sam had called and left a message when they were leaving the hospital, so I knew what I was walking into. I also knew who was in there. My conversation with Ghost hadn't been a long one, but it had been packed with bombshells. Thinking on it now, another conversation came back to me. I thought he would have called. I hated hearing the pain in Sam's voice. Your dad? I'd asked her. Garrett, yeah. She'd fought off tears. What's wrong with me? He doesn't want to know me. Why couldn't he have room for 2 daughters? I hated this. All of this. But most importantly, I hated what I was about to do. I parked Max's truck off to the side, so Logan would be able to pull in when he got here. After this night, I was ready to skewer the rest of the shareholders. But my conversation with Ghost took precedence. I thought back to it now.
"You're friendly with the head of the biggest criminal organization in the Northern Hemisphere?"
he asked. I was cautious, every cell in my body telling me I needed to weigh through this conversation, like I was skating on very thin ice with bombs set to detonate at the first crack. "What did you just say?"
"Kai Bennett, the head of the Bennett Mafia family."
Ghost had not been laughing.
"He runs the entire Canadian Mafia syndicate. How the fuck do you know Kai Bennett?"
He swiftly closed the distance between us, getting in my face.
"I was under the impression when you paid for a night to let off steam that it was also your first connect with us. When I asked the reason for that, Stripes told me you might want information on the exact same fucking person who called me out of the blue tonight."
His eyes had flashed.
"I'm aware you've got a big name, and that before that, you and your brother had a reputation around these parts. I don't give a fuck about any of that, because I live here now too. I've got family here. I've set down roots. My guys are here. We gutted the last charter. Every single one of my guys I picked. I trust my brothers, and I get dangerous when it comes to protecting those I love. Are you understanding me?"
Jesus, fuck. This guy. I gritted my teeth and clamped down on the rage that had built inside of me. Same Ghost. Fucking same here.
"Then why the fuck is Kai Bennett giving me a call on my personal phone?" he asked. "Not long ago, he was considered my enemy. You aware of that?"
I expelled a ragged breath. Why the fuck would I know that? I'm not in your world.
"You're standing in front of me, ain't you?"
I was told something about Kai Bennett that led me to believe he was possibly an enemy of mine. I said it calmly. He found out. He came to me.
"I'm listening."
He told me it was a lie, that he wasn't my enemy. I continued. He came personally to course-correct me. I believed him. Should I not have? I kicked it back to him and waited, the pressure building in me as he stared at me, long and hard. When he stepped back, I almost sagged with how that pressure lifted off me.
"Kai Bennett is not known to be a liar. If he came to you, I'd believe what he said. Were his brothers there?"
"Just him and guards."
"That's good. Tanner's a whole different trip. And the other—"
He trailed off, staring into the distance. I frowned. "The other one?"
"Nothing."
He pulled out a piece of paper.
"Here. He's the one who notified us about what was happening here tonight. We run the fighting rings in the area. Moru thought he could open his own ring based on the fact that we already have a relationship with him. He thought wrong. Any operation in this area goes through us. We either have a hand in it or we okay it. We didn't okay this."
"What business are you in with him?" Could I ask that? But he was giving me the information. He gave me another long scrutiny.
"We use some of his businesses to wash money for us. And you might be wondering why I told you that just now. All casual and easygoing like."
His eyes had fallen to the piece of paper in my hand.
"That's a message from Kai Bennett. He told me to write it down for you, word for word. For whatever fucking reason, Kai Bennett's taken an interest in you. He's got eyes here. We knew about this place, but we hadn't made a move. Timing wasn't right. He told us if we wanted to deal with our local problem, tonight was the right time. We didn't know what we were going to come up on when we rolled in. Except that you'd have a hand in it, and Moru would be here. At the end of our conversation, he said to give you that message. I don't have any idea what it means, and unless it has something to do with me and mine, I don't want to know."
He lowered his head, eyes still pinned on mine.
"With Bennett's interest in you, you're being read into this world. You need to have a better comprehension how me and mine operate. There's an agreement in place with some of your friends. Monroe, his people. We steer clear of Rusu, and they do the same with Frisco. I'm thinking you're a new authority in your town, so I'll offer you the same. You steer clear of our business, and we'll do the same for yours. No more fight nights at our place. We're not going to be friends.
I'll tell Logan to stop making friendship bracelets.
I'll be heartbroken.
I jerked my chin in the direction of Moru. And him? He was beating the shit out of his son and his friends tonight. I have a feeling my wife is going to want to take his kid under her wing.
Done,
he said. I stopped, surprised.
As long as you care for the kid, we'll keep Moru Sr. away from you and your kind. All the way away. Consider his shares sold. If he lives in your neighborhood, he'll be moving. If he's on a board where you go to church, have kids in the school, whatever it is, he's gone. As long as you care for the kid.
Some more pressure eased in my chest. I wasn't about to be a witness to Moru's murder. Is the kid... Do you know his kid? I need to know if you do. I gotta know of any potential minefields in the future. He shrugged.
It's nothing personal with the kid. I don't have a connection with him. I just really hate dads who think they can beat on their kids. The only minefield ahead is that kid's trauma.
He clipped his head toward the road.
Get gone, Cade. It's time us bad guys be bad guys.
I hadn't read the paper until I was at a stoplight in town. As soon as I did, I wished I hadn't. Now, parked outside of my own house, I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to do what I was about to do. I was about to shatter Sam's world.
Chapter 45. Samantha. Mason came in, and time stopped. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew something was wrong. I never questioned it. Every fiber in my body began panicking, and I took one stuttering step toward him before I stopped just as abruptly. I was in the hallway, my arms full of bedding. I was taking it to some of the other rooms to get the beds changed for the guys. Mason held my gaze just inside the door, and pain sliced through me. I didn't know where it came from. I didn't know why it was there, but it was there. One look from the boy I'd fallen in love with, the man I married, had children with, and was my other half. He was devastated. I just didn't know why. Mason, I choked out. The bedding fell from my hands. I still didn't move. What is it? He continued to hold my gaze, and for a second, the absolute longing he let me see singed me. I'd never not remember that look from him. It was raw, deep, and it cut to the bone. Then he closed his eyes. Some of the contact was broken between us, but he only lifted his head and drew in some air. His shoulders lifted, rolled back, and settled back down. He was preparing himself. For what? To do what? Mason! My voice was still so hoarse. What is it? His eyes opened. They were so bleak. I was gutted from seeing that look from him. It wasn't supposed to be there. Not him. Not anymore. We'd gone through our trials. We'd had so many battles, and none of them broke us. We persevered, and we were better because of it. But that look wasn't supposed to come back on his face. My heart began pounding. Mom? Maddie came over from the living room. I'd been in view of their room where she had been, her and the others. Max came over next, rounding Maddie's side to step into the hall. He looked from myself to Mason, and as soon as he did, he snapped to attention. He drew in a sudden breath before looking to me again. Max, the dear boy, no. He was a man by now, a young man. He settled a hand on Maddie's arm and positioned himself so he was between her and us. I noticed the movement, but it wasn't to protect her from us. It was to protect her from what Mason was bringing with him. But as soon as he registered his own motion, his shoulders dropped just as abruptly because he knew, just as I did, that whatever Mason had to say, he was going to say no matter what. Max couldn't stop it from happening. He couldn't stop it from hurting Maddie, and I watched as he came to that realization as well. A sudden look of defeat flared over his face before he folded his chin and stepped close to Maddie's side. He got as close as he could. Sounds of movement came from behind them. The others came in. Beltrain, Axel, and Steele. Cautious and confused expressions were on all three of them, guarded too. I tried to give them a reassuring smile, but I knew it fell flat. "Mom?" Maddie asked, her voice dropping. Her heart clenched because she'd resorted to the same voice she used when she was a little girl. She was scared. My little girl who was convinced she was some sort of sociopath. Her voice trembled in fear. "What's going on?" Mason cleared his throat. She looked his way. "Dad?" There was a hallway that separated the others from where Mason stood, but he heard them approaching, and I held his gaze. His nostrils flared. His eyes met mine, holding mine for a moment, before a wall slammed into place. No, I ached at seeing that expression on his face. It had been so long since I saw it. I hadn't realized till now that I never missed it, not once. I wished I'd never have to see it again, but here it was. My heart thumped hard in my chest, and with it, I reeled back in time to when I was Maddie's age, when being numb or rageful were the only two emotions that got me through life. "What's going on?" Beltrain asked the question, stepping forward as their leader. His voice was also hoarse, but that was from all the vomiting he'd done before going to the hospital. I ignored him. I ignored all of them, including my daughter and Max. A bitter laugh slipped from me as I addressed Mason. "I thought we were done with this?" I had tunnel vision on my husband. Everything else was pushed to the back, including the gasp I heard from my daughter. She hadn't moved a muscle, nor had I, but suddenly, she was a mile away. The mask lifted from Mason's face, but only just barely. I got a hint of an apology, and that sealed everything inside of me. I began shaking my head and took a step back. No, I wasn't going to deal with this, not anymore. My ghosts were gone. My mother was dead. I had no other skeletons in the closet, but Mason continued to hold my stare. Whatever this was, whatever he was bringing into the house, it had to do with me. If it had been him, he wouldn't be looking as if he'd rather cut out his own heart than deliver what news he had. If it had been about the kids, he wouldn't still be in the doorway. Anyone else, he would have called or said it to me directly. There'd be none of this premonition heartbreak. Maddie was speaking, but I couldn't pull myself out of this trance. Mason continued to look only at me, and I did the same. And damn it, my eyes watered as tears slid down my face. I was going to get my heart broken. Mason saw the realization land with me and started for me. "Sam," he said. I shook my head, holding up a hand. "No, just..." My voice broke. I needed a second. A fucking second. I was a mother, goddammit. Pulling myself out of the trance, Maddie was at my side, tugging on my arm. "Mom? Mom!" she was yelling, in my face, trying to get my attention. "Mom?" she whimpered. "Maddie." Max tried to soothe her, pulling her into his arms. She evaded his hold, not moving an inch from my side. I looked over our daughter's head and asked her father, "Does she need to be here?" "What? Be here for what? She is me, right?" She was looking between us as Mason came closer. He could now see the other boys, who had drawn closer as well. A new hardness cemented over his face, but he softened it as he looked at Maddie. "It'd be better if she wasn't." He glanced at Max, who'd been following everything with a keenness that belonged to someone twice his age. He gave us both a brisk nod. "Maddie, let's go to your room." "What?" He began pulling her away. She dug her heels in. "No!" He took her hand. She shook him off. "I'm not leaving. Something's going on with my parents and I..." Her tone trembled, breaking. "I need to be here for them." He was watching us over her head. Mason gave him another nod. He clipped his head down before he bent forward and tossed my daughter over his shoulder. Hey! No! What are you doing?" He raised his eyebrows. "I'll keep her in her room as long as possible, but you both know you won't have long to do what you need to do. Also, make sure I'm breathing when she comes back down." He went up the stairs after that, my daughter struggling and yelling over his shoulder. It was the three boys and us now, All were quiet, all so on guard. I waited, wondering if Mason would dismiss them, then deliver what news he needed to tell me, but as I waited, he didn't. What? I inhaled sharply as new comprehension settled into place. This, whatever he had to tell me, it had to do with them? I continued to frown as Mason turned to them, facing them as he stood at my side, and I held my breath, not knowing what was about to happen next.
Tell her who the fuck you are.
What? Tell me? The boys? But I studied them. Each of them. Beltrane's eyebrows were pulled together, his head cocked to the side, confused. Axel, he was pissed, clenched jaw, hands and fists at his side. His shoulders were so rigid.
Tell her.
Now. Mason was looking at him. Dominant authority came off him in waves. There was no room to move here. He would tell me, or he would face the consequences of Mason. But my husband took another step forward. He wasn't speaking to Axel. My eyes trailed, finding who my husband was addressing, and there was a faint pitter-patter in my chest. The last boy, Steele. His last name wasn't coming to me right now, but Steele. Unlike his two friends, there was no confusion on his face. He stood at his tallest height, his shoulders back, his head lifted. He wasn't even focused on Mason. There was no fear. His eyes were on me, directly on me, and they weren't wavering. A new light shone from them, a new resolve, or was it something else? He was calm, but there was more. He was resigned to whatever was about to happen. I blinked, though, and I took a step toward him. I'd felt a pull toward him since I first saw him in the warehouse. I'd done a double take, because for a second, just a brief second, I thought I saw someone else in him. But I looked again, and it was gone. I only saw a boy in pain, someone I didn't know, but someone I wanted to help. He continued to hold my gaze.
Steele is a nickname, and Manning is from my mother's side. My actual name is...
I gasped as I saw it. It happened in a flash, so fast, all the pieces connected. But I'd been wondering in the back of my mind all evening myself. I'd been focused on other items, more prominent issues first, but since that double take, there'd been something nagging at me, a whisper from the back of my mind that I knew this boy. I may never have met him, but I knew him. His name wasn't Steele, not his real name. The truth rocked through me. He started.
Sterling
Brickshire, I ended. He was my brother.
Chapter 46. Mason. You're my brother. Sam said the words quietly, a slight hint of wonderment mixed in. Beltrane fell back a few steps, his entire head rearing back. Axel had moved his hands up, grabbing onto two fistfuls of hair. But at Sam's statement, his mouth fell open at the same time his hand slid slowly down, landing with a thud against his legs. Their eyeballs were almost bulging out. Steele chanced them a look, hesitating before his head hung down again. Yeah, he said it almost as softly as Samantha. His eyes remained on her, a wall in place between them. I watched in real time as my wife fell in love. She reached out a hand to him, but seeing the distance he put between them, she blinked, her eyes shining with unshed tears, and let her hand fall. She swallowed tightly. Steele? He blinked rapidly a few times, his own Adam's apple moving up and down. He drew in some air, readying himself. It's my nickname. His gaze swung to his friends, his mouth flattening before curving down. They didn't know. His eyebrows pulled together again, his gaze swinging my way. You knew. I raised my own eyebrow, because this little prick had the balls to sound accusatory to me. I know everything. You tell her the rest, now. Sam drew in more air, her chest rising and holding. She was preparing herself for what was still to come. Just then we heard a crash upstairs, followed by a door opening. One set of feet pounded the hallway. A second set of feet pounded after until thud thump. Maddie yelled, "Ow, fucker!" Max grunted. "You need to give them time. Jesus, Mads." Her voice went low, but we could still hear it. "If you don't let me go, I swear to God, Max, I'm going to do permanent damage to your dick." Enough was enough. I went to the stairs and shouted, "Logan, Melinda, Cade." They fell quiet. The sounds of their wrestling ceased. "Dad, we are figuring some shit out. Go to your room and wait." Thunk. Max groaned. "Do not hurt Max's... any body part of his. Just go to your room." "But Dad, we will read you in when we know everything ourselves. Until then, go to your room." They were quiet again, until Maddie began whispering. "What? No, Mads. Do what he said. I mean..." She whispered again, more fervently. Max fell quiet. She raised her voice. "Okay, Dad. We're going to my room. We'll have the door closed, so no worries about the loudness of your voices. We won't hear a thing." To Max, we could hear her hiss. "Come on, let's go." He groaned again, but their feet faded, going in the direction of Maddie's bedroom. I met Sam's gaze and saw some dark amusement pooling in them. Some of the stress in me lifted, just slightly. She didn't know everything. When she did, that amusement would be gone, and I didn't know when it would come back again. But I was grateful to my daughter for putting it there now, only if it was going to be a short time. Sam and I shared a look, on the same wavelength. Sam said, "You know she's going to..." I nodded, already moving. "Go around to the back end of the house and sneak downstairs, where they can overhear us. Let's move this to the study." I led the way. The boys followed next, with Sam bringing up the rear. She and Steele kept sneaking looks at the other. Beltrain joked as we went inside, his voice strained. "You guys have a study? And I thought we were rich." No one laughed. He grimaced. "Tough crowd." "It's not fucking funny, Train. Shit. Are you listening to what's happening?" Axel exploded, his arm thrust out toward Steele. "Fucking Steele's been lying to us this whole time." Beltrain grimaced again, but this time there was some guilt mixed in. His eyes shot to where Steele had braked. Axel saw the look. His arm dropped dramatically and he squared up against his friend. "You knew? You fucking knew?" Beltrain shared another look with Steele before opening his mouth, but nothing came out. He cringed before closing it back up. He shrugged, admonishing, Sam closed the door, but she didn't move far from it. Her back was to it, and she stood there as if she were barring anyone from leaving or entering. I tried to get a feel on what was going on with her, but she wasn't letting me. Her eyes were heavy, some sadness shone out, but that was it. She wasn't closed off, but she wasn't meeting my gaze either. Steele interjected, raspy until he coughed to clear his voice. "He didn't know the specifics, but he just knew I wasn't being on the up and up for why I'm here." "Why are you here?" Sam asked quickly, clearly. Her gaze was only on her brother. He trailed off, flinching before raking a hand through his hair. There was a lot of that happening. A lot of people not finishing their statements, a lot of grimacing, a lot of fucking lies that needed to be out, and the sooner the better. I growled, bringing all attention to me. "Drop the act. You come clean now, or I swear to God, kid, I'll do it for you. I've got a feeling you'll appreciate if you say the words first. You hear me?" He paled, the first fucking time showing some fear. Good. This kid had no idea the shitstorm coming for him. I jerked my head toward where the other part of my heart stood outside of my body. She deserves the truth. You either deliver it, or I will. He held my gaze for a moment before everything changed. The rigidness left, his shoulders slackened, the lines around his mouth softened, his eyes grew sad. "You're right. Fuck, you're right." He sank down, taking a seat. Beltrain leaned against one of the walls in the far corner. Axel sat on the same couch as Steele, but at the farthest end. He was there, watching his buddy. Beltrain only had eyes for Steele as well. Sam and I didn't move. Steele waited a moment, maybe to gather himself. I didn't know. But then he started talking.
Some of it, I don't know myself. Brina. Sam's voice was hoarse. My sister. That's what we call her. She, your dad used to call her Seb.
My heart tightened, hearing that. Your dad. No longer her dad. I hated that this was happening, that this had happened. God, Sam. I kept my eyes on her, as if I could block the pain that was happening in front of me, and how much more of it was going to land on her as he would continue to unravel everything.
Yeah.
Steele shot her a slight grin before it faded, his face going flat again.
She informed everyone when she turned 13 that she no longer wanted that name. She didn't like it. Said it was too guy-like for her.
He scoffed.
Why are you here, Steele? Did you know who I was this whole time?
He looked haunted. That slipped out before he locked it down, as quick as it showed.
Yeah, Brina, God, this is all messed up.
He shot to his feet, one of his hands in his hair, fisting it as he held on to it. He began to pace, his shoulders and back tightening.
There's things that I can't tell you, because I don't fully know myself.
He let loose a myriad of curses, swiftly and savagely. Sam asked when he took a breath,
Where are your parents?
He swung those heavy-lined eyes her way, stopping in his pacing. His hand lowered from his head. Some of the wall began to fall from his face, and soon it completely collapsed. He stared at Sam, stricken. He couldn't look away.
They're in Europe. They were banned from being here since the last time he saw you.
Those words held a punch. It slammed into Sam. She fell back a step before righting herself.
What? It was one of the conditions. He had to cease communication with you. He was having a hard time with it, or that's what I was told. I guess he kept reaching out, and then finally they said he couldn't live in the country anymore. He and my mom had been in Europe most of my life. Since I was 4, I think.
Sam looked my way, a question in her depths if I knew this information. I shook my head. This was new to me. I knew about Steele. I knew about the sister and about what she did. We'd not gotten to that part.
Where's your sister?
Sam was frowning to herself.
Maddie said...
Her head tilted up and to the side, her lips pursing together briefly.
She mentioned her. You're the friends she talked about, aren't you? The ones where the sister comes on the weekend, but she was told not to ask any question about where she goes to school. That's you guys. That's Sabrina she's talking about. Not the other friends I thought she was referencing.
She lifted her eyes to me again, and I got it, noted it. Our daughter lied. That'd be added to the list for another discussion with her. I gave her a brief nod back, letting her know I was with her. Sam closed her eyes for a beat before focusing on her brother again. He hadn't answered.
Steele?
She prompted.
Yeah, I don't know. Maddie hangs out with us.
Axel spoke up.
There's another girl that she talks to in class. Lucia. But they don't hang out outside of school. That's us. She's been hanging out at Train's house with us on the weekends. Her and Monroe. Dude,
Beltrain hissed. Axel shot him a dark look.
Get over it, Train. Real shit's happening here.
He glared back.
Where's your fucking loyalty to Mads? She's our friend. And you think she's going to find out Steele's been lying, that you had an idea, and not go apeshit on both of you?
He gestured to the ceiling.
She's an animal. If you think she's going to protect you over her parents, you are delusional.
Beltrain continued to glower at him. Axel scoffed, shaking his head. He leaned back on the couch, shoving his hands in his pockets.
Whatever, dude. She's not you. She has good parents. She's not like us in that vein. But I am.
Sam spoke. She gestured to me.
So is he. We're like you guys.
She lingered on Steele before adding,
I'm not sure about you. Are your parents...
She hesitated and began chewing on her bottom lip.
What are they like?
Steele sat up and his head rose. His chest filled.
They're good parents. I swear to God, Mrs. Cade, I don't know what to call you. Sam, she said huskily. Sam or Samantha. I'm not Mrs. Cade to you. He held her gaze before swallowing and nodding again. Yeah, you're right, Sam, Samantha. My mom and Dad are good parents. They really are. They didn't like what was happening, and Dad, he tried to stop it. He really did. It's why he stopped talking to you. It was their condition. If they were going to leave you alone, then he had to as well. He stared at her, that stricken look returning. He loves you. He does. It's why he left you. I swear it. Sam and I shared another look. Both of us were confused. Who are you talking about? Who, Steele? She moved away from the door. He stiffened, his pupils dilating before he shook his head. As much as he'd opened before, the opposite happened now. He folded in on himself. If he could have balled up and disappeared, he would have. He croaked out, almost too quietly to hear. I can't tell you about them. I'm not supposed to even know, but I do. He was back to hesitating. I can't be the one to tell you. Beltrain ripped away from the wall, stalking to his friend. He touched his shoulder, but turned so he was shielding him from us. That's fucking enough. He told you what he could. No, it wasn't enough. I stalked forward, meeting the little shit's gaze. He tells us everything. Beltrain jerked his chin up, drawing to his full height to stand against me. Or what? His eyes turned mean, glittering from heat. You going to make us do shuttle runs too? Beat us up? What are you going to do? This was a kid, going toe-to-toe with me. I didn't want to like this kid, or respect him, but I did. It came in, grudgingly, but it was there. He was protecting his friend. I made sure to soften my voice, but he had to know the ramifications. There's a whole side to his story that I didn't know about, but we will hear it all. You hear me? What he's withholding threatens my family. I get that you consider him your family. That's obvious. And trust me, I do get that. But he's saying there's someone out there that wanted to come after my wife. That's Maddie's mom. We have you in our home. She was making up beds for you, so while it's cool you want to protect your friend, you need to think long term. My wife still hasn't heard all of it, and I'd much rather she hear it from him than me. He might be able to offer up some understanding for why he did what he did. I moved to the side as I spoke, my eyes falling on Steele as I said that last piece. Blood drained from him. He grabbed onto the couch, just before his entire body wavered to the side. Axel cursed, shifting over. He grabbed hold of Steele, keeping him from toppling over. Beltrain whipped around too, also cursing. Both righted their friend simultaneously. Fuck this! Axel looked up. Axe! Beltrain warned. No, fuck this, Train. His gaze skirted between Sam and me. You need to call his sister. She's behind all of this. Whatever all of this is, it's her. Guaranteed, it's her. Something shifted inside of me. He was giving me a new target. What are you saying? You want answers? You get them from her. Fuck. She'll probably gloat about it. Beltrain and Steele didn't argue with what he was saying. Both remained quiet. Axel added, almost as a curse, she's the mastermind behind whatever this is. I took out my phone and tossed it to him. Call her.
Chapter 47. Maddie. I was going insane. I needed to know what was happening. Anything could be happening. Someone might be getting murdered. Someone might be murdering. I sucked in my breath because what then? I had to be a part of it, of whatever it was happening. I cursed under my breath, looking over at Max where he was sleeping on the couch. I talked him into sneaking downstairs, but he didn't realize that we should have been able to overhear them, except that when we got down here, we couldn't. They left. Slippery little parents. And the guys, Train, Axe, and Steele, they were my friends. What was going on? I wanted to pull my hair out or my nails. I had to move. I couldn't stay down here anymore. Patting Max on his arm, I stood whispering, I'm sorry, my love.
Who knew Benadryl was so fast-acting? The few times I took it, it usually took an hour. When I slipped it into Max's water, it hit him almost immediately.
Reaching for a blanket, I covered him up, and that was when the doorbell rang.
I perked up. Now we're talking. It was almost a party.
I was moving up the stairs when I heard my dad going to the door. He and Mom walked differently.
I would recognize the sound of his footsteps for the rest of my life. They were quiet, but ominous at the same time. I rolled my eyes at that thought. Ominous. My dad. Then I heard a voice I knew.
Hello! That was Brina, and she was sounding all bright and cheery, but it wasn't real.
I didn't like how she was sounding. This has been a long time coming, don't you think, brother-in-law? I froze on the stairs. Brother-in-law? Why was Steele's sister saying that to my dad? I kind of regretted drugging Max now.
Chapter 48. Mason. Sabrina Brookshire was a cocky little shit. Maybe there's a better way to describe her, but I don't care to expend that energy. I opened that door, took one look at her, and hated her on sight. She's got Sam's eyes, her chin, and her body type, and that is all. The rest of her is maniacal bullshit. I get why Axel said she was the mastermind. She was gloating when she got here. This was always my dilemma. I loathe when other girls mess with Sam because I couldn't punish them. You hurt us, we hurt you back tenfold. Except I never knew what to do with the female gender. It was the same problem now, except what I really wanted to do. Sam would not be down for that. I'd wait. I'd hear it all, make my decision, and proceed from there. She was almost skipping when I led her to the study. There was a bounce to her stride, and she kept looking at me, giving me a fucking coy smile. I gave her nothing. It didn't penetrate with her. If I hadn't already been operating with the assumption the girl had legit mental instability, I would have thought she was on something. Her laugh was high and coarse. She was flushed, some beads of sweat on her forehead, but her eyes were the kicker. They were not here. She was off in some other universe in her head. I held open the door and she went in first. After Axel called her on my phone, and it should be noted that she answered, and agreed to coming without once asking about her brother. The guys had a heated discussion. A heated fight was a better word, because all three threw down for their opinions. Steele wanted them gone. This was family business, literally. Axel and Beltrain vehemently disagreed. Beltrain flat out said, "Fuck no, dude. Your sister is the most cunning and unstable bitch I've ever met. I'm not fucking leaving." He declared that and plopped down on a chair. Folding his arms over his chest, he gave Steele a pointed glare and smirked. Steele's mouth hung open. You never said any of this shit to me before." Beltrain laughed before using his head to indicate the room. "And we've not heard any of this shit. You said you needed a place to stay and to tell people we're cousins because you had family drama back home. That's the truth." Beltrain's eyes flicked upward. "You lied to me, but whatever, dude. I love you, and I'm not leaving. Next." He jerked his chin toward Axel. Steele cursed under his breath. His fingers dug into his temples before round two happened. He started, "Ax, no." Axel dropped back on the couch where he'd been sitting before. I liked both their arguments, but I liked Beltrain's more. And I really liked it now after having met Sam's little sister. But as we walked inside, I caught the look those two shared. Neither were fans of Steele and Sam's sister. Sam, though, I studied her, and a metal cage fell down around me, locking me in, because I was watching my wife fall in love all over again. This time it was with her sister. Her eyes softened, warmed. "Sabrina." She started for her arms lifting for a hug when the girl in question started laughing. Laughing. And it was the same high-pitched, unhinged laugh. Sam stopped in her tracks. Steele cursed. "Stop it, Brina!" The laughter died, and a hollowness lingered in an echo after. I would never describe this girl as beautiful, because she wasn't. On the outside, she might have passed for that description. She had wavy brown hair. It fell just past her shoulders. She was slender. I'm sure she was dressed as a normal college student would dress. Maybe one going to a party. A white crop top, high-waisted jeans a lot of other girls wore. Sandals, glowing sun-kissed tan skin. Her face was what all the pretty girls look like, but she couldn't hold a candle against someone like her sister. Sam was beautiful on the outside and inside. She surpassed this girl, hands fucking down. Sam was better in every way, always would be better. The girl had no chance, but my wife, with the good heart she had, wasn't thinking about any of that. I knew what she was thinking. She was thinking about the day she first held her sister in her arms. She was remembering that day and remembering all the love she had for her, and after needing to suppress it for so long, it was flooding back to her. She wasn't seeing how her sister wasn't her sister anymore. She was an enemy. She was someone who wanted to hurt her. I thought she could tell Sam, tell her what she did, how Steele had told Samantha who he was. I was dead fucking wrong. This girl was going to do it. She was, I saw that. But she was going to do it in the cruelest way she could. She wanted to inflict the worst kind of pain she could on Samantha. I wasn't going to let that happen. "What, little brother? Aren't you happy to see me?" He didn't go to her. He didn't hug her. He just stood there, glared, and fisted his hands at his sides. She'd been taking him in at the same time, because she let out a harsh laugh. "Are you kidding me?" Her head tilted, her eyes narrowed, cold calculations smearing her face. Her lips twisted in a snarl. "You were supposed to make contact." "I did," he bit out. "You were supposed to become friends with their daughter." "I did do that." He glanced at Sam warily. Her tone went mean. "You weren't supposed to start caring for her, you dipshit." He flushed. "She's my sister, Brina." "So?" she taunted. "She's also the reason Uncle Seb went to prison." Sam gasped, her eyes tearing my way, just as mine shot to hers. Shock and alarm branded me. "Uncle Seb?" She went still, eerily still, before rotating to face me. The entire motion made my skin crawl, but the smile on her face wasn't right. She wasn't right. She continued with that mocking tone. "Yes, my godfather. I believe you knew him as Park Sebastian." She winked at her brother. "Why do you think I wanted a different nickname? Seb is his name, not mine. We can't have the same nickname." Uncle Seb. Park Sebastian. Holy shit. I was rocked. The ground could have fallen out from underneath me, and I wouldn't have noticed. Our past had come back to haunt us. "He went to prison." "Yes, he did. For what the network pinned on him." She knew about the network. She thought they set him up. For being a serial rapist. She had no idea what he'd done. No idea at all. Beltrain asked, his face scrunched up. He cast Steele a look before saying, "Never mind." "The network." She sing-songed the name, clapping her hands. "I'm so excited for this moment. I've been waiting so long for this. Yes, Train, the network. It was a secret society that your new mommy and daddy destroyed." Sam was so pale, shaking her head. The list of shit he'd done to us, the worst was to her. Except they decided they didn't want to be a part of it, so they took something that generations built, and they burned it all down to the ground. Much like another building. Am I correct, brother-in-law? She knew about the fraternity house. She knew about the network. I said, "You're still in contact with Park, aren't you?" She began laughing, this time a genuine trickle of amusement coming from her. "Still in contact. I've never not been in contact with my godfather. Some might say I'm closer to him than my own father." Her lips curved up. "Those people would be correct. I know everything you've done to him. I very much doubt that."
Sam snapped. There she was. The shaken look was gone. The old Sam was back, mixed with the new one, and she was even stronger, more powerful. This was the kick-ass Sam, and God, I loved her. Pride swelled in my chest, along with arousal and desire. My woman made me hard. Sabrina frowned and she faltered a step. This wasn't the sister she thought she'd be meeting. What? She started to say something. Steele cut off his own sister. He's brainwashed her. Steele! She slapped him. Whoa. Sam's eyes widened at how quick her reaction had been, and she wound up to do it again. I don't fucking think so. Beltrain was there, getting between her and her brother. Step back, you bitch! Sabrina inhaled sharply, but her target just switched. Her hand went back again. She was going to slap Beltrain instead. Fuck no! Axel got involved, shoving her backward. He followed her, stopping after a few feet, now blocking both Beltrain and Steele from her. You ever touch your brother like that again? And I don't give a fuck who you are. I will ruin your life. I met Sam's gaze over their heads, both of us in shock. These kids were us. Me, Logan, her. They were in the form of Beltrain, Axel, and Steele. This was a whole head trip that I didn't see coming. Sabrina growled. You're the one who called me to come here. Because your brother won't tell them about whatever sick secrets you've made him keep. He came clean that he's her sister, but that's it. You have to come clean about everything else. Tell them the truth. Enough with these fucking manipulations. Her eyes grew uncentered, a wild gleam taking root in them. She tipped her head back, another chortling laugh rippling up and out of her throat. Oh, it's like that, is it? I come on command and what? Confess? Is that supposed to save my soul, Axel? My brother's soul? Axel switched, going from heated to a cold smirk in 0.0 seconds. But the transition made her uneasy. That only reinforced his smirk. I don't give a fuck about your soul. I've listened to you rant enough to know you are gone. You've been brainwashed. There's no coming back for you. Her face grew heated, reddening. She flung her hand out, pointing at Sam and me. These people, you don't even know what they did. I don't care. He got right back in her face. You want to know what these people did for me? For Beltrain? For your own brother? You want to listen to that because I can tell you. It happened in real time, in front of me. It's not a story I've heard from someone else who is so fucking obvious about his agenda that you're batshit stupid to believe one fucking word of it. He's been there for me. I've been there for you, Steele roared, stalking around his friends and getting in his sister's face. She blinked and blinked again. He kept going at her, and she backtracked. They didn't stop until she hit against the wall, and even then, Steele got all up in her space. He was taller than her, so he leaned down, his voice chilling. Do you know what Belle's dad was doing to us? Some of the fight faded. What are you talking about? Philip Moru. We didn't know anyone here. You're the one who approached Moru. You're the one who put me in Belle's house. But I'm the one who got Belle to agree to lie for me. He just didn't know the truth. How'd you know to contact Philip Moru? What? What was he doing to you? What did he do to you? Her voice rose, becoming sharp again. The beginning of some panic was setting in. Steele ignored her, speaking low, almost depressed. Some of his shoulders loosened again, becoming defeated. His voice became replete, empty. It wasn't just once. We've been playing football for almost 2 months now. We started the end of August. Do you know? You have no idea. But they did. They stopped it. What did he do to you? Fuck, that voice. The unhinged tone was gone, and in that voice she was stripped down to a sister. She fucking sounded like Samantha. The same voice. I did not want to hear that familiarity from her. Fuck no. I didn't want a reminder whose blood she shared. Because in that voice, as Sam heard it too, I saw hope rekindle in my wife's heart. Fuck. The hope gave way to new determination. I knew, right then and there, that Sam was going to do what she needed to save this sister of hers.
God damn. No. No. Steele didn't tell her. Axel didn't either. Beltrain did. And as he did, as we all heard what else his father had done to them, and how many more times he'd had them go into that shed, more than I wanted to think about because he hadn't used the excuse of a lost football game to justify his need to abuse them, Sabrina was shaking by the end of it. I didn't know. I swear. All the blood was gone from her face. Her lips were trembling. Steele, I swear, I didn't know. Yeah, he bit out. Rough. But someone did. Who told you to contact him? I didn't contact him. That's not how this happened. We were introduced, and we went from there. Who did the introductions? The answer was right there, right on the tip of her tongue. But as she thought about answering, she looked at my wife. Just that, one look, and I could see all the brainwashing return back to her forefront. The raw vulnerability she had when hearing her little brother had been hurt was covered up by the cruel gleefulness of whatever this creature was in front of me. Park Sebastian did this. He did a masterful job of it. I had to give him that. He took away someone Sam loved. Who do you think? Come on. She laughed again. The chortling was back. You want to know everything? I mean, that is why I came here. I knew when Mom and Dad figured it out. Then the gig was up. Or most of it was up. But don't worry. I'll tell you everything. I want to tell you everything. Are you ready? Sam stared back at her, but she had masked the earlier love I saw in her gaze as she watched her sister. An expressionless mask was in its place. She deadpanned. Not in the least. Sabrina didn't care. She began talking.
Chapter 49. Maddie. I found them. They were in the study, and who knew when Nova's snake went missing, it ended up being a blessing because I knew about a vent that I could overhear everything. It had been where Nova's snake was hiding. Natesia's the one who got it out, Max's little sister. I didn't think I was scared of anything, but that's not true. I'm terrified of something happening to my family. And snakes. Nat, though, she really isn't scared of anything. Nolan used her gifts like a honing beacon, led us to the study, and from there, Nat stuck her hand down, grabbed the snake, and hauled that sucker out of there. It was wrapped all around her arm, but it was awesome. I didn't want to miss anything, but I made a detour through the kitchen to grab a snack. Uncle Logan installed that in me from an early age. If there's drama, you grab popcorn. It's proper etiquette now. If someone else is watching, or in this case listening with you, you share. Also good etiquette. I didn't have time to pop anything, but there was a bag ready to go, so I grabbed it, along with a soda, and here I was, snuggled up on the other side of the vent. I had snacks, a drink, and a blanket I snatched on the way. Getting comfortable, I was ready. Okay, so the way I figure is that this entire showdown had 3 parts. The first part I missed because Max. The second part, I could not believe what I was hearing. Brina was my mom's sister? Half-sister? I was a little fuzzy on some of the details, but holy shit, Brina was a bitch. She was the definition of a HBOTC. Also, I wasn't liking how she was talking to my mom, like she was taunting her or something. Then, wham, bam, I almost fell over, ma'am, when I heard about what Train's dad was doing to them. I went all growly and had to stuff the blanket over my mouth to keep from alerting them to my spot. I was making a list of people that I could hurt, and Train's dad was on it. They had not shared that part with me when Max and I made our dramatic entrance or when we were at the hospital. I asked, but everyone was tense, and Max kept telling me he'd tell me later. Sometimes I liked playing that game with him. If he said he'd tell me something later, and if he didn't, then I'd get inventive in how I'd make him tell me. Because of the idea of that game, I didn't push on finding out the details. I regret that now. I kept listening. Oh, some understanding was happening. She'd been brainwashed by this other guy, someone that Mom and Pop hurt. That made sense.
I mean, that sucked, but it made a bit more sense how someone who was my mom's sister was such a cunty bitch. Part 3 of the showdown was when Brina explained the evilness of her evil plans. Turns out there used to be a secret society. Mom and Dad blew it up. Go rents. They set up the Godfather brainwashy guy to take the fall, who was sent to prison because he was a serial rapist. The HBOTC was in denial of that fact, but it seemed legit to me. If someone's going to brainwash someone all their life, I mean, hello, that's just another form of grooming. The big twist was that another secret society was erected. Pause for laughter. I just said erected. The new secret society was better, more elite, more powerful, and they changed some rules. They were all about blackmailing first and not holding information to blackmail later. That part didn't make sense, but I'm sure if someone was in that old secret society, that'd make sense to them. The bottom line was that a lot of blackmailing was happening. The new secret society was worse than the first. If I was hearing that right. Most things are worse the second time around. Oh, whoa. They were behind why Grandpa Garrett couldn't see my mom? That made sense. He knew about them, and when they wanted to hurt my mom and dad, Grandpa Garrett put his foot down. He said, "No siree." They countered with, "Oh, so we can't hurt your daughter? Fine, then you can't see her either." So not cool. The new secret society sounded like assholes. Then again, anyone who was in a secret society would be an asshole. I'm sure it was a requirement. That sucked for Mom. It bothered her that her bio dad never reached out. His heart seemed to be in the right place. If we took this new one down, Grandpa Garrett could come around again. Mom would be happy to see him. The new secret society was added to my list. People, places, or things for destruction. 1. Train's a-hole dad. 2. HBOTC, new leader, Brina. 3. New secret society. That'd keep me busy the rest of high school, but they were still talking. And my fingers hit the bottom of the popcorn bag. I ran out of my snack. I might need to grab some more. Maddie? Screech? Say what? All thoughts of going for more popcorn was abandoned because the HBOTC just said my name. I turned around so I could press my ear to the vent to make sure I didn't miss anything. She was bringing me into this. As far as I was concerned, that gave me permission to do anything and everything I was planning. Thank you, HBOTC.
Chapter 50. Samantha. I couldn't process what this person was saying. My sister, my God, my brother. They were both here. How could I process this? But Sabrina wasn't mine. He'd gotten to her. He took her away from me. He turned her against me. I stood here and listened as Sabrina talked about this new secret society, how great it was, how powerful, how elite. The punchline was her. Park Sebastian wanted to hurt us, and he won in the end. He was a part of the new secret society, even from prison. He orchestrated everything. Jesus Christ, did Garrett know how much in contact Sabrina had been with Park? I couldn't imagine he'd be okay with it. He knew what Park tried to do to me, and my sister was telling me that Park wasn't a serial rapist, that we set him up. She believed it. Everything he said. She believed every damn word. No, I made up my mind. He didn't get to have her. I didn't care how long he spent grooming her, making her believe his bullshit. I wouldn't allow it. Where is he? My sister shut up. I tuned her out because everything she was saying was on repeat. There was nothing new. It was crazy rhetoric. Half was about how amazing the new secret society was, and the other half was how enraged she was on Uncle Seb's behalf for what the old secret society did to him. Round and fucking round. Who? Park. Her eyes got wide before more glee beamed from her. He's still in prison. They got him convicted for being a serial rapist, remember? Such bullshit charges. But he has a new lawyer, and there's a new judge in the secret society. They're going to get him out. It's a matter of time now. I can't wait. She rubbed her hands together. Bullshit charges. I shook my head. They weren't bullshit charges. I looked over her head to Mason. saw the concern he had for me. He knew what Park tried to do to me. But Garrett left, seemingly to protect me. And what? He left his daughter behind? How the hell had Sabrina been in contact with Park all her life? Why wasn't she in Europe with her parents? I needed to talk to Garrett. I needed Sabrina to shut the fuck up. She was spouting nonsense. And I needed to talk to Steele. He'd been quiet since her arrival. I need to talk to your father. She stopped talking again, but then a wicked smile stretched over her face. But you haven't asked me the best part. The big reveal, sister. Don't you want to know the real reason I'm here? Why I sent Steele to go to school here ahead of me? It's really good. I promise. God, I didn't want to know. I didn't know if I could stomach it, whether it was real or bullshit. I started to tell her just that, but she tilted her head to the side, softening her grin. It has to do with Maddie. I went still, hearing that. My daughter. What did my daughter have to do with whatever dark plans my sister had concocted? Steele, too. I sent him a scathing look, but he was watching his sister with confusion. They changed the recruiting rule. You remember how it worked the last time, right? I did, remembering when Park himself explained it all to me. The families were legacies. My grandfather, my father. It made sense why they tapped Sabrina to join the new one. Park's family started it all. They initiated my mother, except she was blacklisted. They tried to initiate me. They wanted Mason, Logan. They really wanted James Cade, though he was considered a special exception. The recruiting happened in college. They pulled people in through friendships and bonding, finding out their secrets and using that to keep them inside the society. It was a cult. If you left, all of your secrets were released and your life was ruined. The power of the network had been terrifying. If this new one was worse, that gave me chills. My mouth was dry, feeling like I was scraping over bark as I asked, "How did they change it?" "We can recruit in high school now." Oh, God. She sent Steele here. He was in the same school as Maddie. Steele was cool, popular. That was obvious to see. His group of friends seemed to be friends with my daughter. I shared a horrified look with Mason, both of us realizing what she was trying to do. I rasped out, "You're trying to recruit my daughter?" Her eyes were soulless. She tucked her hands behind her back and swung her shoulders from side to side, all demure-like and the devil incarnate. That's the thing, right? The dangerous part of secret societies, cults. Once you get in someone's head, in their emotions, you can't get out. I'm in Maddie's head. The guys were nice enough to introduce us, to let us hang out at Beltrane's house on the weekend. Your daughter is real nice. She looks up to me. She likes me. Axel's nose was wrinkled, his top lip curled up in disgust. Steele's eyes were bulging out, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Beltrane shared the same, but there was an undercurrent with him, a darker feeling. He was plotting, and the way he was staring at Sabrina, those thoughts were about her. God, was it true? Did Sabrina already have a handle on Maddie? Was she so far in that we'd never be able to get Sabrina's influence out of her? We were seeing the real-life product of this recruitment in person. My sister was proof of how powerful, how dangerous that type of recruitment could be. I had no idea what kind of person my sister might have been, because she was all Park Sebastian personified. She was his puppet. No, I shook my head, eyes closing. It couldn't be true. But I thought Maddie had been spending time with different friends. I met them, thought they were great influences. I didn't know it had all been a lie. But Maddie had consistently been lying since James died. James. Oh, no. I locked eyes with Mason, but he knew. He already knew. He'd been waiting for me to get there. The old secret society wanted James, badly. The new one, they were about revenge, apparently. They hadn't come after me because of my father, but there would have been nothing to keep them away from James. My stomach twisted. I covered my mouth as vomit churned up my throat. Dear Lord, no. My sister quieted as she watched me. As I pieced things together, her smile only grew. Her face wasn't even human right now. If I'd been told a demon possessed her, I would have believed it. Her eyes were bone-chilling. She was so eager. Her head inclined toward me, and she tucked some of her hair behind her ear. "Did you figure it out? Are you there yet?" She was so breathless from her excitement. I couldn't voice it. I couldn't put into words what I was thinking because it would have been a nightmare come to life. I couldn't do that to Mason, to Logan. He'd been their father, my children's grandfather. But he would have been vulnerable. Annalise died and he'd been lost, missing her. "You're there, aren't you? You can tell me. Give me a hint. I don't want to jump ahead if you're not there yet. It's best if you got there on your own, more fulfilling that way." She took 2 steps my way, the exhilaration vibrating off her body. Her eyes were wild, gone, as if she were on drugs. "Give me a hint. Come on. Something." I shook my head, taking a step away from her, wrapping my arms around myself. I couldn't stomach being around her. She wanted to boast about it. She was begging for me to let her spill all the horrible details. "Sam," Mason murmured, starting for me. "Don't!" I held up a hand, stopping him. I bit out, "Don't. What they did." I couldn't finish. My throat spasmed, choking me. "It was them, Mason. They did it." "I know." His words were quiet. This was what he was referring to when he said, "We hadn't learned it all. This was the rest." I couldn't handle it if there was more. I was going to snap. My sanity would shatter, and I'd be like my mother. It was genetic. I was predisposed. Just needed the right type of environment, and I could follow in her footsteps. "You're there, aren't you? Come on." She was writhing, whining as if we were having sex and she was pleading for more. "I already told you about Maddie, but there's one more. Can you guess? I need you to guess. He told me I couldn't say anything until you brought it up. He said that'd be burying the lead, whatever that means. So come on, please just say his name." I couldn't give her the satisfaction. Holding Mason's gaze, seeing the sadness and yearning in him, he wasn't going to say his father's name either. "Okay, I know. I'll give you a hint." She clapped and bounced. "Oh, this is so exciting. So, first hint is that we never thought we could get him to kill himself." "Shut up," Mason wrangled out in a menacing warning. It was enough to silence Sabrina. Her face went blank. She blinked a few times before she tipped her head back and laughed. She laughed, and no one could say anything to stop her. What she just acknowledged was, I didn't have the words. She took away a person's life. How? I didn't recognize my own voice. It was animalistic, wounded. Her laughter dried up abruptly. She gave me a slow blink, assessing me calmly before a pitying grin took over her face. "How did we get him to take his own life, you mean?" I flinched, hearing it put into words again. She migrated to me. 1 step. "I never thought he'd do it. Not that quickly. We hoped. It had been in the works, but then we heard the news that the great Mason Cade was retiring, and his family was moving back to Fallen Crest. It was all lining up. The time was perfect. James was 68. Guess how many members from the network killed themselves from the email you leaked?" "What?" She leaned into me, breathing on me as she whispered, 68. 68 people took their lives because of something you did. That's your destruction. 1 email got 68 people killed. It was only fitting if we sent James the same type of email, right? Guess how many emails we needed to send him?" The ends of her mouth curved up in an impish grin. Her eyes were sparkling. She was loving this. "We sent him 68 emails. Though I don't know if he opened them all, but we felt it was symbolic. 68 people died. James was 68. 68 emails, all laying out how someone that terrified Mason's daddy was coming to hurt his family. Of course, we made it about the company, but Park helped me with the wording. There was an undercurrent threat that Kai Bennett was coming to take his family away. She cast a look over her shoulder to him, her tone turning coy, almost seductive. It worked. We couldn't believe it. My mind was spinning. 68 people killed themselves because of the email we leaked? Was that on me? The information on there had been their secrets, but it was leaked to the other members. We only wanted to have them turn on Park, which they did. We were told they did. Clearly they hadn't stopped there. I tore from the room, going to the bathroom across the hallway. I killed those people. Their lives were on me. I landed on my knees in front of the toilet, and I spewed. I couldn't stop. It kept coming up. Self-disgust, self-loathing, self-hate. I killed all of those people. I was the reason James was dead. This was all about me.
Chapter 51. Mason. Sam fled the room, shoving open the door. "Go!" Beltran was speaking to me. He nodded in the direction my wife just went, before giving a bob towards Sabrina's direction. "We got her. She's not going anywhere. Go take care of your woman." She was in the bathroom across the hallway, puking. "Babe." I sank down next to her, pulling her hair back, and ran a hand over her shoulders. What did I say in this situation? Her sister was a psychopath. If it was true, then people died because of something we did. I knew Sam would carry that, no matter what I said. I sighed. I wished Logan was here. "Those people are dead because of me." She stopped vomiting. She hiccuped, tears falling from her eyes. "No," I growled. Bending forward, I hauled her up and moved her so she was on my lap, sitting sideways. She could completely rest against me. As she did, a shudder went through her body, and I smoothed a hand over her hair, down her arm, her back, and I repeated. I'd repeat that forever if it made her feel better. "People died," she whispered, burrowing into my chest. "No, fuck that, no." She tensed. "Mason." "No," I snapped. She looked up, surprised. I looked down, met her gaze, and I hated that look in her eyes. That her sister, of all fucking people, put that defeated and self-loathing look there. Fuck Sabrina. Fuck Garrett. He let his daughter become open and vulnerable to fucking Park Sebastian. He was in prison. We helped put him there. Why the fuck was he able to resurrect himself to fuck with us again? All those assholes in the network did shit that put them on that blackmail list. We leaked it, yes, but we didn't do whatever their secrets were. We didn't put ourselves in the position to become blackmailed by the network in the first place. I don't care. I know you do, and I want to be sensitive, but I don't give a fuck. They were trying to ruin our lives. They were trying to pull us in, and they would have controlled us for the rest of our fucking lives. We fought back. That's what we did. We leaked their own shit to themselves, and we did it from a piece of shit rapist. He tried to rape you. He tried to end my football career. He tried to get Logan expelled from college. Jesus Christ. Are you really feeling bad that other people did what they did for whatever reason? You don't know if it's true, and you don't know the circumstances. None of it. Maybe it was shame, or maybe someone else in the network was going after them too. Who the fuck knows? That's not on you. That's all I know. She let some of the tension go, settling more fully over me. She rested her forehead against my chest. My dad was on that list. And your dad is still around, isn't he? Unlike mine. I didn't say the words, but we both fell quiet, hearing them anyway. She tensed all over again. Mason. Don't, Sam. But Mace. I shook my head. She tried to sit up, to look at me, but I kept her against my chest. I just wanted to hold her. I didn't want to hear her sympathies about what her sister helped put in motion. Your dad. She still tried. No, baby. I tipped her chin back, my eyes falling to hers, brushing some of her hair behind her ears. I held her back for a moment. This is all I want to say about my dad. He made the choice. He was helped in making that choice, but he did it. I will never know how much he was actually in fear for his life, or if it was his excuse to go and be with Annalise. He's gone. Your sister and Park capitalized on him, but he pulled the trigger. What are you saying? I didn't realize she'd been wearing makeup, but some of her mascara smudged from her vomiting session. 2 lines traced down her face. What did it say about me that somehow that made her even more beautiful? I smoothed the lines away, using my thumbs. I needed to grab a washcloth to wipe the rest away. But I was so far gone for this woman. Every word I said in my wedding vows was true. I meant them then. I meant them now. I'd always mean them. She was it for me. There was no one else. There would be no one else. And if anything happened to her, I would burn the world down. Feeling all the love, the tenderness for her, remembering how she'd been there for me after James died, I would never be able to love her enough. I'd never be able to show her the magnitude of how much I loved her. No words, no gestures. None could touch the depth of how my soul cherished this woman in my arms. I still tried, whispering. It would break my heart if you let one word of what that deranged girl said into your soul. It's poison, plain and simple. She's toxic. Park Sebastian got inside her head, and he infected her. His sister turned her back on him. His mother. His father chose us over him. He has no one, and somehow he was able to get his tentacles on her. That's not on you, and most certainly anything that comes from her mouth is tainted by him. You'd never believe a goddamn word if Sebastian himself were saying it. So why are you letting yourself take to heart what she said? She's a goddamn mouthpiece for him. A sheen of tears swam over her eyes, pooling on her eyelids. The agony was there, so fresh, so real, strong. She closed her eyes, clasping them tight as she whispered, "But what if it's true?" I tightened my hold on her, as if that could keep out any more of her self-blame. My voice was rough as I replied, "It's still not on you. We meant to hurt one person with what we did. If there was collateral, we'll look into it, and we'll make what amends we can. But I will not let you shoulder that. It's not yours, Sam. It's not yours to carry." "What? So you can carry it? Is that what you're saying instead?" "Yes," I snapped. Her eyes widened. "In this matter, yes. I would always carry what I could so she didn't. That was my job. That was my right as her husband. I can carry it. It's not going to weigh me down, but you need to let me carry it, okay? You carry all the love for our family. You let me have this." I caught her face in my hands, holding her with gentle care. My thumbs rubbed over her cheeks again, brushing the tears that slipped free. "The girl has hurt you, hurt my father, hurt me, and she's trying to hurt our daughter. You don't let her hurt you anymore. You got me? If you don't do it for me, for yourself, do it for Maddie. Push out what she said, because if you don't, it'll infect you too. It's like letting him inside of you. Don't." I got through. I saw the crack, and there was a peek of the old Sam looking back at me. She was doing it, battling to stop the poison from slipping any further inside of her. She was mostly doing it for Maddie, but it did the trick. She loved our kids more than anything. Sabrina had no idea, nor did Sebastian. They would never win against a mother's love. "What are you going to do?" My arms tightened around her again. "About what?" "She's the one who hurt your father. I know you, Mason. You have to avenge your dad. Even if you're trying to tell me that you don't blame them completely, I still know you." I closed my eyes, wishing I could close my heart just as easily. But I couldn't. Not to Sam. Not to my kids. Not to my brother. Not to anyone I consider family. But that was the joke of it all, because Sabrina was Sam's sister. "Are you asking me not to?" I guarded myself, waiting for her response. Her hand rose to rest on my chest. She spread her fingers out, her palms splayed there. My heart knew it was there and tried pushing its way out of my chest, trying to get to her touch. She dropped her voice. She's been warped. She's his weapon. You hurt her. You're not hurting the right person. I didn't want to talk anymore. I knew what Sam was saying. There was logic there. But Sabrina still made a choice. She did a whole lot to hurt my father and laid the groundwork to angle closer to Maddie. Mason? I shook my head, cupping her face and pulling it to my chest. I don't know what I'm going to do. She resisted, keeping some space so she could see me better. Her fingers laced with mine. Promise me you'll talk to me before you do anything. I'm not saying she shouldn't face consequences, but I want a say in it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not forgetting that she wants to take Maddie from us. She held my gaze, studying me intently. I didn't want to lie to her. Grazing a finger under her jawline, I felt her tremble under my touch. I murmured, Once I know what I'm going to do, I'll talk to you about it. Her relief was palpable. I hated seeing that because while Sam was torn, I wasn't. Sabrina was her sister. She wasn't mine.
Chapter 52. Maddie. I heard all the bullshit Brina was spewing. Her mind was all messed up. Kudos to that douchebag. Job well done if he wanted to fuck up lives. Goal accomplished. Brina was never going to be a normal functioning person again. Mom and Dad moved from commiserating in the bathroom, with my mom going to their bedroom. My dad went to the kitchen, where he was now getting answers from my friends. I want you to call Garrett. That was my dad talking to my uncle. Snicker. Find out if he knew about this. Why the fuck he allowed it? The secret society? That was Steele. No, I know he's aware. It's why they're in Europe. Why didn't you two go with them? We were. We did. We were there most of our lives, but Brina wanted to go to college stateside. We weren't always over there. We have other family here on my mom's side that we visit, but the plan was that Brina would be at university for the next 4 years. Dad didn't like that she was going to Kane, but it's where we're all going. It's a family tradition. I came because I wanted to be close to her. How the fuck did you end up here? Kane's 3 hours away. There's other high schools closer. Steele didn't reply right away. I heard some scuffling sounds. My dad doesn't know I'm here. Brina enrolled me. She's dealing with the payments, and all she told me was to get close to Maddie. I'm not a total dumbass. Once I knew Maddie's last name, I figured out the connection early on. Brina's always talked a certain way about our older sister, but I've never let that influence me. I wanted to see for myself, make up my own thoughts about our sister. Is my dad in this secret society thing? That was Beltrain asking, his voice sounding strained. As far as I know, no. He's not in, but I'm remembering a few things Brina said. I think he's aware of the secret society and that he wants to be in. She mentioned a fake recruiting exception for him, but she laughed about it, said they were just using him. I didn't know what she was talking about. I hadn't met you, and I thought he was being used for me, letting me stay here. Now I think he was letting me stay here as a way of getting initiated. Maybe. Or that's what he thought. You knew who Sam was? My dad. Another beat of silence. I always knew who she was, but seeing her in person was... She's not how Brina said. I'm not on board with anything my sister did. I knew she was going sideways, but I didn't realize the extent of it until we all heard what she said. She's messed up. She needs help. She tried turning you against Sam? There wasn't a response, and my heart hurt at that because of course she would. Brina was cracked. If she were an egg, she'd been cooked the wrong way, and her shell was all splintered up. I listened to more, as Steele explained that once he met Beltrain, they bonded within the first weekend. It was an easy friendship, how Beltrain and Axel had no idea what Steele was doing. They were told he needed to hide from some bad family members. They didn't push Steele for more, assuming he'd tell them what was going on when he felt comfortable to do that. Grandpa Garrett had no idea what was going on. Any of it. He had no idea Brina was in communication with the guy in prison. I barely remembered Grandpa Garrett myself. The other bottom line is that they had no idea what to do with Brina, which brought me back to where I was currently standing, outside the study. Brina was inside. They were all in their kitchen meeting, deciding what to do with her. I opened the door and walked inside. Brina straightened from where she was sitting in a corner chair. She unfolded her legs and brightened. The Brina mask she wore when we hung out slid into place. Her smile seemed so genuine, like it always had. "Maddie, hi!" She laughed, tossing some of her hair over her shoulder. She smoothed her hands over her legs. "You must be confused at seeing me here, huh?" She motioned behind me. Steele called, told me what happened. I wanted to be here for my brother. So warm and caring. She was the picture of a doting big sister. I shut the door, locking it. She frowned at that, a slight flicker of worry showing before she hid it again. Her smile was back in its place. "It's late for you, right? Have you been sleeping this whole time?" I didn't reply, only smiled at her. That seemed to ease some of her worry. She relaxed back in her seat, the lines around her mouth softening before she grew pensive. "I'm in some trouble, Mads." I moved closer to her. She looked away and a hand reached up to rub at her forehead. I got a little out of hand and told Steele some things I'm now thinking I shouldn't have. I don't think he's happy with me." Her shoulders lifted up and went back down as she blew out some air. "Do you think—" I shouldn't ask. Never mind. I shifted closer to her. "What? Tell me." Her eyes latched onto me, sharpening. A keenness showed. Her smile stretched. "Steele took my phone from me." Lie. My dad took her phone. "There's a friend I need to contact. He'll know what to tell me to do. Plus, I kinda told some of his secrets, and they weren't all mine to tell. You know? So stupid of me." She rolled her eyes at herself, her mouth curving up. Being wry. "What do you need me to do?" "Do you have your phone on you?" She leaned forward, her hands folded in her lap, but I saw how she was holding onto her pants. Tightly. Desperately. I went over to the desk and pulled out some paper and a pen. My eyes caught on something else inside the drawer. I hadn't known what I was going to do when I came into this room, but there was something pulling on me, calling to my darkness, asking to be let out. And Brina... I lifted my eyes to her. She was watching me, but she wasn't worried about me. She was thinking ahead, plotting, thinking about her next move, how to get out of the trouble she was in. I took the paper and pen to her. "I don't have my phone on me, but write what you need to tell him and how to get in touch with him. I'll send your message. I'll do it right away. They won't know I was even in here talking to you." She grew cautious, studying me. I wasn't lying. I would get the message to the guy. She must have read the truth on me because she took the paper. As she wrote, she told me, "This is his email. He has a phone available to him, but he can't always use it, so send the email ASAP. He'll get to that first, and he'll call when he can." She hesitated, her gaze darting to the door. She bit down on her lip. I'm not sure when I'll get my phone back." A sardonic chuckle spilled from her, pulling at the corner of her mouth. Steele's really mad at me, but everything I've done is for him. I've protected my little brother all my life. You get that, right? You have a little brother and sister. Some darkness shone in her gaze. I get it. I do. I wasn't lying. Her entire body relaxed, and she went back to scribbling her instructions. "So, here's his email. Write that out to him. If you give him your number, he'll call you." Her voice hitched, but I caught the excitement on her face. I took the paper from her, sliding it into my pocket. As I did, she let out a dramatic breath. "Thanks for this." She choked, her eyes wide and alarmed. Shocked. She looked down at what was protruding from her body. When I put her message in my pocket, I grabbed the letter opener I took from my dad's desk. It was easier than I thought. I put some force into my stab, making sure it slid inside of her, the far right side of her stomach, in the middle. She went to reach for it, but my hand closed over it. No, can't do that. You pull that out and you might bleed to death. She made another choking sound, her face going pale. She let go of it, falling back into her chair. I grinned at her, inspecting it. Pride filled me. I did a good job. I wanted to make sure to miss your organs. That way you may still live. You won't have permanent damage, but it'll be a bitch to heal. A lot of pain. A lot of time for you to think. Process. I laughed. This was good. I was enjoying this. I felt almost drunk. Please, she gasped. I grinned at her, sinking into the chair across from her. What? You think you're the only one capable of wearing a mask? Bitch, please. I got comfortable sitting back. The way I figure it is that you're a psychopath. I didn't just come in and happen to find you. Rolling my eyes, I laughed. I heard everything. What? She was holding on to the letter opener and tried to stand up. I moved, shoving her back down. Stay. Please. I wouldn't want to accidentally move that letter opener again. Maybe puncture something that couldn't get fixed, you know? I winked. She gaped at me, making a mewling sound. Oh, calm down. You'll live if you don't fuck it up. Now, sit a bit. Let someone else have a say, She swallowed, her hand shaking. Sweat began streaming down her face, or maybe that was tears. She looked a mess. I liked seeing that. That was my handiwork. I drew in a breath. Where to start? Right. Your first mistake was thinking you could brainwash me. So stupid of you. I'm not you. I'm not weak. Weak minds get brainwashed. That leads me to your other mistake. See, I've been going through this whole Phoenix changing thing since we moved here. I kinda love it, but I'm hating how it happened. I used to think I was a sociopath, but now I just think I have sociopathic tendencies. I have emotions. For example, I really don't like that you hurt my mom. I dropped the smile and let her see the real Maddie, the one that I was scared to show anyone. She gulped, shrinking in her seat. She was still holding on to that letter opener, which I didn't think was a good idea, but it was her body, I guess. Dad doesn't know what to do with you. You're a girl. He always has hang-ups about that. And you're Mom's sister, so there's that. Even though you'd love to continue to emotionally torture my mom, the sad truth is that my mom loves you. She probably thinks you're some byproduct of that guy's revenge and how she won't let him have you. I snorted. That felt right to me. Bet you anything she's determined to do whatever she needs to do to get her sister back. I can already see it. She went to bed. Who knows if she's sleeping, but she'll come out with a plan. I'm sure that they'll probably call your dad, let him know what's been going on, if he was actually in the unknown. Jury's out on that verdict. I'm not convinced he didn't know. She was still shaking, still pale. She gasped. He didn't. My dad's not like that. I grinned at that. He's not sick in the head like you? I bulged my eyes out for dramatic effect. Like me. Thought it was from Grandma Annalise. Maybe it's genetic on Grandpa Garrett's side, but yeah, I can see my mom calling him, maybe having him fly here to have a whole talk about everything, get it all out in the open. You? I sat forward, resting my elbows on my knees, my head tilted to the side. You'll probably get sent to a facility. My mom's all for those facilities. They helped Grandma Annalise. Years of therapy you're looking at. That's if they don't decide to go another route, see if they can get you convicted for killing Grandpa James. The blood drained from her face all over again. I bit out an irritated sigh. I'd have to call for an ambulance soon, but damn it, I wanted to have some more fun. This was going too fast. I narrowed my eyes on her. I don't know what my mom is going to say about what you did to my grandpa, but you killed him. That's what I say, and right now in this room, what I say is the only judgment that matters. He was already hurting. Missing Grandma Annalise. As far as I think, You put the bullet in the gun, and you handed it to him. You told him to pull the trigger. You're the reason he's dead. You killed him. That's how I see it. I frowned, not understanding part of it. What did you say to get him to do it? What? Some of the fight was draining from her. Damn it, I really would need to call 911 soon. What did you say to him to get my grandpa so scared to take his life? It must have been something big. Kai Bennett. I frowned. Who? He's... She cursed, squirming in her seat. Are you serious with this? Call the ambulance. You don't want me dead, then you gotta call for them. I think you punctured something serious. I gave her a considering look, testing to see if I cared about that. I grinned. I didn't. Tell me who Kai Bennett is and what about him got in my grandpa's head so much. She cursed some more, glaring at me. I like seeing that look on her face. You're insane. Already covered that. So are you. Come on. Kai Bennett, who is he? What is he? She cursed some more, but I wasn't moving. I never would have been brainwashed. That was your plan, right? Brainwash me away from my parents, make me hate them like you do? So stupid. You only achieved one of your goals. My grandpa. That's why you needed to get punished. Now, the severity of that punishment is up to you. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll call 911. Don't, and die. I don't care. I should care. My parents will be horrified I did this, but I did it for them. I'm letting my dad off the hook for vengeance against what you did to his dad. And I'm letting my mom off the hook of trying to save you. She's always going to be tormented about what you did to my family. Not me, though. Eye for an eye as far as I see it. Pun not intended here. You killed my grandpa. I don't mind if you die. But that's up to you. You can still live. Just tell me what I'm asking. I don't know who or what he is. I scowled. You're lying. I'm not. I swear. Uncle Seb told me to use that name. Said he was a threat to our group. Your group? The system. That's the name of the society that replaced the network. The old secret society. The one that my parents destroyed? Yes, she hissed at me. Uncle Seb said he wanted to see if two of his enemies would take each other out. And if they didn't, then at least one might eliminate the other. That was the goal. It worked. James Cade took his own life because the threat of Kai Bennett terrified him more. Whoever he is, I don't know who or what he is. That's all Uncle Seb said, that he was a threat to the system. I tried Googling him, but there's almost nothing on him online. You want to know who he is? Ask your dad. I'm sure he knows all about him by now. I growled, getting to my feet and stalking her. You're lying. Stop lying. I'm not! She shouted before cringing, grasping onto the letter opener. She didn't pull it out. She was just holding on to it. I shook my head. I wouldn't do that. You're probably moving it, making it worse. Call 911, she demanded in another gasp. Please. I considered her, considered what she said, considered what was said earlier. I was contemplating all of it, and I sighed. You made another mistake. For being this psychopath mastermind, you keep fucking up. You're not very good at it. She snarled, the lines around her lips turned white. What are you talking about? I smirked at her. I knew that this would give my parents nightmares, what I was about to do, what I'd already done, but they didn't understand that I was doing this for them. Both of them couldn't hand out the punishment that Brina deserved. I could shoulder it. It was helping me learn more about myself, but I also meant what I said to my mom. I would use my abilities for the good, and doing this to someone who hurt my family was the right thing to do. I leaned over her and smiled. You already proved that you could hurt my family, and you brought up Nolan and Nash. You didn't think I was aware of the underlying threat when you brought them up, but I'm better at this game than you are. You threatened my little sister and brother, and I won't let you hurt them. Because of that, I'm willing to roll the dice and see where it lands. If you die, you die. if you don't. I let that sentence hang between us, and I reached forward, grasped the letter opener. She tried fighting me off, but she was weak in body and mind. It was almost too easy. I tossed the dice and pulled out the letter opener.
Chapter 53. Mason. We heard a blood-curdling scream and bolted. I got there first, finding the door locked. I didn't have time to consider what I'd find on the other side. I reared back to kick the door down, but by that time the others caught up. They saw what I was doing, and all of them joined. I don't know if they all hit the door, but it worked. The door landed, and I had the equivalent of a heart attack. An intense pressure pushed down on me, making me fold under the weight of it. My knees buckled before I readied myself, forcing myself to take in what every parent's nightmare is. My child was standing in the middle of a giant pool of blood. "Sabrina!" Steele's voice was wrangled hoarse as he slid to where her body was crumpled in the pool. A letter opener had fallen to the side. The blood was hers. I blinked a few times to make sure I was seeing that correctly. Rushing to Maddie, I ran my eyes over her before patting her for any injuries. There was a haze in her eyes. She was here, but not totally here. I didn't know what that meant. "Yeah, there's, I don't know what happened. There's blood. A lot of blood. We need an ambulance." Beltrain was on the phone, running a shaking hand through his hair. He looked like he'd lost the blood. Axel, too. Steele, I couldn't see his face. He was holding on to his sister, his head bent over. He found the source of the blood on the far right middle side of his sister's stomach. I leaned in closer, cursing under my breath. Let's hope no organs were punctured. I cupped Maddie's face and rested my forehead to hers. "Are you okay?" "Yes." She spoke calmly, no infraction, no tremor. "She tried to hurt herself when I came in. I tried to get out, but she locked the door. Then she was saying something about a life taken. An eye for an eye. Something like that. I'm not sure what it meant." My daughter was lying to me. Lying through her fucking teeth. "What's your address?" Beltrain shoved his phone in my hand. I took it, reciting it quickly to the 911 operator. I handed it back and said to Axel, who stood back, taking everything in. Everyone was rattled. That amount of blood was bad. So fucking bad. "Ax, you'll need to open the gate for them." He jerked his head in a nod and ran out. "The first gate," Steele choked out, lifting his head. I reeled from the expression on his face. It wasn't too far off from the same look Sam had an hour ago. The similarities were a punch to my gut. And he was a kid. No kid should have that stricken and anguished look on their face. No kid. I cursed, reaching for my phone. It was then when a new voice spoke up from behind us. "What the fuck?" I spun. Fucking glad to hear that voice because my brother was here. Logan stood in the doorway, stunned at what he was seeing. Then he switched, raking over Maddie quickly before moving on to me, and he held. I grimaced. "Shit's gone down since we last talked." "I'm seeing that," he said faintly, then zeroed in better on where Steele was holding his sister, who was now unconscious. That wasn't good. "What happened?" "She hurt herself." I waited a beat, then said over my daughter's words, "Knife wound to the stomach. Call Taylor." Logan's eyes pinned on us both, lingering, before he took in the bloodied letter opener on the ground, on the other side of Brina. Okay. That wound needs to be stopped now, or she'll bleed out before they get here." He had his phone out and was talking into it within a flash. "Taylor, how do I cauterize a knife wound?" Steele froze in place, riveted by Logan. He tracked his every movement. Beltrain was on the phone and ran out of the room. Shit. The front gate. But Maddie was speaking, murmuring into it. "An ambulance is coming in." "Yes. Please. Let them through. Thank you." She was almost serene, smooth, acting perfect. She ended the call and handed the phone back to me. "The front gate is taken care of. They'll get right in." I didn't take the phone. I knew what she'd done. There was no way Brina took that letter opener and stabbed herself. That was the story, but I knew better. I knew my daughter, and I knew how she looked when she lied. She bit down on her bottom lip and put the phone in my pocket herself. I didn't know if Sam had fallen asleep. She told me she was going to crawl in bed. I'd meant to check on her, but the talk with the boys took precedent. After that, I'd wanted to figure out what to do with Sabrina. Considering what just happened, I was praying with everything in me that Samantha had fallen asleep and would remain asleep. I did not want her to walk in and see what I saw. I said under my breath, "Show me your hands." She blinked. The corners of her mouth curved down, but held them up. They were clean, which meant she had taken the time to wipe them clean somewhere. There was movement happening around us. Logan was taking instructions on how to stop the bleeding now, not later. Steele was doing what he could to help without letting go of his sister. Beltrain was on the phone with the emergency responder. Axel had gone to open our initial gate, leading to our house, and wave down the ambulance. And for myself, my daughter took priority. I tugged her aside, speaking low. "Paramedics are going to come in here. They're going to survey the scene before they get her on the stretcher. They'll haul us out of here with her, but the police will be called. What you're going to do is stay behind. Whatever you used to clean your hands, you'll find it and you'll burn it. You hear me?" Another scream hurled through the air. Logan was straddling her, pushing down a towel over her stomach. She came awake violently, but he held my gaze. His eyes were dead serious. He knew what happened. He might not know the specifics, but he knew me. He knew Maddie. He knew there'd only be one reason why I wasn't over there helping. A flicker passed from me to him before he nodded, just slightly, and turned his attention back to the screaming girl. Maddie gave the initial story already. When the paramedics would ask what happened, they'd recite it. They wouldn't think to question it. My daughter was smart, too smart. It was eerie how smooth all of this had been for her, which meant we had a huge problem on our hands. "What?" Sam stumbled in the doorway, a hand pressed to her stomach. "Oh my God! Maddie!" She ran for us, ripping Maddie from my arms and into her arms. She rocked her, hugging her before continuing to take in the rest of the scene. I held my breath, waiting to see Sam's reaction. There'd been another scene like this that she found by herself, when she was younger. I knew that had been traumatizing to her, and worried she'd be re-traumatized. Her forehead wrinkled and her eyebrows pulled down. She locked onto me, a darker question passing from her to me, asking me what the hell happened. I couldn't answer, but I let my gaze drop down to my daughter. Sam slowed until she was standing still, holding our daughter. Her gaze fell, still going at the slow pace, to Maddie. She gazed at her daughter before continuing, her head moving so she could see the scene again. The paramedics rushed into the room. Logan was still in place over her, stopping the bleeding. "I wanted to cauterize it, but my wife said that could make it worse. An infection or something." "Okay, we'll load her up. You'll need to stay on her." "No." "Yes." Logan moved, and one of the paramedics cursed, taking his place. Steele yelled, but the other paramedic began giving him orders. Steele followed them, and soon they took her out of the house. Steele went with them. So did Beltrain. I followed until the ambulance was gone. Beltrain and Axel got in their car and trailed after them. Once the gate was closed again, Logan turned to me. All pretenses were gone. He demanded in a no-nonsense voice, "What the fuck happened?" I grunted, moving past him. "What the fuck do you think?" I motioned to him. "Check the security footage. We don't have cameras in the house, but double-check nothing is on the ones we do have. And if I find something, wipe it." I glared at him. "What do you think?" "Just making sure we're aware of what we're about to do." His face was grim. "We still have the shareholder meeting." Fuck. Everything had to happen on the same night. I took a second. I needed to regroup. I needed to think of every fucking detail to make sure nothing slipped through when Sam spoke up from in the hallway. Go. Logan and I looked at her. I asked, "Where's Maddie?" "Showering." She held up a bag. Red splotches could be seen inside. Something metallic was also inside. "I'm going to burn this. Then we'll clean up. I called Heather. Channing's coming here to help. Heather's going to the hospital to cover us there. We got this." "They're going to help cover up." She tipped her chin up, her mouth flattening. "It's Maddie, Mason. What do you think?" Her eyes flashed. "We're all in this together. We'll do what we have to do to protect our child, and afterward, we'll do what we need to do to protect her from herself. If that means therapy, meds, I don't give a fuck. Right now, we're in crisis mode. Get to that meeting, deal with it, then get to the hospital, because when my sister wakes up, we need to figure out a way to have her corroborate Maddie's story." Logan inhaled at the mention of Samantha's sister. That was right. He didn't know who she was. He'd just been rolling with us, following our lead when finding a girl bleeding out in my house. I had a few things to share with him on the way to the meeting. "What about Max?" Sam winced before stating, "She drugged him. Benadryl. He zonked out on the couch in the basement." A small relief that he was one less person pulled into this mess. But also, she drugged him. "Jesus Christ," I said faintly. I didn't know what else to say. My daughter did all of this. What else was she capable of? Chapter 54. Mason. 30 minutes after Logan and I arrived at the shareholders' meeting, my phone buzzed with a notification. A signed contract was in my email from Philip Morrow and Holdings. Shane King came through. Morrow sold me his shares. Before the events of this night, I'd been looking forward to the meeting. All that was gone. Any and all blackmail material that might have been revealed in the meeting wasn't shared. There was no big reveal, no emergency news to tell them except 2 items. Right before we were about to end the meeting, I brought up the first item. "Avoy," I called one of the shareholders. "If you open your fucking mouth one more time to tell your kid that Cade Enterprises is going under, that's the reason my father killed himself, and you're going to buy it and change the title to Avoy Enterprises, I will yank your shares so fast, so ruthlessly, that your head will spin and you won't be able to know what's up and what's down. Are you understanding me?" He tried to bluster, but all he did was turn lobster red in the face and tug at the collar of his shirt so many times he ripped some of the seams. "You can't do that." "I can, and I will. Mouthing off about bullshit you have no understanding of is one thing, but spreading that false narrative to your kid, who spread it to my kid? I had a teenage daughter come to me, asking me if we're going to be poor, and if that's the reason my father killed himself. You violated company ethics, and because of that, you're banned from future meetings and social gatherings. I won't force you to sell what small amount of shares you do have, but it's so minuscule, you barely get a vote. I do have executive power to pull that vote you might have had in the future, which I'm enforcing because, frankly, I don't ever want to see your fucking face. The claim you let your daughter spread wasn't just false. The thought that you'd be able to purchase enough shares in order to force a title change is beyond false. It's ludicrous." The other members took note, sharing looks. It was the first time they were witnessing this side of me. Logan began snickering. "Slow clap for my brother, Mason fucking Cade." He leered at them around the table. "We handle things differently than our father. Also, to catch you up on another change in this meeting and future meetings, you'll have noticed the absence of Philip Morrow. It seemed that between when he called for this meeting and now, he decided to sell his portion of shares to my brother." That got a ripple of attention, more alarm. Logan smirked, standing up. "Any future business deals you have with Morrow, I'd advise you to close. Anyone associated with Cade Enterprises will not be associated with Philip Morrow. We don't do business with anyone that has mafia or cartel connections. That's just not good for business." That also got their attention, and I had a strong feeling Morrow would be losing partners and investors for all of his companies in the near future. I shot Logan a look as we left. Did you need to put it out there that blatantly? The connections you just shared are the very ones who helped us with Maru. Logan shrugged, chuckling. Red Demons aren't mafia or cartel. They're a group of guys who enjoy riding motorcycles together. A biker club. He winked. Also, you had enough fun without me here tonight. I needed to have a little. We need to get to the hospital. But can we stop at the new coffee place? I was too worried about getting here, and then too wired listening to what you sent to my phone. Now I've started to slack, and we have one more showdown to tackle. I could use the coffee myself. We picked up a bunch. The decision had been made to keep Maddie away from Sabrina, so Max was woken up. When Channing took Max home, Maddie went with them. When we entered that hospital room, I knew that Sam and Heather would be waiting, but so would Steele, Beltrain, and Axel. And by proxy, Garrett and Sharon had been called and notified what happened. They weren't able to leave immediately, but once they were able to take care of an item, they'd be on the first plane to California. Logan missed it. We didn't have just one showdown. We had two. One was just going to be on a later plane. The first one, 3 teenage boys that had already gone toe-to-toe with me. Logan was jumping on his toes to see what was going to happen. The excitement and restlessness was bouncing off him, ricocheting around the elevator as we took it up to the floor Sabrina was on. He caught a look from me and asked, "What?" I hid my grin. "It's nothing. Just forgot how much you used to live for these types of confrontations." He shrugged, a genuine grin appearing. "I'm more excited about these kids. Things changed from the last time I dealt with them. That was when Maddie took 2 of them to an underground fight club. Now add in a mystery brother and these 2 others, and yeah, I'm riled up. This is the side of Fallen Crest I always loved." I frowned at him, hearing a twinge of, was that nostalgia? Mixed with something else? What does that mean? He gave me another shoulder shrug, but the elevator stopped. The doors slid open, and he smirked at me as he took the lead. "Not saying anything yet. I need to talk to the missus before I do." That had my eyebrows arched all the way up. "Wait, what?" He laughed, ducking his head. A few people in the hallway noticed us. Some workers, both women and men. One of the guys started to ask if he could help us, but Logan blasted him with a grin. "We're good. We know where we're going. We're family after all." Chapter 55. Mason. I hadn't been sure what to prepare for, but Sabrina was asleep. She looked peaceful, unlike herself. They'd brought in extra chairs. Steele was sitting in the main visitor's seat by the bed, holding his sister's hand. Axel and Beltrain had pulled up some folding chairs, so they were beside Steele. Sam and Heather were also on folding chairs, but toward the wall. Seeing us, Heather stood, letting out a tired yawn. She pulled Sam in for a hug before coming over and grabbing one of the coffees from the holder Logan had in his hands. "Your arrival is my cue that I get to go home, and this coffee is my gift. Love you all. Good seeing you again, Logan. Let's do it again, but later, much later. Think I'd like to sleep half the day. If only my children would let that happen." She gave a wave to the other boys. "See you guys. Your sister will be just fine. I have a feeling. Don't be strangers." Her eyes met mine, holding, and I got a message that there was something extra to her words. She flicked a look in Sam's direction, and I gave her a small nod. I'd be checking in with my wife, finding out what happened before her arrival and ours. But before I could say anything, Steele shoved up from his chair. Glowering at us, he said hotly, "We all need to fucking talk." He didn't let anyone respond, stalking out of the room. Beltrain and Axel shared a look before following their friend. "What happened?" I asked Sam. She stood, moving at a slower pace. I felt a kick inside at seeing the sadness in her eyes. I didn't like seeing it there. And it was worse because I wouldn't be able to remove it. Not anytime soon. She came over, giving Logan a hug first before moving to my chest. My arms came around her. "Come on, my threesome fearsome sister. We brought coffee for you. Isn't that like catnip for you?" A grin tugged at her mouth, which warmed me a little. I mouthed thank you to my brother over her head. He only lifted one corner of his mouth up in response, his eyes in shadow. Sam took one of the coffees offered, but didn't move from my shelter. The door was shoved open from the side. Axel stood there, grimacing when he saw us.
Steele's going to lose his shit if we don't get on the same page.
Logan took point for us, advancing on him.
And what page would that be?
Axel was eyeing him, giving him a quizzical look. He started to respond. Logan cut him off.
Oh, by the way, I just saw your folks. It had been on the agenda to let him know your mom's fucking with your buddy's father, but then Moru didn't show up, so that news never came to light. You're welcome.
He breezed past the kid, who gaped after him. I almost felt sorry for the boy. Almost. There was no surprise on Axel's face, so he'd known, but Logan blasted him with that news that we also knew, and on this night it would have felt like he'd been hit with a grounder from left field. I knew what Logan was doing. He'd been briefed on the drive, and that Sabrina was the opposition. In Logan's view, her brother and the two guys that stood shoulder to shoulder with him were also the opposition. He was knocking them off balance, one by one. As we followed him, who was following behind Beltrain, who was walking at a slower pace to where Steele was waiting, I knew we'd witnessed something similar to each of the other two. I just wasn't sure what Logan was going to use as ammunition.
Fucking finally,
Steele snapped, going through a door that he'd held open for us. Beltrain got there first, holding it for Logan, who swept past him. He blinked at him in surprise before his gaze jerked to us, and he nodded to himself, as if reminding himself that Logan was with us. I didn't blame him. The only one who really noticed Logan's presence at the house before the ambulance got there was Steele, because Logan had been the one who helped stop the bleeding. We entered the room, which I almost started laughing, because it was a chapel. Logan was fighting back a grin, which doubled at seeing my reaction. I groaned.
Fuck's sakes. Now, none of that cursing, Mason. The head honcho wouldn't approve.
Logan held up his finger at me. I flicked him off. Fuck off. A genuine laugh came next from him. Steele was at the altar, his back to it, and the glowering hadn't eased up. It seemed to have worsened. His hands were in fists again, pressed tight to his pants, as if he needed to hold himself back from doing something he didn't want to do. Beltrain came in last, shutting the door.
Lock it,
Steele ordered. Click.
Done,
Beltrain commented coolly. He rounded around us, barely sparing us a look as he went to join his friends.
You got the floor, Steele.
He cocked his head up, skewering me. He lost some of the heat when his gaze went to Sam, then returned as he flicked Logan a wary look.
I want to know what the fuck happened in that room. And don't bullshit me. My sister would never hurt herself. I know what Maddie said, but I don't believe her.
Logan opened his mouth.
No,
Sam said to him. Her voice was sharp.
This is my brother, Logan. I'll handle this.
Logan's eyes met mine, but he gave a nod, stepping back. Sam pulled away from me, going toward her brother. Her voice was soft, but strong. I hoped he was noting that.
What do you want me to say, Steele? You want me to put into words that my daughter might have harmed your sister?
His head folded down.
My sister wouldn't have...
Her head went with him, just a bit, but not her tone. She was strong as ever as she continued.
But she did. She harmed my husband's father. She harmed my daughter's grandfather. Your friend's grandfather. You hurt her. If Maddie wasn't Maddie, your sister planned to try and take her away from us. If she'd been successful in getting Maddie to want to join the system, you know what that would have done. Park Sebastian has only sought to hurt Mason and myself. Since the beginning. Your sister doesn't know the true history. She was one part of his revenge on us. He took away my father, and in doing that, he also took away my sister.
Now her voice softened.
I've wanted to know you for so long. I wanted to know my dad. Park Sebastian took you away from me. He took me away from you.
Are you thinking of it that way? Don't tell me how to think, he snarled. It's my sister that he put all that fucked up shit in her head. But he's not the one who stabbed my sister and was standing there, in her blood, just watching it pool at her feet. Your daughter did that. Dude, Beltran barked. That was Mads, our friend. I get that it was your sister's blood on the floor, but keep perspective. We didn't befriend Maddie because your sister told you to. You were the one who didn't want us hanging out with her, remember? You said she was weird. Well, I like her weirdness. She's fucking cool. Steele turned that skewer on his friend, glowering. Bell, man, Axel nudged him. No, he needs a fucking wake-up call. I'm not vouching for your sister. She's fucked in the head. We know what Maddie really did, but the story should stand. What? My eyes darted to Logan, who looked just as surprised. This was a turn I'd not expected. What are you saying? Steele hissed at him. He jerked forward a step, but Sam was there. She held up a hand so he wouldn't knock into her, and at the contact he made another hissing sound, wrenching away from her. He backed into the altar, making it shake, and the 2 glass jars that had been on top fell to the floor. They rolled over, stopping in front of Sam. She bent down to pick it up. She said so gently, "It's a candle. I think we should light it for James." Her eyes met mine for a fleeting second. My throat swelled up. My dad would love that. You can do the other for my daughter. Everyone looked in Logan's direction, taken off guard by his sudden hoarse exclamation. He cleared his throat, a brief apology crossing his face for Sam. Sorry, I know you were going to say your mom, but I tend to avoid these places. Since I'm here, I think Taylor would appreciate it. She picked up the other, handing it to Logan. You're right. We'll light the one for James and my mother, the second one for your daughter. I moved to the back, content to be there and watch Sam and Logan do their thing. Part of this was legit. They really were lighting these candles for the ones we've lost, but they were also doing this as a wake-up call to get through to Steele. He was the one blocked by his rage. Seeing his sister bleeding out on the floor tore out a primal instinct to protect his loved one. Welcome to the club. I studied Beltran and Axel, who were watching Sam and Logan, as if they were new animals in a zoo. Both seemed mystified by this simple act of lighting a candle for lost family members. But fuck, I got it then. What they were seeing that I didn't think Sam and Logan were even taking into account. They were witnessing 2 adults, both parents, express love and kindness. Was this really such a new thing to them? They must have witnessed other adults express, this was different. This was personal. This wasn't a show. This wasn't fake. There was genuine love being expressed from Sam and from Logan. And as they lit the candles, I watched the boys hold their breaths. Beltran blinked a few times, his eyes a little glassy. Axel leaned against the wall, one of his hands in his pockets. He lifted the other to drape around Beltran's shoulder. The closeness between the two was visibly evident. It seemed they'd adopted Steele into their group, so he was just as close. So I wasn't surprised to see him glancing at them a few times. When Logan placed the candle on the altar, Beltran was enraptured. He let out a soft sigh, his head angling down so it rested against Axel's, who shifted to stand a little closer so they were more comfortable. Beltran gave Steele a brief grin. He lifted up the corner of his mouth, letting it fall just as quick as it appeared. If it was meant to be reassuring, I didn't know. But whatever hold that had been on Steele began to crumble. His shoulders slumped down. His head went further. He raised his fists to press into his face, and as he hunched further over, his shoulders began to shake. We all heard a sob come from him. Sam froze before glancing at me. I gave her a nod, gesturing to her brother. Hey. She pulled him to her, and as if in slow motion, they began to sit down on the floor. Sam held out her hand, the one with the candle. Logan took it quickly, putting it on the altar next to the one for his daughter.
By then, Steele was sobbing into Sam's shoulder. We all stood and watched. I didn't know the reason Steele was crying, but the sounds he was making were gut-wrenching. He was letting himself be exposed in this room, raw in a way I'd only experienced with my family. His friends weren't holding back their tears. Both boys had tears streaming down their faces. They weren't ashamed of them or brushing them away. They were just letting them flow. Seeing that, seeing how freely they felt for their friend and let it be seen, remembering what Beltrain just said for Maddie, and remembering some of his past supportive comments about Maddie, I was beginning to change my mind about this group being friends with my daughter. Of course, in Maddie's case, it wasn't really about anyone being a bad influence on her, but why add to it? I'd been concerned after seeing the drugs at Beltrain's house, but I also knew that Sam had every intention of bringing these 3 boys into the fold so the drugs would go anyway. She'd never stand for that. And knowing my wife, she'd schedule a canine dog to come through the house for unexpected visits. Logan migrated over to me. He gave me a look, and I grinned back, hooking an arm over his shoulder as Beltrain and Axel were standing. It felt good to stand like this with my brother. I'd missed him when he went to Boston. It felt right being back here, having him by my side. He gave me a smart-ass grin. Are we going to bump foreheads too? Fuck no. That'd hurt my back. But Mason, shut up. He laughed, but he stopped talking. Steele grew quiet after a few minutes. He shifted so he was facing the rest of us. Sam moved so she wasn't hugging him, but she was still there, right at his side. He wiped the palms of his hands down his face, trying to wipe away the tears before he lifted his eyes to take the rest of us in. Whatever he saw had him cursing. Shit's been stressful with my family. Beltrain gave him a wicked grin. Dude, we know. We've literally had a front row seat. Axel asked, somber. You okay, Steele? Yeah, His face closed off before he looked at Sam, then found me. My dad told me to do whatever you and Sam said to do. But I don't think he'd agree with... Stop, Steele, Axel clipped out. I get what you don't want to do, but we're going to do it. She's going to wake up and say that she didn't try to hurt herself, that Maddie stabbed her. But we're going to all say that she's lying. Of course, she doesn't want to admit that she tried to hurt herself. And of course, she's going to try to blame it on Maddie, because it's going to be apparent how much your sister hates your other sister. But we're all going to say the same thing. Your sister needs help. Real serious help. So fucking what if this one thing is the truth she's saying? Everything else is twisted and fucked up and a lie. We're taking a page out of her playbook. That's it. I spoke, my eyes on Steele. It's either this or I'll involve the police. There's witnesses to what she said she did for her part in my father's death. Things are changing now. People are being charged with committing crimes if they maliciously and intentionally meant to cause harm. It's my father, Steele. I will throw everything I have at the district attorney to ensure he brings charges against your sister. She either needs to be locked up in a hospital or some sort of prison. Mason. I cut my eyes to Sam. No, this was my father, Logan's father. I won't destroy her in the way I want to because she's your sister. But she will be punished. That's non-negotiable. I know. I'm not arguing on her behalf. I was going to say that you're speaking for both of us. I'm with you, always. She let out a soft sigh. She wants to hurt my daughter. I'll never forget that. I shouldn't have doubted her. I can't. Steele shoved to his feet. I know what you all are going to say. Cops said they'd come back when she was awake. He said to the rest of us. They already took Train and Axe's statements, and they backed up what Maddie said. Mrs. Monroe showed up when they started to ask for my statement, but she tossed them out. Said they needed to come back when parents were present. Of course, that was bullshit, which they'll find out later, but I know. I get what you all are saying, and I get what you're saying, Mr. Cade, about picking your battles, hospital or prison. I know which one I'd pick, but I made a promise to my sister. She used to get confused when we were little sometimes, and I promised her that I'd never lie to her. I can't lie to her. I won't go back on that promise."
Technically, you're not lying to her. You're lying for her. Just, whenever she confronts you, evade, and then answer truthfully in private. Steele stared at Logan.
"What? You're lying for her, not to her. Just say it that way. She won't push you, and you're still holding up your promise to her."
It was a thought Steele had never had before, apparently. He looked dumbfounded, but Axel was looking at Logan with stars in his eyes. That's when I knew everything was going to be okay. This particular fight was over. I wasn't worried for when Garrett and Sharon would arrive. They couldn't fight this. The next morning, a detective took Sabrina's statement. She said what we all knew she would, but afterwards Steele gave his statement. Sam gave hers, I gave mine. Logan was next, adding what he saw when he got to the room. The same detective came to our house that afternoon and took Maddie's statement. She kept to her story, and when the detective left, a myriad of mixed emotions battling over her face, Sam and I had another huge talk with Maddie. No charges would be pressed against our daughter, but that didn't mean we were out of the storm. Maddie was her own storm, all by herself. These sociopathic tendencies would need to be addressed, so we were going to do that. It didn't matter how long it would take, how hard it was going to be. We'd do it. That was always a non-negotiable. When it came to family, we were all in. Chapter 56, Mason, a few days later. 3 SUVs pulled to the side of the road beside me, and instead of not knowing who was inside like the last time similar SUVs circled me, this time I fully knew. This time I was the one who asked for this meeting. I waited where I stood, on a long stretch of road, out in the middle of nowhere. There'd be no cameras, no witnesses who could risk overhearing or overseeing this meeting, because what I was here to give Kai Bennett was something I never wanted to be tied to. The front passenger door to the middle SUV opened. A guard got out of the vehicle, giving me a look before scanning the area. I knew the drill. He was a big, tall motherfucker, dressed in a business suit, and all the side bulges under his coat were his weapons. He didn't check me over, except for the one look up and down, before he must have been appeased. He opened the back door, and Kai Bennett got out. He'd been focused on his phone, only looking up when his door opened. He handed it to the guard before giving me the rest of his attention, crossing the small stretch of space that separated us. He gave me a slight nod.
Mason.
The first names felt weird to me. I enjoyed using last names. It allowed distance between myself and that other person. If it was someone I didn't like, I didn't need to use their first name. That gave a sense of familiarity. But responding with his last name didn't feel right either. I ended with Kai. He gave me another scrutiny, flicking over me before he cleared his throat.
You wanted a face-to-face. Insisted on it. Why am I here?
I got it. He was a busy man. Busy, powerful, dangerous. All the reasons why I'd asked him. And knowing Kai Bennett was direct and appreciated the whole no-bullshit approach, I pulled out a thumb drive. His eyes fell to it.
There are such things as a Dropbox online. You can put all sorts of information in there, and can even password protect the thing.
Call me old-fashioned. This is shit you don't want online where someone could hack it. He held out his hand and I dropped it down. You told me that you'd find who used your name to manipulate my father. That's giving you the real culprits.
Culprits? I found the person who used my name. The same person who planted her brother in the same school as your daughter.
He held up the thumb drive.
Why are you giving me this? I'm aware that someone put Sabrina Brickshire in the hospital. She's recovering from a stabbing, I believe. Nasty injury. An inch over and she would have nicked something vital.
He stared at me, a blank wall that gave me nothing.
Pity.
That's my wife's sister.
Your wife's sister who plotted and was successful in manipulating your own father's suicide. There's no love lost. You can't tell me you'd rather the girl was dead.
He was a wall, but so was I. I stared at him, knowing he was looking for something inside of me. I gave him nothing. My wife has a bleeding heart. That got my first reaction from him. The end of his mouth twisted up. A hint of dark amusement showed before all of it was gone.
I'm sure.
Gritting my teeth, I kept with the business at hand. A secret society that goes by the name of the System considers you a threat. One of the founding members is also a past enemy of mine. My wife and I had a hand in putting him in prison, along with destroying the secret society that preceded this new one. They're the ones who used your name against my father. Maddie stabbed Sabrina only a few days ago. Garrett just arrived at Fallen Crest, being there to help in the future care for his second daughter. An agreement was made that we wouldn't go to the police, as long as she would be committed to a certain deconditioning facility. We'd done our research. I'd gone to Zeke to ask for his assistance in verifying that this particular facility did what they said they did, that there was no secret abuse happening, that the reputation truly was stellar, which the facility broadcasted as their company line. It was. Zeke validated everything. After my meeting with Zeke, and after I needed to give him enough information about the system and why we needed Sabrina's treatment to be hush-hush, he'd taken the initiative to look into the secret society. The amount of information he unearthed on the members was astounding. He handed it over to me, on that thumb drive, and told me to use it as collateral. I'd asked him at the time, "Why are you giving me this?" "It's my apology. To you, to your family, for bringing Kai Bennett to you personally." A darker emotion flickered over his face. His mouth strained before he shoved it away. "It took me a while to understand why you tortured me, but I understand now. I wanted to make sure I got the real truth from you. If I just asked, I couldn't know if it was true or if you were telling me what I wanted to hear. You stalked me and my family. You crossed the line of normal boundaries. And because we don't know you, it made us uneasy. We have a right to feel that way." His entire face flinched before he shut that down. He spoke monotone. "You tortured me to break me. You wanted to destroy the image I had of you." His jaw clenched. "It worked, but I don't think it worked in the way you wanted. I see the real you now. I see the darkness inside of you, so yeah. In a way, the torture achieved what you wanted, but it also didn't. I know now what you're capable of doing." The way he was looking at me, I didn't think I need to worry anymore about stalking. I was choosing to focus on the matter at hand. "This is for Kai Bennett." He clipped his head in a nod. "Yes." So brisk. He was business-oriented, professional. My brother cared about the guy. I had to hurt him to push him back, but how he was currently treating me was how it should have been from the start, where we were strangers because we didn't know each other. We were starting on the first line again. Where we went from here, who knew? But I felt that he'd proceed with caution, just like I always fucking did. I said to Kai now, "It's a gift from the hacker, and an apology for going where he shouldn't have gone." I had a feeling I amused him, but there was no reaction from him. There was no reason to give me that feeling. Nonetheless, I still felt like I had. He put the thumb drive in his pocket. "We'll go through it. I'm assuming you're hoping I'll go after whoever's on here in place of seeking retribution against your wife's little sister." The casual way he said all of that put me on edge. They're the real threat, not a brainwashed little girl. A hint of a grin appeared again, but faded just as quick. "Don't insult my intelligence, Mason. I'm quite aware how dangerous that little girl is, along with the other one you're really protecting." My body went cold. He studied me again. The wall he kept in place fell away, but it only showed a sense of curiosity more than anything else. "You didn't have to lie. Say the thumb drive was an apology from your hacker. I'm assuming it was actually meant to be an apology to you, not me. He already sent an apology. If you speak to your hacker, you can tell him that my wife appreciated the information he sent our way. The people she worked with do good in this world. He helped them a great deal. Though, if your hacker ever invades any account that belongs to my family in the future, I might not kill him as quickly as I would have before.
but I won't hesitate to send the FBI to his front doorstep. I don't think Mrs. Allen would appreciate that."
He dipped his head to me.
"With that said, have a good life, Mason. It seems you had a good father. I'm sorry for how he passed away."
I felt off balance, learning that he knew Zeke's identity, but his guard opened the back door. He dipped inside, and the 3 SUVs pulled away just as smooth as they arrived. I wanted to destroy who helped take my father away. I was doing it how I could, with the options given to me. I did that. I gave a criminal lord the information on who helped to hurt my family. In a way, the gun they helped load and put in my father's hands, I simply turned it around and gave it to a bigger monster than them. I was okay with what I just did.
Chapter 57. Maddie. A few days later. Again. Max was here. There was no chill. None. The chill had left the building because I know he didn't think I saw him, but I did.
An arm came down around my shoulders as a body pressed against my side where I was leaning against my locker.
"What's up?" I didn't look, already knowing it was Train. I reached up, lacing my fingers with the hand that hung over my side. He squeezed me back. "Max is in the office." He tensed. "Wait, what?" I was breathless. I was so excited. "He's transferring here." Angling his head so he could read my face better, he arched an eyebrow. "No shit?" I was so happy. "No shit. He doesn't think I know today's the day he's transferring, but I do. I overheard the entire conversation he had with his parents and mine. Come Monday, he's an official Fallen Crest Academy student." "Shit. We still have football. He should play. He kicks literal ass." I wrinkled my nose at him. "He's mine first." Beltrain relaxed back against my side, giving me a fond half grin. "Maxie boy is always going to be yours first, and the same the other way around. We're cool with that." "Yo!" Steele and Axel joined us. Steele tipped his chin up while Axel gave us a half-hearted wave with his book. The other students automatically moved for them. It was so ingrained in them and us that I almost didn't even notice anymore. We got looks, too. There were always others watching us. Other girls, guys eyeing me, guys eyeing the guys. We drew attention. It was just part of the deal now of going to school here. Max would be included in that soon. Not that he wouldn't by himself, because it was Max. Everyone was going to be as obsessed with him as I was. Which, come to think of it, I wasn't okay with that. The last bell just rang, but I'd snuck out of class early because I wanted to see Max going into the office. The plan had been to surprise me, but, well, that was hard to do with me. I had my ways. He'd been pissed at me for drugging him, but furious because he hadn't been able to be there for me when I stuck my half-aunt in the tummy. There'd been an entire discussion about my behavior. My parents were alarmed, like hella alarmed. Max's parents were just as concerned, if not more, because what were they going to do if they decided I couldn't see their son? Talk about waving a red flag in front of a bull. I would have declared war the size of a small country on Heather and Channing if they'd tried to take Max away. It'd be a different story if Max himself decided that was it. Drugging him was the final straw. I'd have to respect his wishes, but it would have killed a part of my soul. I still would have done it. I messed up. I got that. I really did. With drugging Max, not with anything else. But even with the other stuff, it worked out. Everyone rallied for me. I wasn't sure if they should have. I mean, I did stab a person, but she needed to be stopped. I'd done that. She was gone now. Her parents flew in. I officially re-met my grandfather. The whole re-meeting Grandpa Garrett again was weird. It had been awkward. Nolan and Nash were confused as well, but Mom seemed happy to see him. That's all that was important. They left the next morning to take Brina to Switzerland. That's where the facility was located, the one that was supposed to help her. I'd been giving my parents the side eye lately because if they started getting ideas, I had a plan. So far, they'd not said anything about shipping me off. They were just the ultra-helicopter parents, watching me, telling me they loved me, but also, what was I doing? Where was I going? Like, I didn't know they would increase the parental Maddie Watch program. I even understood it. But I'd been good. I really had. Of course, it'd only been a week, but I had no intentions to use my tendencies for bad. Only good. Protecting my loved ones, if I could do something that others couldn't, sign me up. That included these 3 guys because all of them covered for me. Even Steele, who was technically my uncle? Half-uncle. I gave him a look and he noticed. What? I didn't answer. Train started laughing. She's trying to figure out the family connection again. Oh. Steele cringed. Let it go, Mads. We're related. Just leave it at that. We got our whole lives to deal with that shit. That made me happy because he was right.
The office door opened and I straightened away from the locker. My heart was thumping in my chest so hard.
Max came out and stopped, seeing me. He gave me the cutest grin before shaking his head. I should have just known you'd know. I launched myself at him. Max caught me with ease, and that was hot. One of his arms curved around my back, keeping me in place, and he held the other out behind me. Hey, man. He was doing his fist greeting thing he'd started with my friends. Yo. Hey. How's it going? I couldn't decipher who the last 2 were for, but it didn't matter. I was just so happy. This was part of the parental Maddie Watch program. They discussed if I should transfer to Fallen Crest Public, but the general consensus was that I would get in more trouble there, considering the students were rougher. I probably would have loved going there, but Max agreed with coming here instead. The parentals also sat down with the 3 guys behind me. Steele moved into the house. That had been an automatic, but Beltran and Axel were given the option if they wanted to also move into our house. Both agreed immediately. They were transfixed with my parents, both of them, which I got too. My mom and dad both fought for them, each one of them. My parents had a special conversation with the twins, making sure both of them were okay with the guys living with us for a year. Though, we all knew it wouldn't be for just the year. They'd go away to college, but when they came back, they'd come to our home. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, draft day, all the major holidays, they'd be at our house. I'd been concerned because I didn't know if I wanted them in the house, not around Nolan and my little brother. But Nash was already the top guy in his class. I didn't need to be worried about him. It was more Nolan, but my little sister reassured me everything would be fine. When she gave me the look, I knew not to question it. She knew in the special way she knew things, so if the twins were good, I was good. We'd unofficially adopted 3 more kids. What's up, Stevie? How's it going? I tensed hearing Max greeting another girl. A deep possessive churning swirled in my chest. Max was mine. He wasn't allowed to have female friends or talk to other girls or look at other girls. Okay. I needed to bring back the chill. I eased down to the ground and Max threw me a frown, but he let me go. Stevie stopped at her locker, which I forgot was in this area. She opened it, casting a wary glance at me and the others behind us. Hey, Max. How's it going with you?
You headed to Karen's this weekend?
Max stayed by my side, but he answered her. The fighting shed got shut down. What? Yeah, it burned down last weekend. I could feel the looks the guys were giving each other behind me. You're kidding? Nope. Stevie stared at him, a blank expression on her face. She was caught off guard by the news. That's What are you doing here? Aurelia Avoy's snide question cut Stevie off, who immediately schooled her features. The momentary surprise was gone and her whole face was blank. Aurelia put her hands on her hips, facing off against Stevie, her head angled to the side. I asked you a question. Answer me. Stevie didn't even blink. She just shut down. Nothing. Her gaze met Max's and her eyebrows furrowed, but she shook her head. It's nothing. Cool to see you again, Monroe. See you around. Aurelia cast the guys a look, some mean shining from her eyes. Her mouth lifted up in a cocky smirk. I was moving without thinking about it, but as Stevie shut her locker, she began to turn toward the parking lot.
She put her foot forward, and Aurelia tossed her bag in her way.
Stevie hit the back, tripping, and she fell down. Or she would have. Aurelia tossed her bag, but two things happened before that happened. I reached for Aurelia's hair and yanked her backward, and as she let her bag loose, Max plucked it out of the air. He swung it around before he got a better hold of it.
Damn!
Beltrain whooped behind us. A few others made sounds of surprise because everything happened so fast, so seamlessly.
It was as if Max and I had been doing things like that all the time.
Which, I guess we had. Stevie braked abruptly, blinking a few times because her brain needed to catch up with her body. Nothing happened. She was still standing. She hadn't tripped. All was good.
What the fuck?
Aurelia shrieked. I let her go, but I only stepped in front of her. I was now face to face with Stevie. I smiled. She gave me another alarmed look. That made me frown because I'd never done anything to her. Hi. Maddie? Max sidled to my side.
One of the guys snorted. Another one began snickering.
Or the same one. I wasn't sure. Shut it, man. That was Beltrain. He always stood up for me. I puffed my chest up, but I was here for a reason. I cleared my throat. That seemed to make Stevie even more alarmed. I deflated. Jesus, I'm not a monster. More than one of the guys coughed behind me.
I gave them a middle finger, which made them break out into laughter.
Others were joining in. We were attracting an audience. Max wasn't laughing. He was regarding me with caution. I ignored him, instead saying to Stevie, "My parents are throwing a birthday party for me this weekend. It's at the house on Sunday. You should come." Aurelia scoffed from the sidelines. I cast her a warning. "You're not invited." Her face twisted up, but she stormed away. Stevie watched her go, unable to hide her worry. "Look, whatever. Come if you want. It's a family thing, and after last weekend, your uncle is basically family now." "What happened last weekend?" "Nothing," Max said quickly, inserting himself into the conversation. He put his arm around my shoulders, tugging me against him. "We're also having an unofficial birthday party for Mads at Belle's house." "That's right, we're still using it for parties." Beltrain stepped up. Steele joined beside Beltrain. Axel was to Max's left. He flicked up 2 fingers to Stevie. "It'd be cool if you joined. It's after the football game. We'll be at the Sunday event, too." He winked at her. Stevie floundered, momentarily unable to say something back. But I'd extended the invitation. If she came, she came. If she didn't, then that was on her. As if we were all one being, the 5 of us began walking for the parking lot. Max's arm dropped from my shoulder, but he tucked his finger in the back of my pants, keeping me next to him. Which I loved. I really loved. Axel groaned. "We should have made a rule no dating within the group. Watching you two is going to get old." Train laughed. "Speak for yourself. This is like constant foreplay happening live and in person. I'm going to have so much sex watching them." "Seriously, you guys," Steele snapped. "Her mom is my sister." A guy going the opposite direction overheard him and stopped in his tracks. "Her mom is your what?" Steele cursed. "Nothing, we're cousins. Move along." He glared at the guy, who blanched and sped away. He looked over his shoulder a few times, but no one was going after him. I grinned at Steele. "Cousins, huh?" He rolled his eyes, but he didn't respond. The others laughed, and I moved closer to Max, making our sides brush against each other. His eyes darkened, watching me back.
I got all happy inside, all warm, all giddy. I loved that we moved to Fallen Crest.
As we got to the door, it swung open. I frowned at seeing who was coming inside. Uncle Mark? Technically, he was my mom's stepbrother, but for all intents and purposes, he was Uncle Mark. Steele stiffened, throwing a dark look at him. "Oh, hey, Maddie." He saw Max and did a double take. "Max, what are you doing here?" "Transferred in. I'm going to school here now." "What? When?" "Just transferred. First day is Monday." Max was studying the bouquet of roses my uncle was holding in his hand. Got a study date? Mark was still frowning at Max, and at how close we were standing. At Max's question, his face cleared before he jerked the flowers up. Oh, right. I forgot. No study date, but a date. I'm here to see. He caught himself taking note of my sudden attention, his gaze sliding to a few other students how they stopped to eavesdrop. Never mind. I'm just here getting to know someone. Not anyone for you to cyberstalk or tell your mother about. He rethought that, adding to Max. Or your mother. Back to me.
Or my mother. Got that? Keep this between us.
Steele shook his head. Yeah, that's one way to stop the gossip in its tracks. Good luck, dude. I asked, so you and Cass are really done, huh? Uncle Mark softened. It's for the best. If we were supposed to be together, we would have made it work a long time ago. I got comfortable. It's all on me, but if you're attached to Cass, I don't think you should worry. Rumor has it that she's on a plane to Hawaii as I speak. I don't think she's going to be leaving the adult group chat anytime soon, if you get what I mean. He pressed a quick kiss to my forehead. Love you, Mads. Don't tell any of your mothers about this. Thanks. Gotta go. Me, I couldn't move. He just dropped the bomb of all bombs on me. My mouth was on the floor. There's an adult group chat?
Chapter 58. Mason. It was Maddie's birthday and the house was full. Though Sam enjoyed having the house full, she used to not be like this. But I knew she wanted to surround herself and everyone else with as much love as possible. She was making our home the opposite of what she grew up with Annalise. We were in the backyard. The dogs thought the party was for them. Their tails were wagging, tongues hanging out of their mouths. Nolan took over caring for the dogs and petitioned hard for them to be allowed to run free with the festivities today. It was Maddie's birthday, but Maddie tended to be a pushover for whatever her siblings wanted, so Maddie was okay with the dogs running loose. Each of the German shepherds were giving their ball out to anyone who'd toss it for them. Nolan persuaded us to let her start fostering, so we had a new dog darting around as well. Gus. He was smaller, golden fur, and he enjoyed hurting people. Nolan thought it was the funniest thing. I knew Nash helped her with the dogs. The rest of us would help, but Nolan seemed to want to shoulder the responsibility for them. I was assuming she was gearing up for some big ass down the line, but until then she was doing a great job. The newest foster dog kept getting distracted when he would run for his ball. If someone tossed it where he'd have to run past the pool, he would jump in. Ball, pool, what ball, splash. Nolan melted every time it happened, and seeing the soft smile on her face, I had a feeling that dog wasn't going to be a foster soon. Gus was going to be adopted. By us. The kids were in the pool doing as many cannonballs as possible. They were good with Gus swimming around everyone. No one left the pool shrieking, yet. Maddie never went far from Max's side. She was a little clingier than normal. Some part of her body was always touching his. I stared at them, long and hard, not sure if I should step in or not. I wasn't the only one noticing. Channing and Heather arrived a few hours ago. Heather headed inside where Sam was, but Channing grabbed a beer and joined Logan and I at the table. "Cannonball!" Axel yelled out, launching in the air before he hit the middle of the pool. Some of the other girls squealed. Turned out that Maddie did have female friends. The girl Maddie originally introduced as her friend arrived with an entire entourage accompanying her. Lucia was her name, if I was remembering it correctly. I was confused who Maddie's real friends were. I knew the trio. Axel, Steele, and Beltrain were solid with her. Max seemed to be included in that group as well. Not like anyone was going to tell Maddie that Max couldn't be there. She seemed to be enjoying the new group of friends who arrived. Sam stepped out to check on everyone, saw Lucia and the new arrivals, watched Maddie laugh with them, and she relaxed. A faint smile pulled at her mouth. She met my gaze, a message passing between the two of us. She was worried. Fuck, so was I. Was Maddie only friends with guys? I didn't know how that would work out for our daughter, But I was also learning the truth of the situation was that we didn't need to worry about Maddie getting hurt. We had an appointment scheduled next week to talk with a psychiatrist. We wouldn't be only talking to him. Sam was adamant we'd be shopping around. Psychologist, counselor, social worker. She wanted to talk to a whole bunch of people, even mentioning reaching out to some intuitive people as well. When I asked who those people were, she explained they were people with similar gifts as Nolan. I had a feeling it'd be a while before we found the right person or persons who could help us with Maddie. Maybe a specialist who worked with sociopaths? "Nate's here," Logan remarked, kicking at a chair as Nate was winding through the party, heading our way. "Uncle Nate!" Maddie shouted from the pool. She had a hand on Max's shoulder and jumped up, right fucking in front of him, her other hand stretched in the air, waving. I love seeing the bright smile on her face, but fuck. Seriously? She was launching herself right in Max's face, wearing that bikini both her and Sam insisted was fine to wear. I grunted. Channing wore a slight grimace, too. I cut him a look. We talked about the two of them as a couple, because it was obvious that's what they either already were or would be soon. A part of me worried they'd be concerned their son was my daughter's point of obsession. Shit. Situation reversed, and I'd be worried. So far, neither raised the topic of getting some distance between the two. If they did, and again, I couldn't blame them, we'd figure things out then. But I couldn't bring it up now, because Nate was at our table. Everyone stood up, greeting him. Logan hugged him first, pounding on his back. "Good to fucking see you, man. Couldn't stay away, huh? Where's your turtle?" "Fuck you. Harold is at the rescue shelter, thankfully." Nate grinned, cupping the back of his neck before moving to return Channing's hug. "You expect me to stay away? After all the shit that happened last weekend? We love being near Quincy's family, but I have to admit that I started considering moving back for the first time in a while. Had some real FOMO. Hey, buddy." He clasped Channing's shoulder, then moved to me. I pulled him close for a hug. I'd called him the day after everything happened and filled him in. He'd been concerned. We texted and called daily. That was our norm. But it was more this last week. Logan, Channing, Nate, they were all there for me. He stepped back, considered me. There was the same unspoken question in his gaze that he'd asked me every day. Was I okay? I gave him a nod, and he grinned before he moved to sit in the chair across from me. Channing was on one side, Logan on the other. Nate took the seat by Channing, so he had a better view of the backyard. "You want a beer?" I asked before sitting. He began to look around. "Sure, yeah." Logan pushed up from his seat. "I got it." "Logan," I started to say. He was already heading for the cooler and waved me off, shooting me a small frown. "I'm good. Monroe, beer?" Channing had returned to watching Maddie and Max, but raised his empty beer in the air. "Please." His eyes never left our kids. Nate noticed, his eyes jumping to me as I took my seat again. Nate started. "How's that going?" It took a little bit before Channing realized the question wasn't for me. He jerked his head to him, sitting up straighter. "Me?" He cast me a glance, rubbing a hand over his face. I saw the shadows there. He was concerned, more than he'd expressed to me. I tipped my chin to him. "You can be honest. She is my kid, but I'm not blind." He still hesitated before shrugging. "I don't think it matters what any of us think. Your kid shows her obsession more, but trust me, Max is just as fixated on Maddie." I leaned forward, needing to know. "Chan?" He looked my way, held my gaze. "Do you want them to back off?" He considered my question for a beat before saying anything. When he spoke, his forehead tipped forward a little. "Am I concerned about how tight they are at this age? Fuck yes. Am I getting alarms to the point where I think we need to move in and do something about it? Honestly, no." Some of my tension eased in my chest. It'd be different if Max wasn't all in, too. Though, I don't think Maddie would be as obsessed if he wasn't. It's both of them. And if it came down to it, if we put our foot down and insisted they don't get as serious as they are, I think the problem wouldn't be your kid. It'd be Max. Maddie shows her heart on her sleeve. She's almost proud of it.
Max keeps it contained inside of him. They counter each other out and fuck. Like I can talk about childhood sweethearts.
He looked in the direction Heather and Sam were now coming from the house. They weren't alone. Brett Brideau, his wife, and his niece were also in attendance.
Stevie!
Maddie saw them at the same time, waving. She pushed off of Max, swam to the edge, and pulled herself up. Steele was there, handing her a towel. When it wasn't big enough to completely cover her, he snatched it away with a scowl and shoved a blanket at her instead. She laughed at him, but held the blanket wrapped around her. She made her way over to Stevie, smiling politely at Brett and his wife before tugging Stevie in the direction of the food and beverages.
That's new,
Logan noted, returning at that time with 2 beers. He handed one to Nate, one to Channing, and placed the other items in his hand on the table. 2 glasses and a bottle of bourbon. He winked at me before pouring one for me, one for him. Brett found us by then. Logan held up the bottle.
You want to join? Or do you want a beer?
Brett hesitated, before his face cleared and he shook his head.
I'm good for now. I might grab a beer later.
I'd gone back to watching Maddie as she and Stevie were filling up their plates with food. Maddie looked to be talking her ear off. I couldn't tell how Brett's niece felt about that. I indicated them. Did she want to come today? He twisted in his seat so he could see them as well.
She did. She's the one who brought it up. Said your kid extended an invite.
What's your read on the situation? He shrugged.
Stevie's been through shit. A lot of shit. She's always going to be cautious. But her being here says a lot.
His eyes flicked in Channing's direction.
She likes your kid. Says she trusts him. Stevie doesn't trust, so I think that's also part of the reason she's here.
Channing smirked, lifting his beer for a drink.
Everyone trusts Max. Everyone loves Max. Only a few actually know him. It's how he wants it.
Nate met my gaze, frowning a little, but there was also amusement on his face, too.
We're moving back.
All eyes jerked to Logan. He puffed his chest up, raising his glass. I already knew. He told me that he made the decision after he arrived on the night from hell, but needed to talk it over with Taylor before saying anything. She agreed with the move, said it felt right to return. They wanted Sammy to grow up with his cousins, along with their new kid. Said they wanted Melinda to spoil their kids too, so no favoritism happened. He made the announcement over dinner last night to the family as well. The kids were over the moon, but especially Nash, which had surprised me. I knew Logan and Maddie were close. She had his name, for fuck's sakes. But Nash blinked back tears before he moved to hug his Uncle Logan. He came over to my side right after and leaned against me. Nash and Nolan were quiet, well-behaved. But my kid was going to be something else. I could tell. He dressed for varsity on Friday and played most of the game, scoring 2 of the 4 touchdowns. The crowd was enamored, but there were rumblings among the parents in the stands. Logan glared at every adult sitting around us, as if silently challenging them if they had something to say. They were welcome to say it to our faces. That fight would come, but it wasn't one I was concerned about. I did ask Nash how the other guys on the team were handling his presence. He rolled his eyes, shrugged, and only said, "No one's going to say shit, Dad. Not with Train, Axe, and Steel on the team. They're setting the tone. But I'd handle it if they didn't. Everyone's scared of Maddie, too." He left it at that, but I could read into my kid. Maddie wasn't the only kid of mine who could handle themselves. She was just the one who got caught. I had a feeling my twins weren't the easygoing angels they presented. Not that I could say anything. I loved my kids. They had more good in them than I did. They got it from their mother. "Is that Mark? Who's that with him?" Sam's stepbrother walked into the backyard, holding hands with a young woman. Sam and Heather perked up and were at his side right away. But it was the kids who had the biggest reactions.
"No way!"
one of the teenagers exclaimed. I had no idea their name.
"Mrs. Klein?"
The young woman stiffened, a smile fixed on her face. "It's Miss Klein, Clayton, and we don't need to stick with the last names out of school. You can call me Tatum today." Beltrain remarked,
"That must have been some study date."
Axel laughed.
"Yeah, what happened to Don't Tell Your Mothers?"
They laughed. Maddie shot him a grin over her shoulder. The other kid snorted. I don't think your boyfriend's going to want all of us to start calling you Tatum. He already looks all territorial, Miss Klein. She tensed, but Mark pulled her to his side and pretended to growl. That's right. As long as you know your place, kid. He winked at the group, who laughed. One of those same kids walked by later, saying to his friend, I cannot believe Maddie's uncle landed the hottest teacher from school. What's in their DNA, man? All of them just score, like literally, all the time. I shared a look at the table because everyone heard. Logan snickered. Wait till my kids get here. Fallen Crest will never be the same. I had to agree. I was suddenly thankful we moved back. It felt right. We were home. Epilogue. Mason. A month later. My phone buzzed right as I walked into the bedroom. Garrett. The most ironic chain of events happened today. I paused, but was already grinning because I saw the news. Me. Oh, yeah? Garrett. Nearly every member of the system was either raided by the FBI, arrested by their local authorities, voted out of their company, or their company's stock plummeted. All of that happened today. Every single member, except for myself. My grin widened. I'd enjoyed the news footage of the different members in handcuffs being led to police cruisers outside. Me. That's quite a coincidence. Garrett. Is it? Sam came out of the bathroom, running her fingers through her hair. She'd just taken a shower, and seeing the way her tank top clung to her body, and how those tiny sleep shorts of hers rode even higher than normal against her damp thighs, my dick was hard. All the way hard. She paused, seeing me standing in the middle of the room on my phone. Who is it? I didn't want to lose my heart on, so I didn't mention it was her dad. That would make her remember her deranged sister, and then guilt would flash across her face. Her eyes would go sad, and the lines around her mouth would tighten. Just getting some news. Oh. She crossed the room, coming to me. She pressed a hand to my chest and reached up on her toes. She brushed a kiss to my lips. I wanted to chase those lips as she stepped back, but I wanted to finish this text conversation first. Get it out of the way. Good news? She went to check her own phone, frowning at it. Me. Are you accusing me of something? I said to her. Karma's always good news. Her head lifted back up. What? Garrett. Did you do this? 1 second. Let me finish this up. Me. No. Garrett. Do you know who did this? A different number flashed across my screen. I clicked on the new text. Unknown. Channel 8, now scrolling news. I frowned, but went to pick up our television's remote. Turning it on, then clicking to the channel they said. I waited. It was the evening news. Sam gasped, seeing it first. What? She stepped toward the television without thought. Her eyes were wide and her mouth parted. Then I saw it, and stilled. The grandson of deceased business tycoon Gerald Sebastian was found dead in his cell, where he was an inmate in the Potomac prison. Parker Sebastian sustained multiple stab wounds. Authorities are investigating. So far, no answers have been given from prison officials. This story is still developing. No. Sam swung her eyes my way, filled with wonder. Shock. How'd you know? Her gaze fell to my phone and understanding clicked. She straightened upright. Who just texted you? I showed her the phone. I don't know. She read the text, then clicked out of the message and saw her dad's name just underneath the unknown number. She tapped on his name and read through those texts. As a different sort of tension filled the room, she didn't say a word. Not for a few seconds. Then she powered down my phone and put it aside. She held my gaze. A deeper understanding was there. Sam knew I did something. I told her that her father was in the clear to come to us, to collect her sister, to continue to be in contact with Samantha. I never told her what I did, and Sam never asked. Then she did. Do I need to know? She reached for the remote and turned the television off, returning the remote to the bedside stand. She stepped close to me, so close I could feel the heat from her shower still coming off of her skin. Her hand moved to my chest and stayed, her fingers splayed out. I looked down, seeing the butterfly tattoo on her hand. She had the color retouched recently. I took her hand, slid my fingers through hers, and gazed where my black and white butterfly tattoo lined up with hers. I tugged her into me, catching her behind her back. I gave someone some information. What they did with the information is on them. That's all you need to know. Am I going to regret not pushing to know everything? I bent before I straightened again, picking her up as I did. There was no squeak from surprise. Sam knew my move, and her eyes darkened, knowing I was going to do it before I did. Her hands went to my shoulders. She kept her body loose, relaxed, and as I picked her up, her legs parted to wind around my waist. She ran her fingers through my hair, a half scoff coming from her mouth when I walked her right back into the bathroom. I just showered. That's nice. I nuzzled her neck, finding her pulse and lingering there. I fucking loved leaving my mark on my woman. My phone was out there, so was hers. I had nothing else on me. So after I turned the water back on, and since it didn't take long to reheat, I simply walked us both inside the shower. My mouth found hers, and I was hot and demanding. I needed to fuck my wife. I needed it 5 minutes ago, yesterday, a month ago. I needed it now. You're not going to regret not knowing everything. I lifted my head, needing her to know the truth of that. My eyes held hers. I promise. She held my gaze before her eyes fell to my mouth. She jerked her head in a nod. Okay. I love you. My forehead fell to hers, jerking back so it rested against her softly. She breathed me in, her body molding against mine on her exhale. Me too. So goddamn much. Her hand tightened around mine. So goddamn much. Months later. My phone woke us first. Sam's was right after. We both tensed but rolled to answer them. I got to mine first. What? It was Logan on the other end, half shouting, all the way frantic. Taylor's in labor. You need to get to the hospital. I don't know. Bring everything. Her water already broke, and we're going to have our kid in .02 fucks early. I heard Sam yelp behind me. We were both scrambling out of bed. It was 3 a.m. Sam ran for the closet. I heard her saying, Okay, we'll be in the car soon. We'll come over and get everything you need. I'll call Melinda myself. Do you have Sammy with you? I pulled on my sweats and grabbed an Orca's hoodie, tugging it over my head. I asked in the phone, What do you... He snapped. I don't fucking know. I was a mess when Sammy was born. And fuck, Mace. I'm a mess this time, too. Taylor's on the phone with someone, and she sounds as if she's planning the agenda for the next PTA meeting. Are you coming to the hospital? You're coming to the hospital, right? Of course. And she's on the phone with Sam. What? We both called you guys? Yeah. He cursed. We both didn't need to be calling you. I waited, but he didn't end the call. Logan, what do you need? He sighed. I have no idea. I don't know what I'm doing, brother. Brother. The word made me feel happy, but also gave me a tinge of worry. My little brother was losing it. Hey, I said, low and calm. Hey, back? He laughed at himself. I grinned but spoke in the same tone, low, reassuring. Sam and I will handle anything you need, okay? She's on the phone with Melinda. I can hear her in the closet. She's calling Melinda to come over and watch Sammy. You moved in next door. That was a smart move on your part, renting that place while your other house is built. She'll be there by the time you get off this call. She'll help put together whatever you need. We had things packed and ready to go by the door when Maddie was born. Did you do that this time? Fuck. He was so quiet, breathless, and panicky. Yeah, we did. Taylor did. Taylor? He said to me. I gotta go. I need to find my wife. Okay, you got this. Find your woman. Knowing Taylor, she's probably already let Melinda inside and is in your car waiting for you. I heard sounds from his end, different voices talking. He half laughed to me. Melinda's here. I need to go. Do you have clothes on? What? Look down. Are you clothed? Can you go to the hospital in what you're wearing? He cursed under his breath. I need pants. My fucking dick's out, all shriveled up too. Imagine me walking into the hospital like that. Even my own kid would have laughed at me. He sounded a little calmer now. Good. I doubt Taylor would have let you out of the house like that, but I'm sure Melinda's thankful not to see your dick. He bit out another laugh. I gotta go. Taylor's calling me. Totally useless here. Been on the phone with you while she called in the troops. Yeah, calling in Melinda is sort of the same thing. You good now? I'm good. Thank you. Love you. Love you. Oh, hey. Yeah? I'm having a kid. My smile stretched, along with that pride for my brother. I'm having another nephew or niece. He laughed again before saying, See you at the hospital. The call ended and I lifted my head. Sam was waiting for me in the doorway, all ready to go, and with our own bag packed for whatever she thought Taylor and Logan would need, and that they forgot to pack themselves. She grinned at me. Ready? I woke Maddie up. She'll stay to watch the twins. The boys are all still asleep, but I left a note in the kitchen. My little brother was having another kid. I tossed her the keys. You're driving. I'm going to enjoy waking everyone up. And I did. Nate, Channing and Heather, Mateo, even Zeke. An hour later, the door opened, and in walked all three of the kids, along with Steele, Beltrain, and Axel. Max came in with them, even though his parents arrived earlier. Either he went to them at our place or they went to him. Whichever way, seeing the four of them together wasn't a surprise anymore. They were a unit. 10 minutes later, my goddaughter was born. Maya Mason Cade.
Another epilogue. Maddie. A year and months later. It's World Domination Day. Or, as more common people would say, Move-In Day at Kane University. I studied the other girls on my floor when we arrived. They were excited, but nervous. The dorm advisor met with us, going through all the information I needed to know. My key, my roommate's information, a map of the university, where to go for registration. There was freshman orientation, but as soon as my parents were gone, I already knew I was going to skip. Max drove separately to help me move in, and the guys were coming over to help as well. Steele, Axel, and Beltrain. They were sophomores this year, so they were living in the house my parents owned. I didn't know if they were renting, but I was sure my parents were giving them a deal. Not that they needed one. Each of those three guys were wealthy. I told my dad he should double his price. He just laughed at me. Hi. A girl was in the doorway carrying a box. She entered the room and held her hand out to me. I'm Havana. I think you're my roommate. Are you Logan Cade? Max snorted, unloading one of my boxes on my desk. She looked his way, frowning, but then did a double take when she caught a better look at his face. Interest lit up her eyes, and her lips parted as she gave him a once-over. I couldn't blame her. He looked particularly edible, wearing his ragged and well-worn jeans and a black band shirt. With some added tattoos, one on his neck and another vine winding down around his arm, Max was looking beyond tasty. I understood her attraction, but I didn't have to like it. I moved to block her view, giving her a forced smile. Logan's my first name, but I generally go by my middle name, Maddie. I used to spell it with Y, then I decided to change it up and made everyone spell it with IE at the end. Since then, I've returned to my earlier years when I spell it MADDY. No one needed to hear any of my explanation, but I enjoyed giving it. Max was laughing again. Jesus, Mads, give the girl a break. I threw him a scowl over my shoulder before focusing on her again. I took the left side of the room. I hope that's okay? My dad jerked his head up, and seeing the motion, I remembered what he offered earlier. Or my dad can put the beds up in bunks so we can have more room. I don't care. This is my mom and dad. I didn't introduce Max. He was mine. Oh, She was taking in everyone in the room. The guys hadn't shown up yet, but they texted. They were on their way. Until then, it was my parents and Max. Nolan and Nash stayed behind, wanting to be with their friends. They were becoming normal, and were doing normal things like hanging out with friends. Or that's how they were acting. I knew my brother and sister. There was nothing normal about us. That'd be great, thanks. She gestured over her shoulder. My dads are bringing up the rest of my stuff, but they mentioned something similar about putting the beds all the way at the top. Voices were heard coming down the hallway, and I recognized them. Beltrain appeared first, stopping behind Havana, who was staring up at him slack-jawed. He barely gave her a glance before stepping past, a lazy grin on his face. Yo! He tossed me a smirk and head lift, but headed for my parents first. I got it. I wasn't insulted. We had the rest of the night to hang out, but since the guys moved in with us, they had this thing with my parents. Adoration. They cared about my mom and dad, and it was reciprocated. Train. My mom got to him first, hugging him. She would gush over him for a little bit, he and the others. Then they'd move to give my dad a hug, who would ask how they're doing, do they need anything, etc. My parents would take us to dinner before they would head back, but they hadn't just made the trip to bring me here. They came up to also check in with these guys. When everything was getting close to being done with my room, my mom was going to slip away and check out the house. She'd probably fill the place with food and check on their laundry. She enjoyed being a mom to them, and the guys preened under her attention. Steele had the most normal parents growing up, and his were hiding from a secret society cult, so go figure. That said a lot for Axel and Train. Axel appeared next. Steele was right after him. My roommate's jaw was officially on the floor. More greetings were shared as everything happened that I knew was going to happen, complete with some extra hugs Steele got from my mom. He got all flushed, but he loved it. Havana was frowning, watching the exchange. I motioned to them. That's his big sister. Don't pay him any attention. He's been starved of attention from not having a normal big sister role model. His other one got stabbed. Maddie! 4 different people shouted my name with different varied emotions on each of their faces. Horror, apprehension, nervousness. My dad's eyes narrowed with that same concerned look he got when he thought I was going to let one of my sociopathic tendencies show. It had been way over a year and had been all hands on deck with my situation. I was doing a lot better and gave them all a cocky grin. I was just going to say she's been overseas since she was assaulted. Different breaths of tension left each of them. I said to Havana, I'm hoping she stays, but these 2 hope she'll heal and get better. To each their own. She was blinking at me in confusion. Wait. Her eyes narrowed, skirting between my mom and Steele. The question was forming. If my mom was his sister, that would mean Steele was my... But at that moment, 2 guys showed in the doorway and stopped in their tracks. They were big and burly. Tan, tattoos. Both had their arms full of boxes and totes. One dropped his items and his mouth fell open with it, his eyes bulging out at my dad. You... He sputtered out, slapping the guy next to him. Honey, it's Mason fucking Cade. Another guy yelped down the hallway, probably another dad. What? It was happening. News started to spread that the Cades arrived. Of course, the news was camouflaged first as to who my dad was. NFL Hall of Famer. Mason Cade. My dad had fans all over, so I knew it had hit social media. My mom had her own fans, and since we were at Kane University, I knew my uncle was well known. Or well feared, depending on who recognized his name. He wasn't exactly a wallflower. It was my turn now. I was looking forward to everyone learning my name. I was Maddie fucking Cade. Kane University was about to become my playground.
This recording of Cade was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC. Narrated by Tortom, C.J. Bloom, and Ruby Allen. Produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2024 by Tijan. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.